What if Harry was scanned at Gringotts and discovered he was the Quad-Heir to Gryffindor and Slytherin? Chapter 1, The Blood Speaks. The nightmare was always the same. Green light. A graveyard. Cedric's body hitting the ground with a sound that shouldn't have been so quiet, like a bag of laundry dropped on a tile floor. That was what Harry couldn't shake. Not the flash of the curse, not Voldemort's lipless smile, not the agony of the Cruciatus or the screaming ghosts from their connected wands. It was the sound. The soft, anticlimactic thud of a boy dying. Harry woke with his scar burning and his sheets tangled around his legs like ropes. The ceiling of the smallest bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive stared back at him, water stains, cracked plaster, the faint outline of a spider web in the corner. 4:30 in the morning. 2 weeks since the third task. 14 days of nothing. He sat up, pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, and breathed until his heart stopped hammering. The letters from Ron and Hermione sat in a pile on his desk. They said nothing. "We can't tell you much. Dumbledore says to stay put. We miss you." Empty words wrapped in good intentions. The Daily Prophet was worse, no mention of Voldemort's return, no acknowledgement of Cedric's murder. Harry had stopped reading after the third day, when an opinion piece suggested he'd entered the tournament for attention and Cedric's death was a tragic accident. He swung his legs off the bed and crossed to the window. The street below was dark and still, identical houses stretching in both directions like a factory assembly line for mediocrity. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was rebuilding his army. Somewhere out there, Dumbledore was making plans that apparently didn't require Harry's input. Stay put. Keep your head down. He was so bloody tired of keeping his head down. A sharp tap at the window made him flinch. An owl, not Hedwig, who was dozing on top of her cage, but a bird he'd never seen before. It was small, slate gray, with eyes like polished copper and a leather message tube strapped to its leg. Not a Hogwarts owl. Not a ministry owl. The tube was stamped with a seal Harry recognized but had never seen up close, the Gringotts crest, a pair of crossed axes behind a gemstone. He opened the window. The owl didn't wait for a treat. It extended its leg with mechanical precision, held perfectly still while Harry removed the tube, and launched itself back into the darkness without a sound. Harry unscrolled the parchment inside. The letter was short, written in a sharp, angular hand on heavy cream-colored paper that felt more like thin leather than parchment. No pleasantries. No preamble. Mr. H. J. Potter, a mandatory inheritance audit has been triggered by Event Classification 7 Omega, Life Debt Blood Transference. Gringotts Treaty Law, Article 14, Section 9, requires your presence at the London branch within 72 hours of receipt of this notice for blood verification and estate reconciliation. Failure to appear will result in automatic forfeiture of contested assets to the Wisengamot Probate Office. This matter is classified under Goblin sovereign privilege and is not subject to ministry oversight or interference. Your account manager has been reassigned to Senior Director Ironclaw, effective immediately. Arrive alone. Gringotts Bank, London Branch Blood Inheritance Division. Harry read it twice. Then a third time. Life Debt Blood Transference. Voldemort had used Harry's blood in his resurrection ritual. The goblins apparently considered that significant enough to trigger, whatever this was. He looked at Hedwig. She blinked at him with enormous amber eyes. "Looks like I'm going to Diagon Alley," he said. Hedwig ruffled her feathers in a way that clearly communicated about time. The night bus was exactly as terrible as Harry remembered. He'd snuck out of Privet Drive at 5:30, his wand in his pocket and the Gringotts letter tucked inside his jacket. No invisibility cloak, he'd left it at the bottom of his trunk. No plan beyond showing up. Dumbledore had told him to stay put. Dumbledore could hang. Stan Shunpike was half asleep at the bus entrance and didn't recognize him in the pre-dawn gloom. Harry paid 11 sickles, grabbed a bedpost, and spent the next 20 minutes being flung around the interior of a triple-decker bus while Stan rambled about a Celestina Warbeck concert. London materialized outside the windows at 6:15. The leaky cauldron was nearly empty, just Tom the bartender wiping down the counter and an old witch asleep in a corner booth with a cat on her head. Tom nodded at Harry without comment, which was the closest thing to a warm reception Harry had ever received from the man. Diagon Alley was quiet in the early morning. A few shop owners were sweeping stoops. A delivery wizard was levitating crates of potions ingredients into the apothecary. The cobblestones were wet from overnight rain, and the whole street had a scrubbed, waiting quality, like a stage before the curtain rose. Gringotts stood at the end of the street, white marble gleaming even under the grey sky. Harry had always thought the bank looked arrogant. Today it looked like a fortress. He climbed the steps. The guards, 2 goblins in gold-plated armor with axes taller than Harry, watched him approach with flat, dark eyes. He expected to be stopped. Instead, the one on the right inclined his head a fraction of an inch and the bronze doors swung open before Harry reached them. That was new. The main hall was cavernous and cool, lit by enormous chandeliers that cast everything in warm amber light. Dozens of goblins sat at high desks along both walls, weighing coins, examining gems, scratching in ledgers. The scratching of quills sounded like dry leaves blowing across stone. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a goblin with spectacles perched on a nose like a hatchet blade, and held up the letter. "I received this. I'm Harry Potter." The goblin looked at the letter. Then at Harry. Then at the letter again. Something shifted behind those dark eyes, not warmth, exactly, but a sharpening of attention. One moment. He reached beneath his desk and pressed something Harry couldn't see. A bell chimed somewhere deep in the building, resonant and low. Within 30 seconds, a goblin appeared from a side corridor. He was taller than most, nearly 4 feet, with iron-gray hair pulled back from a scarred face and fingers heavy with rings. He wore a black coat with silver fasteners and carried himself like a general surveying a battlefield. "Mr. Potter. I am Senior Director Ironclaw. Follow me, please. No handshake. No small talk." The goblin turned and walked toward the corridor he'd emerged from. Harry followed. They passed through halls that grew progressively older as they descended. The polished marble gave way to dressed stone, then to rough-hewn rock. Torches replaced chandeliers. The air took on a mineral smell, wet stone and iron and something older, something that reminded Harry of the way the air felt in the Chamber of Secrets. Ironclaw walked fast for someone with short legs. Harry had to lengthen his stride to keep up. They passed through 3 sets of heavy iron doors, each of which required Ironclaw to press his palm against a runic plate. The runes glowed white at his touch and faded as they passed. "Where exactly are we going?" Harry asked. "The Blood Inheritance Chamber. It is the oldest room in the London branch. Older than the bank, in fact. It was here before Gringotts. We built around it." "What was it before?" Ironclaw glanced back at him. That is a question very few wizards would think to ask. A good sign. He didn't answer the question. The Blood Inheritance Chamber was circular, roughly 30 feet across, with a domed ceiling carved from living rock. The walls were covered in runes, not the familiar Norse-derived runes Harry had seen in textbooks, but something far older. They didn't look like any writing system he recognized. They seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves in his peripheral vision. In the center of the room sat a stone pedestal, waist-high, with a shallow bowl carved into its surface. The bowl was dark, obsidian or something like it, and perfectly smooth. Next to it lay a silver knife on a cloth. 4 goblins stood around the perimeter of the room. They wore no armor, no jewelry, just simple gray robes. Their eyes were closed, and they were humming a low, continuous note that Harry felt in his chest more than heard. "Sit, Ironclaw said, gesturing to a stone chair beside the pedestal. Harry sat. The stone was cold through his jeans. The blood inheritance audit is triggered automatically when certain events occur, Ironclaw said, positioning himself across the pedestal from Harry. In your case, a wizard used your blood in a resurrection ritual of considerable power. This constitutes a life-debt blood transference under Goblin law. The resurrected wizard now carries a fragment of your blood lineage, and by extension, your blood has been magically activated in ways that may reveal previously dormant inheritances. Dormant inheritances? Bloodlines carry magic, Mr. Potter. Old magic. When blood is used in ritual, it sometimes awakens connections that have lain sleeping for generations. We must determine what, if anything, has awoken in yours. Harry looked at the knife. You need my blood. 7 drops in the basin. The ancestry stone will do the rest. The process is painless beyond the initial cut. Ironclaw paused. I should note, this audit is conducted under Goblin sovereign privilege. No wizard, ministry official, or other entity has authority here. Whatever we discover is protected by the oldest treaties between our peoples. I am telling you this because you should know that no one can use this information against you without your explicit consent. Harry met the goblin's gaze. There was something there, not kindness, but a kind of fierce professionalism that Harry found he trusted more than Dumbledore's twinkling reassurances. Let's do it, he said. The knife was sharper than it looked. Harry drew it across his left palm, a quick, clean line, and held his hand over the basin. 7 drops fell into the obsidian bowl, each one striking the surface with a sound like a pebble dropped into deep water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood began to move. It spread across the surface of the stone in thin, branching lines, like roots, or lightning, or veins. The runes on the walls blazed to life, cycling through colors, white, gold, red, blue, green, black, and back again. The humming of the 4 goblins rose in pitch and complexity, becoming something that was almost music. The bloodlines solidified into text. Names, dates, connections, a family tree spreading across the obsidian surface in crimson script. Harry leaned forward, trying to read it, but the lines kept branching, reaching back further and further, and the text was in a language he didn't recognize. Ironclaw watched the stone with an expression Harry had never seen on a goblin's face. It was fear. The runes cycled faster. The stone began to glow, not just the bloodlines, but the stone itself, from deep within, as if something was waking up inside it. The glow pulsed in 4 distinct colors, red gold, silver green, bronze blue, and warm yellow. The 4 goblins opened their eyes simultaneously. All 4 stared at the stone. One of them said something in gobbledygook, sharp and fast. Ironclaw responded in the same language, his voice tight. Then the stone spoke. Not in words, in knowing. Harry felt information pour into his mind like water into a cup, and for a moment he understood everything the stone was showing him, could see the bloodline stretching back through centuries, see the connections that had been hidden, dormant, buried. The glow faded. The humming stopped. The chamber was silent except for Harry's breathing and the faint ticking of cooling stone. Ironclaw stood very still for a long moment. Then he picked up a sheet of parchment from a side table, examined it. The stone had apparently produced a written record as well, and read it in silence. Mr. Potter, he said, and his voice was different now. Careful. I have served Gringotts for 112 years. I have conducted over 3,000 inheritance audits. In all that time, I have never seen a result like this. What does it say? Ironclaw set the parchment on the pedestal and turned it so Harry could read it. The text was in English now, the stone's translation, presumably. Harry read it. He read it again. The words didn't change. Blood inheritance audit, Harry James Potter primary line, Potter direct patrilineal descent confirmed. House Potter, noble and most ancient. Vault access, full. Founder line I, Gryffindor through the Potter line. Direct descent from Godric Gryffindor through his youngest son, Harlan Gryffindor, b. 997, who took the name Potter upon marriage to Alara Potter, née Ashworth, in 1023. Unbroken male line. Full blood claim confirmed. Founder line 2, Slytherin dual claim. Primary, through Lily Potter, née Evans. Maternal descent from Isadora Slytherin, b. 1013, daughter of Salazar Slytherin, expelled from the family for refusing the dark arts. Isadora married a Muggle and her descendants became squibs within 3 generations. The Evans line preserved the blood in dormancy. Secondary, conquest right, Tom Marvolo Riddle, self-styled Lord Voldemort, used claimant's blood in resurrection ritual, establishing blood supremacy under Goblin Treaty law. Double claim confirmed. Founder line 3, Ravenclaw through the Potter line. Intermarriage between Aldous Potter and Moira Ravenclaw, direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw's son, Edmund, in 1434. Blood claim confirmed. Founder line 4, Hufflepuff through Lily Potter, née Evans. Maternal descent from Bridget Hufflepuff, b. 1009, granddaughter of Helga Hufflepuff, who married a Muggle farmer named Thomas Evans in 1031. The Evans family preserved the blood in dormancy through the female line. Blood claim confirmed. Status, Quad-Heir first confirmed Quad-Heir since the founding of Gringotts Bank, established 1474. No historical precedent in bank records. Founder's protocol activated. Harry stared at the parchment until the words blurred. His mother. His mother, who everyone said was Muggle-born, she carried the blood of 2 founders. Slytherin and Hufflepuff. The irony was so savage it almost made him laugh. My mum, he said quietly. She wasn't Muggle-born. Technically, she was, Ironclaw said. Her parents had no magic. The bloodlines had been dormant for centuries, too diluted to produce active magic until, presumably, they combined in her. 2 founder bloodlines awakening simultaneously would explain why she was such an exceptionally powerful witch despite having no magical parents. Harry sat back in the stone chair. His mind was doing something strange. Instead of reeling, instead of panicking, it was clicking through implications like tumblers in a lock. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw through his father. Slytherin and Hufflepuff through his mother. The Sorting Hat had wanted to put him in Slytherin, not because of Voldemort's soul fragment, but because Harry had as much right to that house as any student in its history. More right, actually. What does this mean? He asked. Practically. Ironclaw's estimation of him visibly increased. The goblin sat down across from him, not on a chair, but on the edge of the pedestal, which Harry suspected was a significant breach of protocol. Practically, Mr. Potter, it means several things. First, you are entitled to claim lordship of all 4 founder houses, in addition to House Potter. This gives you 5 seats on the Wisengamot, 4 of which have been empty for centuries but were never abolished. Second, you have access to the 4 founder vaults, which have been sealed since each respective line was declared extinct. Third, you have legal authority over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as the Founders' Charter stipulates that a Quad-Heir supersedes all subsequent governance structures, including the Board of Governors and the Headmaster. Harry held up a hand. Wait. I have authority over Hogwarts. In theory. The Charter is 1,000 years old and has never been tested. But it is magically binding, and magic does not care about theory. Harry filed that away. What else? Ironclaw's expression shifted into something harder. There are complications. Of course there are. The goblin produced a second parchment, this one thicker, covered in dense columns of figures and notations. During the course of the audit, our systems flagged several irregularities in your existing accounts. The Potter family vault, your trust vault is a small subsidiary, has been accessed repeatedly over the past 14 years by one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, acting under a self-appointed magical guardianship that was never ratified by the Wisengamot or approved by your parents' will. The room felt colder. What do you mean, accessed? Withdrawals. Significant ones. Totaling approximately 41,000 galleons over 14 years. The stated purpose in each case was Order of the Phoenix operational expenses. 41,000 galleons. Harry didn't know exactly what that translated to in pounds, but he knew enough to know it was a fortune. Dumbledore had been funding his secret organization with Harry's family money. Without asking. Without telling. What else? Harry said, and his voice was very steady. Ironclaw watched him with those dark eyes. A magical core suppression block was placed on you as an infant. The signature matches Dumbledore's wand. Our healers can detect it from the blood sample. It's tied to your magical core and has been limiting your power output by approximately 40% since it was placed. Harry's hands curled into fists on his knees. 40%. Every spell he'd ever cast, every desperate fight, every moment when he'd scraped through by the skin of his teeth, he'd been operating at 60% capacity. The Patronus that had driven off 100 Dementors. The spells in the graveyard. All of it. Shackled. And the last item, Ironclaw said, with the careful tone of someone delivering news they knew would detonate. Our records show that a marriage contract between House Potter and House Greengrass, arranged by your paternal grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter, in 1979, was unilaterally voided by Dumbledore in 1981, shortly after your parents' deaths. He had no legal authority to do so. The contract remains magically valid. A marriage contract, Harry repeated flatly. Between you and one Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter of Lord Sirius Greengrass. Harry closed his eyes. Drew a breath. Let it out slowly. There was a landscape inside his chest that he didn't have words for, anger, yes, deep and cold and patient, but also something else. Clarity. Like a fog he hadn't known he was living in had begun to burn away, and the shape of his life was emerging beneath it. Every choice that had been made for him. Every manipulation dressed up as protection. Every wall built around him while the people building them smiled and said it was for his own good. No more. I want to claim all 4 founder lines, Harry said. And House Potter. All 5 lordships. Ironclaw nodded as though he'd expected nothing less. The claiming requires the acceptance of each house ring. The rings are held in the founder vaults, but the primary claiming can be initiated here. The rings will come to you if the blood is true. Given that the stone has already confirmed your lineage. He paused. I should warn you, Mr. Potter. No one has ever attempted to claim all 4 simultaneously. We do not know what will happen. Story of my life, Harry said. Ironclaw almost smiled. It wasn't a comforting expression on a goblin, but Harry appreciated the effort. The 4 goblins around the perimeter resumed their humming. Ironclaw stood before the pedestal and spoke in gobbledygook, a long, formal recitation that resonated with the runes on the walls. The obsidian basin glowed again, softly, in those 4 colors. Place your hand over the basin, Ironclaw said. And speak your intent. Harry stood. He placed his right hand over the glowing stone, palm down, blood from the cut still wet on his skin. He didn't know the formal words. He didn't think they mattered. I'm Harry James Potter, he said. Son of James and Lily. I claim what's mine. The effect was immediate. For streaks of light shot up from the basin, red gold, silver green, bronze blue, warm yellow, and spiraled around his outstretched hand. He felt them as distinct presences, almost personalities. The red gold was fierce and warm, like standing near a bonfire. The silver green was cool and sharp, like the edge of a blade being drawn. The bronze blue was vast and deep, like looking up at a sky full of stars. The warm yellow was steady and grounding, like the feeling of coming home. They weren't just magical signatures. They were legacies. 1,000 years of magic, compressed into 4 threads of light, reaching across the centuries to find the one person who carried them all. 4 rings materialized on his hand. He felt them arrive, weight and warmth and the hum of ancient magic settling against his skin. For a single heartbeat, he could see them individually, a gold band with a ruby lion, a silver band with an emerald serpent, a bronze band with a sapphire eagle, a dark iron band with a topaz badger. Then they merged. The 4 rings flowed into each other like liquid metal, reshaping, combining. Gold and silver and bronze and dark iron twisted together into a single band, a braid of 4 metals, seamless and organic, set with a stone that shifted colors depending on the angle, red, green, blue, gold, and combinations in between. The ring settled on his right hand, on his ring finger, and it felt like it had always been there. The core block shattered. Harry had nothing to compare it to, it was like describing color to someone born blind. One moment he was himself, the same Harry he'd always been, and the next moment he was more. His magic, suppressed and contained for 14 years, unfolded inside his chest like a pair of wings he hadn't known he had. It poured through his veins, electric and wild, and for a terrible, glorious instant he could feel everything, the runes on the walls singing in response, the ancient stone trembling beneath his feet, the ley lines running deep below London pulsing like arteries, and far to the north, hundreds of miles away, a castle on a cliff by a lake, stirring in its sleep. The shockwave blasted outward. It wasn't physical, the goblins didn't stagger, the stone didn't crack. But every magical being in Gringotts felt it. Every ward in the building flared white. Every detection charm triggered simultaneously. The chandeliers in the main hall blazed like small suns, and 1,000 quills stopped scratching as 1,000 goblins looked up from their ledgers. In the blood inheritance chamber, Harry stood with his hand still extended over the basin, light pouring off him in waves, the merged ring burning like a star on his finger. He breathed, and the light pulsed with his breath. He breathed again, and slowly, carefully, he pulled it back in. Drew the magic into himself. Controlled it. The light faded. The chamber dimmed to its normal torchlit state. Harry lowered his hand. He felt different. Not just more powerful, more present. As if the world had been slightly out of focus his entire life and someone had finally adjusted the lens. Colors were brighter. Sounds were clearer. The magic in the air around him had texture and weight, and he could feel it responding to his attention like iron filings near a magnet. Ironclaw was staring at him. All 4 of the perimeter goblins were staring at him. "Well," said Ironclaw, after a pause that stretched several seconds past comfortable. "That was unprecedented. Is it always like that?" "It has never been like that. Nothing has ever been like that." The goblin straightened his coat. His hands, Harry noticed, were not entirely steady. "Lord Potter Gryffindor Slytherin Ravenclaw Hufflepuff, you have been accepted by all 4 founder lines and your claims are registered and ratified under Goblin sovereign privilege. Congratulations. You are now, by a considerable margin, the wealthiest and most titled wizard in the history of magical Britain." Harry looked at the ring on his hand. The metal was warm against his skin. "Let's keep the title short. Lord Potter will do for public use. Practical. I approve." Ironclaw made a notation on a parchment. "We have much to discuss regarding your holdings, properties, and the various irregularities in your accounts. But first, are you aware that claiming all 4 lines has activated something the founders called the Founders' Protocol? You mentioned that in the letter. What is it?" "We don't entirely know. Our records reference it only in passing, ancient correspondence between the founders and the Goblin Nation during the original Hogwarts construction. The protocol is a set of magical instructions embedded in the castle itself, designed to activate when a Quad-Heir claims their birthright. Its exact function is unknown to us. Ironclaw hesitated, and the goblin did not seem like someone who hesitated often. What we do know is that it changes things. The castle will respond to you in ways it responds to no one else. And certain sealed areas may become accessible. Sealed areas. The founders built Hogwarts for reasons beyond education, Lord Potter. Our ancestors knew this. The specifics have been lost even to us. Ironclaw's dark eyes held Harry's. I would advise caution. Harry nodded slowly. His mind was already racing, but he kept his face composed. Show nothing you don't want to show, that was a lesson the Dursleys had taught him unintentionally, and it had served him well. One more thing, Ironclaw said. Your claims will become public knowledge through the Wizengamot within days, possibly hours. Every faction in magical Britain will have an opinion about the Quad-Heir. Many of those opinions will translate into action. You need to be prepared. What would you suggest? Ironclaw bared his teeth in what Harry was beginning to recognize as a goblin smile. Gringotts offers comprehensive estate management, security consultation, and political advisory services to our most valued clients. As the holder of 5 ancient and noble house accounts, you qualify for our highest tier of service. And what does that cost? For you? Nothing. Your vaults generate more interest in a year than most families see in a century. Consider it an investment. The smile widened. Besides, the Goblin Nation has not had a wizard ally of significance in 400 years. We would very much like to change that. Harry understood what was being offered, and what was being asked. An alliance. Real, mutual, based on shared interest rather than condescension. He thought of how most wizards treated goblins. He thought of Dobby, and how most wizards treated house elves. He thought of Hagrid, and how most wizards treated half-giants. He thought of Remus, and how most wizards treated werewolves. I'd like that, Harry said, and meant it. Ironclaw inclined his head, deeper than any bow Harry had received that day. Then let us begin. They spent the next 2 hours in Ironclaw's office, a surprisingly warm room deep in the bank, with dark wood furniture and maps covering every wall. Ironclaw walked him through the broad strokes: 5 vaults, the Potter Vault and 4 Founder Vaults, 17 properties, most sealed or in stasis, a combined liquid wealth that made Harry's head spin, and a web of investments, patents, and magical patents that generated passive income measured in thousands of galleons per month. The Founder Vaults themselves required special access, trials, Ironclaw called them, key to each founder's values. Harry would need to pass each one to access the contents. That could wait. What couldn't wait was establishing his political and personal security. You need a residence, Ironclaw said. Somewhere secure, outside Ministry or Dumbledore's influence. The Potter family owns an estate called Griffin's Reach. It's in the Welsh Mountains, hidden under Fidelius with you as the secret keeper, now that you've claimed the Potter ring. It's been sealed since your grandparents' deaths, but the house elves should still be active. I have house elves. 7. Bonded to the Potter blood. Harry absorbed this. A house. His family's house. A place that was his, not borrowed, not assigned, not a cupboard under someone's stairs. He pushed down the emotion that surged in his chest and focused on practicalities. What about the Greengrass contract? Ironclaw's expression sharpened. The contract was made in good faith between Fleamont Potter and Sirius Greengrass. It stipulates a betrothal between the Potter heir and the Greengrass heir, intended to unite the houses and provide mutual protection. Dumbledore's voiding was illegal and has no magical standing. The contract is still active. Can it be dissolved? By mutual agreement of both parties, yes. Neither party is magically compelled. The contract provides political and financial benefits to both houses but does not force marriage. It is, in modern terms, more of a formal alliance with the option of marriage. Harry nodded. That was better than he'd feared. He didn't love the idea of his grandparents arranging his romantic life from beyond the grave, but at least no one was being compelled. He'd deal with it, and with whoever Daphne Greengrass was, when the time came. I want full accounting of every withdrawal Dumbledore made, Harry said. And I want the core block documented officially. I may need those records. Already done. We began compiling the documentation the moment the audit results came in. Ironclaw slid a thick leather folder across the desk. Everything is here. Copies have been placed in your vault for security. Harry took the folder and tucked it inside his jacket. Thank you, Ironclaw. The goblin studied him for a moment. You are not what I expected, Lord Potter. What did you expect? A child. Dumbledore's puppet. Instead I find, Ironclaw paused, choosing his words. A young man who asks the right questions and does not flinch at the answers. The Goblin Nation will watch your progress with great interest. They shook hands. Harry's grip was firm and he didn't condescend to the goblin's height. Ironclaw noticed. Harry emerged from the back corridors of Gringotts into the main hall, and the world felt different. It wasn't just the magic, though that was part of it. The ambient magic of Diagon Alley hummed against his skin like a low electric current, and he could feel the wards on every shopfront, the enchantments on passing witches' and wizards' cloaks, the thrum of magical creatures in the pet shop 3 streets over. It was information overload, but his mind was handling it, sorting it, filing it away with an efficiency that felt new. No. Not new. Unblocked. The morning rush had begun while he was underground. The main hall was busy now, goblins and wizards moving in orderly streams, the clatter of coins, the low murmur of business. Harry walked toward the exit with his head up and his stride even, the merged ring on his right hand catching the light. He was halfway across the hall when he felt eyes on him. Not the casual glances of passers-by, something sharper, more focused. He turned his head. A girl stood near the far wall, beside a tall man in expensive grey robes. She was about Harry's age, maybe a few months older, with dark hair pulled back from a face that was all sharp angles and composure. Blue eyes that missed nothing. She wore a deep green dress under a traveling cloak, and she held herself with the kind of self-possession that most teenagers couldn't fake. She was looking at his hand. At the ring. Harry watched her expression change as she processed what she was seeing. He didn't know her, but something about the way she'd zeroed in on the ring told him she knew exactly what it meant. Her eyes widened a fraction, an almost invisible crack in what was clearly a well-practiced mask, and then snapped up to his face. Their eyes met across 30 feet of crowded Goblin Bank. She looked away first, but not quickly. Not in embarrassment. In calculation. The tall man beside her was speaking to a goblin teller and hadn't noticed the exchange. Harry filed her face away, sharp, intelligent, guarded, and kept walking. He was almost to the bronze doors when she caught up with him. Lord Potter. Her voice was cool and precise. She'd caught up without appearing to hurry, which was a neat trick. Harry stopped and turned. Up close, she was striking, not in the conventional way that drew stares, but in the way a well-made blade was striking. Everything about her was deliberate, controlled, efficient. The dress was expensive but not showy. The cloak was practical. Her hair was pulled back in a style that kept it out of her face and out of an opponent's reach. That's a bold assumption, Harry said mildly. It's not an assumption. That ring, she nodded toward his right hand. I've seen illustrations in 3 different heraldry texts. The founder's braid. For metals, for houses, 1 heir. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or awe, quickly suppressed. I assumed it was theoretical. Apparently not. Harry studied her. The green dress. The calculated approach. The political awareness. "You're Greengrass," he said. Now her composure cracked, just slightly, a widening of the eyes that she couldn't quite control. "How, lucky guess. I'm told we have a contract to discuss." Daphne Greengrass stared at him. Whatever she'd been expecting when she walked over, it wasn't this. "You know about the contract," she said. "Found out about 20 minutes ago." She processed this quickly. "The inheritance audit." "Of course." Her gaze flicked to the corridor behind him. "You've been with the goblins." "A full audit, given the ring." "Which means you know everything, the contract, your accounts, whatever they found." "I know enough." "Enough to be dangerous?" "Enough to be interesting." That surprised a sound out of her, not quite a laugh, but close. Her mask slipped again, just for a moment, and beneath it Harry saw someone his own age, fiercely intelligent, deeply wary, and maybe a little relieved. "My father will want to meet with you," she said, glancing back toward the tall man across the hall, who was now looking in their direction with an expression of polite concern. "He doesn't know about," she gestured at the ring. "He'll need time to process." "We all will. I'm not looking to hold anyone to a contract they don't want." She looked at him sharply. "You'd dissolve it? If that's what you want. But I'd rather understand it first. The contract, the alliance, what our families intended, I only just found out I had a family legacy worth inheriting. I'm not going to throw pieces of it away before I understand what they are." Daphne was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, the cool precision was back, but there was something warmer underneath it. "That's not what I expected you to say." "What did you expect?" "Either a demand or a dismissal. That's how most lords operate." "I'm not most lords." "No," she said slowly, studying his face with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. "You're clearly not." Across the hall, her father had finished his business and was walking toward them. Daphne straightened almost imperceptibly. "Send an owl," she said. "When you're ready to discuss things properly. I'll arrange a meeting." "I will." She turned to go, then stopped. Looked back. "Potter. Whatever you're planning to do with all of that," she gestured at the ring, at him, at whatever she'd sensed in the shockwave that had rolled through the bank. "Be careful. You've just made yourself the most important person in Wizarding Britain. That makes you either the most powerful or the most hunted. Usually both." She walked away before he could respond, falling into step beside her father with seamless grace. The tall man glanced back at Harry once, a measuring look that carried decades of political experience, and then they were gone, swallowed by the bronze doors and the morning light beyond. Harry stood in the entrance hall of Gringotts for a long moment, the ring warm on his hand, the weight of 4 ancient houses settling across his shoulders. It should have been crushing. It wasn't. For the first time in 14 years, maybe for the first time in his life, Harry Potter knew exactly where he stood. The walk back through Diagon Alley was different. The magic of the street pressed against his awareness, and he had to consciously dial it back, learning in real time how to manage senses that had been dulled since infancy. Colors were too bright. Sounds were too sharp. He could feel the enchantments on each shop sign, could sense the low thrum of protective wards around the bank receding behind him, could almost taste the different flavors of magic in the air, the crisp green of herbological spells from the apothecary, the warm amber of charm work from Ollivanders, the cold silver of the protective enchantments on Nocturne Alley's boundary. He passed through the leaky cauldron, nodded to Tom, and stepped out into Muggle London. The magical awareness dimmed but didn't disappear. He could still feel the ley line running beneath the street, could still sense the statute of secrecy wards that hid the pub from Muggle eyes. He found a quiet bench in a small park 2 streets away and sat down. The leather folder from Ironclaw was heavy inside his jacket. The ring hummed against his skin. His scar, for the first time in weeks, was completely silent. Whether that was because of the core block shattering or because Voldemort was too far away to register, Harry didn't know. He didn't care. The silence was a gift. He opened the folder and began reading. The financial records were damning. Dumbledore had made his first withdrawal 3 days after Harry's parents died, 5,000 galleons, noted as relocation and protection expenses. The withdrawals continued regularly, quarterly payments of varying amounts, always justified with vague operational notes. Order safe houses. Protective wards. Intelligence gathering. Not once had Dumbledore sought authorization from Harry's magical guardian, which should have been Sirius, then Augusta Longbottom by default, then the Wizengamot itself. He had simply taken. The core block documentation was worse. Ironclaw had included an analysis from Gringotts' medical division, goblin healers who specialized in curse-breaking and magical diagnosis. The block had been placed within 48 hours of James and Lily's deaths, while infant Harry was still at the ruins of Godric's Hollow. The report noted that core suppression blocks of that magnitude were technically classified as assault under both goblin and wizarding law, and that long-term effects could include reduced magical development, impaired magical senses, and psychological impacts consistent with chronic suppression of fundamental aspects of the subject's nature. Harry read that section twice. Psychological impacts. He thought about the Dursleys' cupboard, about the way he'd always felt small and out of place, about the persistent sense that something was missing that he could never quite identify. He thought about Dumbledore's office, the twinkling eyes, the gentle reassurances, the constant redirections. You must return to the Dursleys, Harry. It's for your protection. Protection. That was the word Dumbledore used for everything. It covered a multitude of sins. Harry closed the folder, slid it back inside his jacket, and looked up at the grey London sky. Pigeons were fighting over breadcrumbs near a bin. A double-decker bus rumbled past. Normal, mundane, oblivious. He wasn't angry. He realized that with some surprise. The cold, patient thing in his chest wasn't anger, it was resolve. Dumbledore had made his choices. Now Harry would make his. Not in rage, not in revenge. In clarity. He would go to Griffin's Reach. He would access his family's home for the first time. He would prepare for the Founder Vault trials. He would reach out to the Greengrass family. And when the time came, soon, inevitably, he would sit across from Albus Dumbledore and have a conversation that was long overdue. But first, he needed to write a letter. He found a Muggle stationery shop, bought a pen and paper, his quills were at Privet Drive, and he wasn't going back there today, and composed a short, precise message. Sirius, something happened at Gringotts. Everything's changed. I'm safe, better than safe. I need to see you. I'm going to Griffin's Reach, the Potter estate in Wales. Ask Remus, he might know it. Don't tell Dumbledore. I'll explain when I see you. I love you. Harry. He paused at those last 3 words. He'd never written them before, not to anyone. But they were true, and Harry was done being less than honest about the things that mattered. He found Hedwig waiting for him outside the leaky cauldron, perched on a lamppost with an air of patient disapproval that suggested she'd been tracking him since he left Privet Drive. He tied the letter to her leg. Take this to Sirius. Wherever he is. Don't let anyone else touch it. Hedwig nipped his finger gently and launched herself into the air, white against grey, and was gone. Harry turned north. He had a home to find. Far from London, in a tower that stood alone on a windswept Highland hilltop, a man who should have been dead 4 centuries ago sat before a circle of runes carved into the stone floor. The tower had no name. No road led to it. It existed in the spaces between, hidden by wards so old they had become part of the landscape itself, the heather growing around the base, the mist that clung to the hillside, even the patterns of starlight overhead were all bent slightly around the tower's presence, making it invisible to magical and mundane detection alike. Aldrich Thorne had lived here for longer than most wizarding families had existed. He had watched the rise and fall of Dark Lords, the creation and dissolution of ministries, the slow, grinding evolution of magical society from something wild and dangerous into something domesticated and complacent. He had watched it all from this tower, with this circle, and the stone at its center. The stone was the size of a man's fist, rough-hewn, unremarkable in appearance. It sat on a small iron pedestal in the center of the runic circle, and it had been glowing steadily for 400 years, a low, warm light, amber gold, constant as a heartbeat. Thorne had inherited it from his predecessor, who had inherited it from hers, back through an unbroken chain of guardians stretching to the founders themselves. The stone was a fragment of the founder's seal. A splinter, broken off and entrusted to the first warden as a warning system. As long as the seal held, the stone glowed. If the seal was weakened, the stone dimmed. If the seal was broken, Thorne tried not to think about that. He was reading when it happened. A treatise on pre-Roman magical theory, annotated in his own hand over the course of decades. He read the same books many times. When you had lived 4 centuries, you ran out of new ones eventually. The crack was not loud. It was small, precise, and absolute, the sound of something that had been whole becoming not whole. A fracture at the molecular level, propagating through crystal structure with mathematical inevitability. Thorne looked up. The stone, which had glowed steadily for 400 years, had a crack running through its center. The amber gold light flickered, dimmed, surged, and settled into an uneven pulse, like an arrhythmic heartbeat. His book slid from numb fingers and hit the floor. He was on his feet immediately, crossing to the circle, his hands moving through diagnostic gestures that were older than the English language. The runes responded, data flowing into his mind, patterns and readings that he could interpret as easily as breathing. The seal was intact. Weakened, but intact. Something had drawn heavily on its connected systems, something massive, sudden, and absolutely unprecedented. The drawdown matched a specific signature in the seal's architecture, a pattern Thorne had studied in theoretical terms but never expected to encounter in reality. The Founder's Protocol. Active. Someone had claimed all 4 bloodlines. Thorne stood very still in his tower. The wind howled outside, indifferent. The cracked stone pulsed weakly on its pedestal. He crossed to a heavy oak cabinet against the far wall and opened it. Inside were shelves of journals, leather-bound, handwritten, spanning centuries. He pulled one from the middle of the collection. It was old, its pages brittle, written in an archaic hand. He turned to a marked page and read words he'd read 1,000 times. Should a Quad-Heir arise and claim the rings, the protocol will initiate. The seal's maintenance will transfer from the passive student draw to the heir's conscious control. During the transfer period, the seal will weaken. The Hollow King will sense this weakness. It will act. The Quad-Heir will be given a choice: reinforce the seal with blood sacrifice, or break it. The wardens must ensure that no Quad-Heir ever reaches this choice. The risk is too great. Human will is fallible. The Hollow King is patient. If a warden must kill to prevent the choice, so be it. We do not serve justice. We serve survival. Thorne closed the journal. His hands were steady now. 400 years of discipline asserted themselves against the shock. He set the journal aside and moved to his workbench, where a mirror-like disk of polished silver lay among scattered tools and reagents. He touched the disk and spoke a name. The surface rippled, and a face appeared, younger than Thorne's, but carrying the same weight of years. A woman with iron-gray hair and sharp green eyes. Meridia. Aldrich. Her voice was taut. I felt it. Even here. The protocol is active. A Quad-Heir has claimed the rings. Silence. Then, who? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. And then? Thorn looked at the cracked stone. Thought of the journals. Thought of the names of every previous Quad-Heir candidate, 7, in 1,000 years, and the fates they'd met at the hands of the wardens. Quick deaths, all of them. Merciful, in their way. Necessary. And then I do what must be done, he said. But even as he spoke the words, something in his chest, something he hadn't felt in a very long time, whispered a question he couldn't quite silence. What if this one is different? He dismissed the thought. For centuries of duty did not allow for hope. It's begun, he said, more to himself than to the face in the mirror. Whatever happens now, it's begun. He extinguished the mirror's connection and stood alone in his tower, the cracked stone pulsing its uneven rhythm beside him, the wind screaming against the walls, and somewhere far to the south, a boy with a ring of 4 medals walked out of a bank and into a world that would never be the same. Chapter 2, The 4 Vaults. Griffin's reach announced itself with silence. Harry had apparat, or rather, the ring had apparat him, responding to his intent before he'd consciously formed it, which was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying, and landed on a gravel path at the foot of a hill in what he assumed was the Welsh mountains. The air was cold and clean, carrying the smell of wet stone and wild grass. A river ran somewhere nearby, he could hear it but not see it. Clouds sat low on the surrounding peaks, heavy and grey, and there was no sound of civilization anywhere. No cars. No planes. No voices. Just the wind and the water and the crunch of gravel under his trainers. The path climbed the hill in a series of gentle switchbacks, bordered by dry stone walls covered in moss. Harry followed it, the ring warm on his hand, and as he crested the rise, the Fidelius charm peeled back like a curtain. Griffin's reach was not what he'd expected. He'd imagined something like the Burrow, cluttered, crooked, charming in its chaos, or perhaps something like Malfoy Manor, all cold grandeur and intimidation. This was neither. The house was old, built from the same grey stone as the surrounding hills, 3 stories tall with a slate roof and deep-set windows. It sprawled along the hilltop in an organic way that suggested it had been added to over centuries, each generation leaving their mark. A tower rose from one end, square and sturdy. A walled garden occupied the other. Between them, the main house sat with the quiet confidence of something that had been there for a very long time and intended to stay. It looked like a home. Harry stood on the path and looked at it and felt something crack open in his chest that he'd been keeping sealed for years. The front door was massive, dark oak banded with iron, carved with a pattern Harry recognized as the Potter family crest. When he touched the handle, the door swung inward without resistance, and the wards washed over him in a wave of warm recognition. They knew his blood. The entrance hall was dim and dusty, morning light filtering through grimy windows to illuminate flagstone floors and dark wood paneling. Sheets covered the furniture. Cobwebs draped from the chandelier. The house had the particular stillness of a place that had been waiting, holding its breath, for a very long time. A sharp crack echoed through the hall. A house elf appeared at Harry's feet. She was old, older than Dobby, older than any elf Harry had seen, with enormous dark eyes and ears that drooped like wilted flowers. She wore a clean tea towel emblazoned with the Potter crest, and when she looked up at Harry, her eyes filled with tears. "Master Harry," she whispered. "You is come home." Yes. I suppose I have." The elf, she introduced herself as Pipsy, head of the Griffin's Reach household staff, dissolved into tears for approximately 30 seconds, then pulled herself together with a visible effort and became terrifyingly efficient. She snapped her fingers and 6 more elves appeared, ranging from elderly to middle-aged, by elf standards, which Harry gathered meant they were all at least a century old. Within moments, sheets were being pulled from furniture, windows were being thrown open, fires were being lit, and the house was shaking off decades of dormancy like a dog shaking off water. "Pipsy," Harry said, catching the head elf between her 3rd and 4th trip through the entrance hall, "how long has the house been sealed?" Since the old master and mistress died, sir. Master Fleamont and Mistress Euphemia. That being 1979, sir. 16 years. She said it matter-of-factly, but Harry caught the weight beneath the words. 16 years of keeping a house for masters who would never return, not knowing if anyone ever would. I'm sorry you had to wait so long. Pipsy looked up at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. We is bonded to Potter blood, Master Harry. We would wait forever. The house revealed itself to him over the next hour as the elves worked their restoration magic. The ground floor held a great room with a fireplace large enough to stand in, a formal dining room, a kitchen that Pipsy ruled with iron authority, and a study that Harry knew immediately had been his grandfather's. The desk was mahogany, the chair was leather, and the shelves were lined with books on magical law, genealogy, and estate management. A portrait hung behind the desk, a man with Harry's messy black hair and a woman with kind eyes, both dressed in the fashion of the 1960s. Fleamont and Euphemia Potter, Pipsy said quietly. They is sleeping. Portraits sleep when there is no one to talk to. Let them sleep a while longer, Harry said. He wasn't ready for that conversation yet. The first floor held bedrooms, 6 of them, each with its own bathroom. The master suite was at the end of the corridor, and Harry felt a jolt when he opened the door. On the bedside table sat a framed photograph of James and Lily on their wedding day, laughing, James's arm around Lily's waist, confetti catching in her red hair. Someone, Fleamont or Euphemia, had placed it there. A grandparent's pride. Harry picked up the photograph. His parents waved at him, young and alive and impossibly happy. He set it down carefully and moved on. There'd be time for grief later. Right now, he had work to do. The second floor was the library. The entire floor. 3 rooms interconnected by archways, lined floor to ceiling with books. Magical theory, history, potions, transfiguration, charms, defense, politics, philosophy, centuries of Potter family knowledge, accumulated and curated across generations. Harry ran his fingers along the spines and felt the gentle hum of preservation charms. The tower housed a dueling room, a circular space with warded walls and a reinforced floor, clearly designed for magical combat practice. Scorch marks on the stone suggested it had seen heavy use. And in the basement, behind a door that only opened to Potter blood, was a room that took Harry's breath away. It was a war room. A round table dominated the center, carved from a single piece of oak, with a map of magical Britain embedded in its surface, not drawn, but alive, showing real-time movements of magical energy across the country. Ley lines pulsed like veins. Hogwarts shone like a beacon in Scotland. The Ministry of Magic was a dense knot of magic in London. And scattered across the map were smaller points of light, properties, wards, defensive positions. The old masters used this room during Grindelwald's war, Pipsy said from the doorway. Master Fleamont helped Dumbledore, before the betrayal. Before the cupboard. Before everything. Harry stared at the map and made a decision. Pipsy, I need the house fully operational. All wards at full strength. Stock the kitchen for extended stays, I'll be having guests. And I need access to the family owl service. Yes, Master Harry. At once. One more thing. If anyone tries to enter the property without my explicit permission, anyone at all, I don't care who they are or what titles they carry, I want to know immediately. Pipsy's ears perked up. Something fierce and loyal blazed in her dark eyes. No one enters Griffin's reach without the master's word. This we swear. Harry nodded. Thank you, Pipsy. He climbed back to the study, sat behind his grandfather's desk, and began writing letters. The first was to Ironclaw, requesting access to the Founder Vault trials at the earliest opportunity. The second was to Daphne Greengrass. The third, the hardest, he didn't write yet. He sat with a blank sheet of parchment in front of him and a quill in his hand and thought about twinkling blue eyes and half-truths and a stolen childhood, and he couldn't find the words. He set the quill down. Dumbledore would come to him, eventually. The man had known about Griffin's reach, he'd known Fleamont Potter personally. When Harry didn't return to Privet Drive, Dumbledore would find him. Good. Let him come. Harry would be ready. Gringotts replied within the hour. The Founder Vault trials could be arranged the following morning. Harry spent the rest of the day exploring the property, reading through his grandfather's papers, mostly estate management, but with fascinating notes on advanced transfiguration and training. The training was instinctive. His magic wanted to move. With the core block gone, it was like having a new limb, powerful, responsive, but unpracticed. He went to the dueling room in the tower and started with basics, shield charms, stunners, disarming spells. Spells he'd cast 1,000 times. The difference was staggering. His shield charm, which had always been serviceable, was now a shimmering wall of force that hummed with energy and deflected his own test curses without flickering. His stunner crossed the room in a bolt of red so bright it left afterimages. His Patronus, he cast it almost as an afterthought, exploded from his wand in a silver supernova that filled the entire room, prongs galloping in circles with a vitality and solidity that made him look almost alive. Harry stared at the stag. It stared back, silver eyes calm and steady. This was what he should have been. This was what Dumbledore had taken from him. He practiced until his body ached, not from magical exhaustion but from simple physical fatigue. His muscles weren't used to the intensity of casting at full power. He needed to build endurance, develop control, learn the new parameters of what he was capable of. The raw power was there, the skill would follow. He ate dinner alone in the great room. Pipsy had prepared a roast that was almost aggressively delicious, as if she was trying to make up for 16 years of inactivity in a single meal, and fell asleep in front of the fire, dreamless for the first time in weeks. Morning came cold and bright. Harry dressed in the best clothes he had, which meant jeans and a jumper that didn't have holes in it, and apparat to Diagon Alley. He really needed to go shopping, but that would have to wait. The Founder Vaults first. Ironclaw met him at the bank entrance personally. The goblin was accompanied by 2 others, junior account managers, Harry gathered, who looked at him with poorly concealed fascination. Word had apparently spread within the bank. Harry wondered how long before it spread outside. The vault trials are administered deep in the bank, Ironclaw said as they descended through corridors Harry hadn't seen the previous day. These tunnels were older, rougher, carved from bedrock. The air was damp and warm. Each vault has its own entrance, keyed to the Founder's specific magical signature and values. You must pass each trial to open the vault. There is no time limit, but I should warn you, the trials are not tests of power. They are tests of character. What happens if I fail? You are ejected from the trial. You may try again, but the trials change each time. No 2 attempts are the same. They descended further. The cart tracks ended, replaced by narrow stone passages lit by torches that burned with an odd bluish flame. They walked for what felt like a quarter-mile before the corridor opened into a vast underground cavern. 4 doors stood at the cardinal points of the cavern, set into the rock wall. Each was distinct, one of red-gold metal embossed with a lion, one of silver-green metal embossed with a serpent, one of bronze-blue metal embossed with an eagle, and one of dark iron embossed with a badger. Ancient runes bordered each door, glowing faintly in their respective colors. You may attempt them in any order, Ironclaw said. We will wait here. Harry stood in the center of the cavern and looked at the 4 doors. 4 founders. 4 tests. 4 vaults full of magic and knowledge that had been waiting 1,000 years for someone who could open them. He walked to the red gold door first. Gryffindor. His oldest bloodline, through the Potters. Home. The door opened at his touch and he stepped through into whiteness. The world reformed around him. He stood in a room, no, a hall, vast and echoing, with stone walls and a high ceiling lost in shadow. Torches lined the walls, but their light didn't reach far, and the space between them was thick with darkness. The air was cold. In the center of the hall, lit by a single shaft of white light from above, stood a table. On the table were photographs. Harry approached slowly, wand in hand, every sense straining. The photographs were wizarding photos, moving, alive. He looked at the first one and his stomach dropped. It was Cedric. Dead. Lying in the graveyard, eyes open, that terrible look of surprise still on his face. The photo moved, Cedric's chest rose and fell once, then stopped. Rose and fell. Stopped. An endless loop of dying. The next photo was Sirius. Not dead, not yet, but dying. Falling backward through a stone archway that Harry didn't recognize, a look of shock on his face, his hand reaching out toward Harry. Gone. The next was Hermione. Broken, bloody, still. Then Ron. Then Ginny. Then Neville. Then Hagrid. Then Remus. One after another, everyone Harry loved, dead or dying, and in each photo it was clear, the context, the positioning, the way their eyes looked toward where the camera would be, that they had died protecting him. Because of him. For him. Harry's hands shook. The photographs spread across the table like a butcher's inventory of everyone he'd ever let close enough to hurt. The weight of it, the guilt, the fear, the certainty that this was his future, that everyone around him was eventually going to die because they'd made the mistake of caring about Harry Potter, pressed down on his chest like a physical force. The darkness at the edges of the hall crept closer. The torches dimmed. A voice, his own voice, but colder, emptier, whispered from the shadows. You could stop this. Walk away. Disappear. If you're not there, they can't die for you. If you're alone, no one gets hurt. It was seductive. It was logical. It was exactly what the worst part of him had been saying for years, the part that lay awake at night in the cupboard, then in the dormitory, then in the smallest bedroom, calculating the cost of connection. Harry picked up the photograph of Sirius. Looked at it. At the man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban and come out the other side still capable of love. He set it down gently and looked into the darkness. No, he said. The voice pressed harder. They'll die. You know they will. Everyone who gets close to you, maybe. Harry's voice was steady. His hands were still. Maybe they will. And I'll grieve for every single one of them. But I won't abandon them. I won't let the fear of losing people stop me from fighting beside them. That's not courage, running away and calling it protection. That's cowardice dressed up as sacrifice. He drew his wand and pushed magic into it, not a spell, just raw intent, will given form, and the darkness recoiled. The torches blazed back to full brightness, and the photographs on the table shimmered and changed. Cedric stood up, alive, grinning. Sirius laughed. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron waved. All of them alive, moving, real. The hall dissolved into golden light. Harry stood in a vault. It was smaller than he'd expected, a circular room lined with shelves, warmly lit by floating orbs of red-gold light. A suit of armor stood in one corner, gleaming and ancient, not decorative, but functional, designed to be worn in battle. Beside it leaned a sword. Not the sword of Gryffindor, that was at Hogwarts, presumably still in Dumbledore's office. This was different, longer, slightly curved, with a hilt wrapped in dragon hide and a blade that seemed to shift between silver and gold depending on the angle. Runes ran along the flat of the blade in script too small to read. On the shelves were books, journals, mostly, bound in red leather with Gryffindor's lion stamped on the covers. Harry picked one up and opened it to the first page. If you are reading this, you carry my blood and have proven your heart. I am Godric Gryffindor, and these are my teachings. Not spells, any fool can learn spells. I write here of the magic of the warrior, the art of combat, the discipline of the body, the channeling of courage into power. Begin with the breath. All magic begins with the breath. Harry closed the journal carefully and tucked it inside his jacket. He'd read every word. But later. He touched the armor, warm metal, humming with enchantments, and the sword's hilt, which vibrated against his palm like a living thing. He left them for now. He'd come back with proper time and attention. The vault door opened from the inside, and Harry stepped back into the cavern. The three goblins looked at him. Ironclaw's expression was unreadable, but one of the junior managers was openly gaping. Harry glanced at the cavern wall and saw a runic clock that presumably tracked time inside the trials. He'd been inside for 41 minutes. The record for a Gryffindor vault trial is 6 hours, Ironclaw said mildly. Congratulations. Harry crossed the cavern to the silver-green door. Slytherin's trial was different in every way. There was no hall, no dramatic staging. Harry stepped through the door and found himself in a maze. Narrow stone corridors, no ceiling visible, walls that were slightly too close together for comfort. The air was damp and smelled of old water. Torches flickered at irregular intervals, creating pockets of light and shadow. And the maze moved. He felt it almost immediately, a subtle vibration in the walls, a shifting of the geometry around him. The corridor he'd walked down a moment ago was gone when he looked back. New passages opened where solid walls had been. The maze was alive, rearranging itself in real time, and it was paying attention to him. Harry stopped walking and thought. The obvious approach, pick a direction and go, was clearly wrong. The maze would simply reconfigure to keep him lost. Trying to overpower it with magic would probably trigger a trap. This was Slytherin's vault, cunning, not force. He pressed his hand against the nearest wall and closed his eyes. The stone was cold, slightly damp, and thrumming with magic. He could feel the enchantments that governed the maze, complex, layered, beautiful in their intricacy. They responded to the walker's intent, reconfiguring to counter whatever strategy the walker adopted. Walk north, and the maze shifted to make north a dead end. Try to map it, and the map became useless. Fight it, and it fought back harder. So don't fight it. Harry opened his eyes and did something counterintuitive. He sat down. He sat on the cold stone floor of the maze, cross-legged, and he stopped trying. He didn't move, didn't strategize, didn't push. He simply sat with the maze and let it be what it was. The walls shivered. Shifted. Paused. Then Harry reached into his pocket, pulled out a canute he'd been carrying since the night bus, and tossed it down the corridor. It bounced once, twice, and rolled around a corner. The maze responded to it, reconfigured slightly to account for the coin's movement. And in doing so, it revealed something: the enchantments tracked intentional movement. The coin had no intent. It rolled where physics and the slight slope of the floor took it. The floor had a slope. The maze was tilted, so subtly that you wouldn't notice while walking, but sitting still, with his enhanced magical senses, Harry could feel it. The entire structure was inclined toward its center. The coin had rolled downhill. Harry stood up, pulled off his right shoe, and tossed it down the corridor like a bowling ball. It slid and tumbled along the floor, following the slope. The maze adjusted to block its path, walls sliding into position, but the shoe had no intent to counter. It just stopped when it hit a wall. But the walls that moved to block it revealed the direction of the center. The maze was protecting the center, that's where the vault was. Every reconfiguration pointed to it, if you knew how to read the movements. Harry grinned. He began moving, but not toward the center. He moved sideways, laterally, keeping his mind deliberately blank of destination. When the maze didn't reconfigure, no intent to counter, he'd take a step toward the center. When it started to shift, he'd stop, think about something else entirely: Quidditch stats, the taste of Pipsy's roast, the color of Daphne Greengrass's eyes, that one snuck in uninvited, and wait for the maze to settle. It was slow, painstaking work. Underhanded, in a way, he was tricking the maze by refusing to engage with it on its own terms. He was cheating, essentially, using the system's own rules against it. Slytherin would have approved. After what felt like an hour but was probably less, Harry turned a final corner and found himself in a circular chamber at the maze's heart. The walls here were still, the torches steady. A door of dark metal stood at the far side, and before it sat a table with a chessboard. The pieces were already set up. Silver and green on one side, empty on the other. As Harry approached, a shimmer of magic formed on the far side of the board, a figure, translucent and silver-green, roughly human-shaped. It gestured to the empty chair. Harry sat. White pieces materialized on his side of the board, but they were unusual. His king was cracked. His queen was missing entirely. Half his pawns were gone. His opponent's side was full strength. An unfair game. A game you were supposed to lose. Unless you didn't play to win. Harry studied the board. With his depleted forces, a direct strategy was impossible. His opponent outmatched him in every measurable way. But the game was chess, and chess had rules, and rules had edges. He moved his first pawn forward. Standard opening. His opponent responded conventionally. Harry made 3 more conventional moves, establishing a pattern, predictable, by-the-book play. His opponent matched it, efficient and mechanical. On his 6th move, Harry picked up his cracked king and placed it in the center of the board. The shimmer figure paused. In chess, you never exposed your king voluntarily. It was suicide. It was stupid. Unless your king was bait. Harry's remaining pieces, 2 rooks, a bishop, a knight, and 3 pawns, were positioned in what looked like a desperate defense but was actually a trap. The opponent, programmed to exploit weakness, moved aggressively to capture the exposed king. In doing so, it opened its own king's position. 3 moves later, Harry's knight and bishop delivered checkmate to the opponent's king. His own king was still standing in the center of the board, cracked and exposed and alive. The chess set dissolved. The door opened. Harry retrieved his shoe from where the maze had deposited it, neatly, by the door, which he appreciated, and stepped into Slytherin's vault. This vault was cooler than Gryffindor's, silver-green light from floating orbs, walls lined with dark wood shelves. The air smelled faintly of herbs. Where Gryffindor's vault had held weapons and combat journals, Slytherin's held something different, potions. Hundreds of them, in crystal vials on the shelves, each labeled in a flowing script. Beside them were books, not journals, but proper texts, thick and heavy, on subjects Harry could barely parse from the titles. The architecture of magical intent. Parseltongue as a ritual language. The subtle art of the unseen, mind magic for the discerning practitioner. On a pedestal in the center of the room sat a ring, not a lordship ring, but a signet ring, black metal set with a green stone that seemed to contain moving smoke. Beside it lay a note in the same flowing script as the potion labels. To my heir who solved the maze without fighting it, you understand what the world forgets. Cunning is not cruelty. Ambition is not evil. Resourcefulness is the highest form of intelligence. Use these tools wisely. The potions will keep. The books will teach. The ring will mark you to those who remember what Slytherin truly stood for. My daughter Isadora would have liked you. I wish I had told her so when I had the chance. Harry read the note twice. The last line hit harder than anything in the Gryffindor trial. He pocketed the ring, selected 3 books that looked most immediately useful, and left. Back in the cavern, Harry rolled his shoulders and looked at the bronze-blue door. 2 down, 2 to go. His magic was holding strong, the trials were mentally exhausting but hadn't drained his power. The new depth of his magical reserves was still startling. Ravenclaw's trial was the strangest of the four. Harry stepped through the bronze-blue door and found himself in a room with no features at all. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, all seamlessly connected. No shadows, no corners visible, no sense of scale. He could have been in a box 10 feet across or a space as large as the sky. The white light came from everywhere and nowhere. Two doors stood before him. One was gold, one was crystal clear and transparent. Above the gold door, words appeared in the air. Behind this door, all magical knowledge that has ever existed or will ever exist. Every spell, every theory, every secret. Omniscience. Above the crystal door, behind this door, one truth. Harry looked at both doors for a long time. Omniscience was tempting. He could admit that, at least to himself. Every spell ever created. Every magical theory. The combined knowledge of every witch and wizard who had ever lived. He could walk out of this vault knowing more than Dumbledore, more than Voldemort, more than anyone. He would be untouchable. But knowledge without context was noise. A million spells without the wisdom to choose the right one was worse than knowing 10 spells and understanding when each was needed. And, all magical knowledge, included dark magic, forbidden magic, magic that corrupted the user. Omniscience would drive you mad, not because the human mind couldn't hold it, but because the human heart couldn't bear it. Harry walked to the crystal door and opened it. Behind it was a small room, barely a closet, with a single piece of parchment floating at eye level. Harry plucked it from the air and read, "The Founders built Hogwarts upon the prison of the Hollow King, an entity of primordial wild magic that predates structured sorcery. The Founders' seal, embedded in the castle's foundations, draws a fraction of magical energy from every student who attends the school to sustain the prison. This has continued for 1,000 years. The Founders' Protocol, activated by a Quad-Heir claiming all 4 bloodlines, begins the transfer of the seal's control from the passive student draw to the heir's conscious authority. During this transfer, the seal weakens. The Quad-Heir will be given a choice: reinforce the seal or break it. Rowena's counsel, neither option is correct. Seek a third path. We built the cage because we could not imagine freedom without destruction. Perhaps you can." Harry read it 3 times. Each reading revealed new layers of meaning, new implications. Every student who had ever attended Hogwarts had unknowingly sacrificed a piece of their magical potential to keep something imprisoned beneath the school. Hermione. Ron. Neville. Himself. Every Muggle-born witch who thought her magic was naturally modest. Every struggling student who couldn't quite master a spell. How much of that difficulty was natural limitation, and how much was stolen potential? The thought made him sick. He folded the parchment carefully and put it in his pocket beside Slytherin's note. Then the small room dissolved, and he was in the vault. Ravenclaw's vault was a library. Of course it was. But not like the library at Griffin's Reach, this was something else entirely. The books here were fewer, perhaps 50 in total, but each one radiated magical energy so intense that Harry could feel them buzzing against his skin from across the room. These weren't textbooks. They were research, Rowena Ravenclaw's personal magical investigations, her theories, her experiments. Original work, unpublished, unseen for 1,000 years. One title caught his eye, On the Nature of Soul Fragments and Their Remediation. Harry pulled it from the shelf with hands that trembled slightly. He opened it. The text was dense, written in Ravenclaw's precise hand, but the subject was unmistakable. She had studied Horcruxes, not to create them, but to understand and destroy them. She had theorized about a method she called the Purging Flame, a ritual requiring the unified magic of all 4 founder bloodlines. Harry's heart hammered. This was relevant. This was immediately, desperately relevant. He took the book, along with several others that looked promising, and stepped back into the cavern. 3 down. The dark iron door of Hufflepuff's vault was last. Harry paused before it, catching his breath. The other 3 trials had taken something from him, emotionally, mentally, strategically. He was tired, but it was the good kind of tired, the kind that came from pushing yourself to your limits and finding they were further than you thought. He pushed open the door. Hufflepuff's trial was the simplest. And the hardest. Harry stood in a meadow. Warm sunlight. Tall grass. The sound of bees. In the distance, a cottage with smoke rising from its chimney. It was peaceful, painfully, achingly peaceful, and after the intensity of the other 3 trials, Harry wanted to lie down in the grass and sleep for a week. In the center of the meadow, a woman sat on the ground. She was middle-aged, with a kind face and calloused hands, and she was crying. Not dramatically, quietly, in the way people cried when they'd been hurting for so long that they'd forgotten what not hurting felt like. A few feet away from her, a chest sat on the grass, ornate and glowing with enchantment. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the power radiating from it, a powerful artifact, something immensely valuable. A sign stood between the woman and the chest, choose one. The artifact will grant great power. The woman needs healing that you can provide. Harry didn't hesitate. He didn't even look at the chest. He walked to the woman, knelt beside her, and said, "What's wrong? How can I help?" She looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes. "My daughter is sick. I can't find a healer. No one will help us, we have no money, no connections. We're nobody." "You're not nobody," Harry said. "Where is she?" The woman pointed to the cottage. Harry held out his hand. She took it, and he helped her to her feet and walked with her across the meadow. Inside the cottage, a girl of about 8 lay on a small bed, pale and feverish. Harry didn't know healing magic, not really, not beyond basic first aid. But his magic responded to his intent, and when he placed his hand on the girl's forehead and wanted her to be well, something warm and golden flowed from his palm into her skin. The fever broke. Color returned to the girl's cheeks. She opened her eyes, saw her mother, and smiled. Harry sat back. His hand was tingling. The magic he'd used felt different from anything he'd cast before, warmer, softer, more fundamental. It wasn't a spell. It was something older. Care, given magical form. The meadow dissolved. The vault door opened around him. Hufflepuff's vault was warm. That was the first thing he noticed, not physically warm, but magically warm, the way a hug was warm, or a fireplace on a cold night, or the sound of someone saying your name like they were glad you existed. The shelves held potions, different from Slytherin's. These were medicinal, healing draughts, restorative elixirs, salves and tinctures for every ailment Harry could imagine and many he couldn't. Beside them were journals on healing magic, agricultural magic, protective ward crafting, and something Helga called heart-fire magic, the art of channeling emotion into healing power. A badger was carved into the far wall, and beneath it, etched in stone, loyalty is not obedience. Kindness is not weakness. Hard work is not suffering. Remember this when the world tells you otherwise. You chose the woman without thinking. That is not because you are simple. It is because you are good. Never let anyone make you ashamed of that. Harry stood in Hufflepuff's vault and felt, for the first time, that all 4 founders were people he would have liked to know. Not legends, not names on house banners, people. Flawed, brilliant, passionate people who had built something extraordinary and then wrestled with the consequences for the rest of their lives. He gathered the healing texts and emerged into the cavern. Ironclaw was waiting. The 2 junior managers had been joined by 3 more goblins, all of whom were watching Harry with undisguised interest. The runic clock on the wall showed he'd been inside the trials for just over 5 hours total. "All 4 vaults," Ironclaw said. Opened and claimed. There was something in his voice, not quite reverence, but something in the same neighborhood. The last wizard to open even one founder vault was Albus Dumbledore, in 1945. He attempted the Gryffindor trial and failed. Harry looked at the goblin sharply. Dumbledore failed the Gryffindor trial? He could not pass the fear test. I was not there personally, but the records indicate he could not overcome his fear of. Ironclaw paused. It is not my place to share. But yes. He failed. Harry filed that away. Dumbledore, who seemed afraid of nothing, had failed a test of fear. What was Albus Dumbledore afraid of? I need to get these books back to Griffin's Reach, Harry said. And then I have correspondence to attend to. Of course, Lord Potter. We will have the vault contents inventoried for your review. The artifacts, the armor and sword from Gryffindor's vault, the signet ring and potions from Slytherin's, the research texts from Ravenclaw's, the healing stores from Hufflepuff's, remain in the vaults until you request transfer. Thank you, Ironclaw. For everything. The goblin inclined his head. It is good business, Lord Potter. That is the highest compliment a goblin can offer. Harry left Gringotts with armfuls of founder journals and the distinct sense that his life had split into two halves, everything before today, and everything after. He returned to Griffin's Reach and spent the afternoon reading. The founder journals were extraordinary, each one written in a distinct voice, each one teaching a fundamentally different approach to magic. Gryffindor's journals treated magic as an extension of the body. Combat magic, yes, but also the magic of physical enhancement, of heightened reflexes and augmented strength, of channeling pure willpower into devastating force. The breathing exercises Godric described were deceptively simple. Harry tried the first one and felt his magic respond immediately, flowing more smoothly, more powerfully. Slytherin's texts approached magic as architecture. Every spell was a structure to be designed, refined, optimized. Parseltongue, Salazar argued, wasn't just a language, it was a magical frequency that could be used to enhance spell precision and power. And the mind arts, occlumency and legilimency, were not invasions of privacy but extensions of magical awareness, tools for understanding intent and protecting consciousness. Ravenclaw's research was the most intellectually demanding. Rowena saw magic as a science, quantifiable, reproducible, subject to laws that could be discovered through rigorous investigation. Her notes on the purging flame ritual were detailed and technical, referencing principles that Harry didn't fully understand yet but could follow well enough to grasp the shape of the thing. Hufflepuff's journals were the most surprising. Helga Hufflepuff was not a soft woman. Her magic was rooted in the earth, literally. She wrote about drawing power from ley lines, about healing that worked with the body's own magical systems rather than imposing external force, about ward crafting that used natural magical geography to create defenses that were virtually impervious to conventional attack. Her protective magic was, in its own way, as powerful as Gryffindor's combat magic, it just didn't look as dramatic. Harry read until his eyes blurred, then went to the dueling room and practiced until his muscles screamed, then read more. By midnight, he'd begun integrating techniques from all four traditions, using Gryffindor's breathing to enhance his core flow, Slytherin's architectural approach to structure his spells, Ravenclaw's analytical precision to identify and correct inefficiencies, and Hufflepuff's earthing techniques to draw ambient magic from the ley lines beneath Griffin's Reach. The combination was something. Harry cast a shield charm using all four approaches simultaneously. The shield that formed wasn't just a barrier, it was layered, adaptive, drawing power from the earth beneath his feet while actively analyzing incoming magic and adjusting its structure in real time. It was the most sophisticated piece of spellwork he'd ever produced, and it had come together almost instinctively, the four traditions complementing each other like instruments in an orchestra. He was going to be very, very good at this. A tapping at the study window pulled him out of his reading the next morning. He looked up from Ravenclaw's notes on soul magic. He'd been cross-referencing with Slytherin's ritual theory, and the picture forming in his mind was both terrifying and hopeful, and saw a familiar snowy owl. Hedwig was back, with a reply from Sirius. Harry, coming. Don't know Griffin's reach but Remus does. We'll be there today. Don't do anything stupid before I get there. Who am I kidding? You're James's son. You've already done something stupid. Love you too, pup. Padfoot Harry was smiling when a second owl arrived. This one was a sleek gray eagle owl, expensive, well-bred, the kind of bird that screamed old money. It carried a cream envelope sealed with the Greengrass family crest. Lord Potter, I am writing to formally request a meeting to discuss the matter of mutual interest between our houses. I propose this afternoon at a location of your choosing, if that is acceptable. I should note that my father is aware of the contract's existence. It was originally his arrangement with your grandparents, but is not yet aware of your full inheritance status. I have not shared what I observed at Gringotts, as I felt that was your information to disclose. I look forward to your reply. Daphne Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice. The phrasing was formal, proper pure-blood correspondence, but there was a directness beneath it that he appreciated. She hadn't told her father about the ring. That showed discretion, and it showed that she understood the value of the information she was holding. He wrote back immediately, inviting her to Griffin's Reach that afternoon. He gave her the Fidelius protected address, the ring allowed him to share it at will, and suggested 3 o'clock. Then he went to find Pipsy and asked her to make the house presentable for guests. Pipsy looked at him as if he'd asked her to breathe. The house is always presentable, Master Harry. Right. Of course it is. Daphne arrived precisely at 3 o'clock. Harry met her at the front door of Griffin's Reach. She was dressed differently than at Gringotts, less formal, a dark blue dress under a grey cloak, hair down, though still with that same air of controlled composure. She looked at the house with an evaluating eye, taking in the age of the stone, the quality of the wards, which she could apparently sense, and the general state of the property. This is the ancestral Potter estate, she said. It wasn't a question. Griffin's Reach. Just reopened it. The dust is mostly settled. She looked at him. You're remarkably calm for someone who discovered he's the Quad-Heir 2 days ago. I've had a busy 2 days. She almost smiled. I imagine you have. He led her to the study, his grandfather's study, which Harry had begun to think of as his study. Pipsy had laid out tea and sandwiches with the kind of aggressive hospitality that brooked no refusal. Daphne sat in the chair across from the desk, accepted tea, and got straight to business. The contract between our houses was arranged in 1979 by Fleamont Potter and my father, Cyrus Greengrass. It was a standard alliance betrothal agreement, political and financial cooperation between the houses, with the option of marriage between the respective heirs. My father tells me it was made in the context of the First War against Voldemort. Both families wanted protection through alliance. Your father knows about the contract. He's always known. He assumed it was voided after your parents died, that's what Dumbledore told him. He didn't know Dumbledore had no authority to void it until I told him after Gringotts. A flash of something sharp in her eyes. He was not pleased. I can imagine. Lord Potter, Harry. She paused. Something in her expression shifted, the mask adjusting, but not quite settling. Harry. I want to be clear about why I'm here. My family is neutral in this war. We haven't supported Voldemort, and we haven't joined Dumbledore's order. We've tried to stay out of the crossfire. That's getting harder. It's getting impossible. Her composure cracked slightly, just enough to show the stress beneath. Lucius Malfoy has approached my father 3 times in the last year. The pressure is increasing. They want our gold, our political connections, and our compliance. My father has been stalling, but we're running out of room. And you think an alliance with me would change that? I think you're the only person in Britain with enough political power to make Malfoy, and the people behind him, think twice about pushing us. You hold 5 Wisengamot seats. You're the Quad-Heir. She stopped, seeming to catch herself. I'm what? Daphne looked at him steadily. You're not what I expected. People keep telling me that. I expected a Gryffindor. Brave, reckless, politically naive. Instead you're sitting behind a desk drinking tea and discussing alliance terms like you've been doing this for years. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. He said it casually, but the effect was electric. Daphne's teacup stopped halfway to her lips. She stared at him over the rim. You're joking. I talked it out of it. Seemed like a bad idea at the time. Now I'm not so sure. She set her teacup down with exaggerated care. You, the boy who lived, Gryffindor's golden child, the heir of Gryffindor himself, were nearly sorted into Slytherin. And I am the heir of Slytherin. Which should tell you something about the way people think about houses and blood and legacy. It's all more complicated than anyone wants to admit. Daphne was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, the political formality was gone, replaced by something more genuine. Why are you willing to help my family? You don't know us. You don't owe us anything. The contract, forget the contract. You said yourself you'd dissolve it if I wanted. So forget the contract. Why? Harry considered the question seriously. Because my grandparents thought your family was worth allying with. Because you walked up to a stranger in Gringotts and made a calculated play to protect your family, which tells me you've got guts and brains in equal measure. And because, he paused. Because? Because you said something to me in Gringotts. You told me to be careful. You didn't have to do that. You'd gotten what you came for, you'd made contact, established a connection. The smart play was to leave it there and wait. Instead, you warned me. That wasn't politics. That was decency. Daphne looked away. Just for a moment, just long enough for Harry to see the crack in her armor widen, and behind it, someone who was very tired of calculating every interaction for advantage. My sister is 11, she said quietly. Astoria. She'll start Hogwarts next year. She's brilliant and kind and she has no idea what's coming. She stopped. Drew a breath. I need her to be safe. That's the real reason I'm here. Everything else, the politics, the alliance, the contract, it's all infrastructure. The foundation is my sister. Harry felt something click into place. Not romantic, not yet, not anything so clear-cut, but recognition. He knew what it was to want to protect someone. He knew what it was to feel that the world was pressing in and you were the only thing standing between it and the people you loved. I'll protect your family, he said. The alliance is real, and it doesn't depend on the contract. House Potter extends its protection to House Greengrass as of now. We'll formalize it through the Wisengamot, make it public, make it binding. And the contract itself? Stays active, for now. Not as a marriage obligation, as a framework for alliance. If either of us wants to dissolve it later, we will. No pressure. No expectations. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then she extended her hand across the desk. Harry took it. Her grip was firm, her palm cool, and when their magic touched, a subtle thing, barely perceptible, the magical equivalent of a static shock, they both felt it. She pulled her hand back a fraction too quickly. So did he. Well then, she said, and her composure was back, but the warmth underneath it was closer to the surface now. If we're allies, you need political coaching. The Wisengamot session is in 2 weeks, and you can't walk in there and wing it. I wasn't planning to wing it. You were absolutely planning to wing it. He grinned. Maybe a little. Merlin helped me, she muttered, but there was a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. They spent the next hour discussing Wisengamot politics, the factions, the alliances, the pressure points. Daphne was brilliant at it, her mind mapping the political landscape the way a general mapped a battlefield. She knew every family, every vote, every grudge and alliance going back decades. Harry absorbed it, asked sharp questions, and began to see the shape of the game he was about to enter. By the time she left, at 5 o'clock, with a promise to send him reading material and a schedule for political remediation, as she called it with a perfectly straight face, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. He felt like he had a partner. Sirius arrived at 7 o'clock, with Remus Lupin in tow. Harry heard them before he saw them, Sirius's barking laugh echoing off the stone walls of the entrance hall, followed by Remus's quieter murmur and the frantic clicking of Pipsy's feet on the flagstones as she dealt with unexpected guests. Harry came down the stairs and Sirius looked up at him and went still. His godfather looked terrible. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, with the haunted quality of someone who'd been surviving rather than living. Azkaban had taken years from him that would never come back. His robes were patched, his hair was too long, and his hands shook slightly when he wasn't consciously controlling them. But his eyes, those gray eyes that Harry had inherited nothing of but loved fiercely anyway, were alive and full of a love so raw it hurt to look at. "Harry," Sirius said. "Hey, Padfoot." Harry came down the last few steps and Sirius grabbed him in a hug that was half embrace and half collapse, his arms tight around Harry's shoulders, his face pressed against Harry's hair. He was shaking. Harry held him and let him shake. "Look at you," Sirius said, pulling back, his voice rough. "You're taller. When did you get taller?" "Growth spurt. Finally. Your dad was a late bloomer too. Didn't hit his height until 5th year, and then he shot up like a weed." Sirius's eyes were bright. He was doing the thing where he smiled too hard to keep from crying. "Merlin, you look like him. You look just like him." Remus was hanging back in the doorway, giving them space. He looked better than Sirius, less damaged, at least physically, but there was a weariness to him that spoke of years of struggle. When Harry looked at him, Remus smiled. "Hello, Harry. This is quite a house. It's apparently been mine my entire life. No one thought to mention it." The temperature in the room dropped slightly. Sirius's expression hardened. "What do you mean?" "Sit down," Harry said. "Both of you. This is going to take a while." They sat in the great room, in front of the fire, and Harry told them everything. The Gringotts summons. The blood audit. The 4 founder bloodlines. The Quad-Heir status. The vault trials. The financial discrepancies. The core block. He told it clearly, precisely, without embellishment. He'd learned, from the last 2 days, from the vault trials, from something deep in his newly unblocked magical core, that facts were more powerful than emotions when you wanted people to understand. Sirius listened with increasing tension, his body coiling like a spring being wound too tight. Remus listened with the careful stillness of someone who was thinking 3 steps ahead. When Harry finished, there was a long silence. Then Sirius stood up, walked to the window, and punched the stone wall hard enough to split his knuckles. "Padfoot, he blocked your magic." Sirius's voice was low, vibrating with a fury that made the candles flicker. "He blocked your magic, Harry. When you were a baby. When you couldn't fight back, couldn't consent, couldn't even understand what was being done to you. He crippled you and then he sent you to live with people who," he stopped. His breathing was harsh. "Sirius." Harry's voice was calm. Not cold, calm. "I know. I'm angry too. But I'm handling it." "Handling it?" "Harry, this is, Dumbledore needs to answer for this. The Wisengamot, the Ministry, the press, and he will. But not in a rage. Not as a reaction. When I confront him, it's going to be on my terms, in my time, with documentation and leverage and a clear head. That's how we win. Sirius stared at him. When did you get so strategic? Harry smiled slightly. Apparently I was almost a Slytherin. Remus spoke for the first time in several minutes. The core block explains a great deal. Both of them looked at him. Remus was sitting forward, his elbows on his knees, his expression thoughtful. Your mother was one of the most powerful witches of her generation, he said. And your father was no slouch. Everyone expected you to be extraordinarily gifted. You were talented, certainly, but there was always something held back about your magic. As if you were casting through a filter. Dumbledore told us it was a natural consequence of the scar, that Voldemort's curse had damaged your magical core. His eyes were steady on Harry's. He lied. He's been lying for 14 years, Harry said. Yes. He has. Remus paused. I should have questioned it. I should have pushed harder. I'm sorry, Harry. You didn't know. I should have known. Your parents were my friends. I owed them more than blind trust in the man who sent their son to live in a cupboard. The words hung in the air. Sirius turned from the window, his fury transmuting into something quieter and more dangerous. What do you need from us? Sirius asked. I need you to stay here. Both of you, if you're willing. Griffin's reach is under Fidelius, you're safe here, Sirius. No one can find you. And I need people I trust. He looked at both of them. I'm about to pick a fight with every power structure in magical Britain. I could use backup. Sirius's grin was wolfish. You had me at, pick a fight. Remus's smile was quieter, but no less committed. I'm in. On one condition, you let me help with the academic side. Those founder journals sound extraordinary, and you'll learn faster with a tutor. Done. They spent the evening talking, really talking, in a way Harry had never been able to talk to anyone. About James and Lily, about the First War, about the Marauders, about Sirius's years in Azkaban, briefly, carefully, with long pauses that Harry didn't try to fill. About Voldemort's return and what it meant. About the founders and their legacy. About what Harry planned to do. The Wisengamot first, Harry said. I claim my seats, establish my political position, build alliances. Then I address Dumbledore, privately, firmly, with evidence. Then I prepare for what's coming. Voldemort, Sirius said. Yes. But not just Voldemort. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told them about the parchment from Ravenclaw's vault, about the Founder's seal, the Hollow King, the secret beneath Hogwarts. He wasn't sure he was ready to. It was too big, too strange, and he hadn't processed it himself yet. There's something else, Remus said, reading his expression. Something you haven't told us. Harry met his eyes. Remus had always been the perceptive one. Not yet, Harry said. Not because I don't trust you, because I'm not sure what it means yet. When I am, you'll be the first to know. Remus accepted this with a nod. Sirius looked like he wanted to push, but a glance from Remus kept him quiet. They talked until midnight. Pipsy made up rooms for both of them, the elves were beside themselves with joy at having a full house, and Harry lay in the master bedroom, staring at the photograph of his parents on the bedside table, and felt something he hadn't felt since he was 11 years old on a train heading north. Hope. Cautious, battle-scarred, clear-eyed hope. But hope. The next morning, Harry was in the study before dawn, reading. Ravenclaw's notes on the purging flame were detailed enough to give him a theoretical understanding of the ritual, but the practical application was beyond his current skill level. He needed more training, specifically, he needed to develop the ability to channel all four founders' magical signatures simultaneously through a unified casting. That was the key to the ritual, not raw power, but harmonic integration. He was cross-referencing Ravenclaw's ritual theory with Slytherin's notes on magical architecture when Hedwig arrived with the Morning Post. 2 letters, one from Daphne, a stack of parchments thick enough to be a small book, titled Wisengamot Briefing, Essential Knowledge for the Politically Illiterate, which made Harry snort, and one from Gringotts. The Gringotts letter was from Ironclaw. Lord Potter, I am writing to inform you that your claim to the 4 founder seats on the Wisengamot has been formally registered with the Wisengamot Administration Office as of this morning. The registration is a matter of public record and will be accessible to any interested party. I anticipate that interested parties will be numerous. Additionally, I wish to advise you that our monitoring systems have detected unusual activity at Hogwarts School. The castle's ward structure has shifted, subtly, but measurably, since your claiming of the Founder rings. The changes are consistent with the activation of the Founder's protocol, though their exact nature is difficult to determine from outside the school. I recommend returning to Hogwarts at your earliest opportunity to assess the situation directly. Your obedient servant, Ironclaw Senior Director, Gringotts London. Harry set the letter down. The Founder's protocol was active, and Hogwarts was changing. He thought of the parchment from Ravenclaw's vault, of the seal and the Hollow King and the terrible choice waiting for him at the end of this road. Seek a third path. Easy to say. Harder to find. Dumbledore came that afternoon. Harry felt him at the edge of the wards, a familiar magical signature, immensely powerful, politely requesting entry. The Fidelius didn't prevent someone from approaching the property, it prevented them from seeing it. But Dumbledore already knew where Griffin's reach was. He'd known the Potters. He'd been here before. Harry considered making him wait. The petty satisfaction would have been real, but pettiness was a luxury he couldn't afford. Let him through, he told Pipsy. Show him to the study. He was sitting behind the desk when Dumbledore walked in. The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry looked old. Not in the twinkling, grandfatherly way he usually projected, actually old, in the way of a man carrying too much weight for too long. His robes were subdued, deep blue, almost black, and his expression, for once, was not carefully curated. He looked at Harry behind the desk. At the ring on Harry's hand. At the Founder journal stacked beside the lamp. At the leather folder from Ironclaw lying open, the financial records visible. Harry, Dumbledore said. Headmaster. Please, sit down. Dumbledore sat in the chair across from the desk, the same chair Daphne had occupied the day before. The dynamic was deliberate and they both knew it, Harry behind the desk, in the position of authority. Dumbledore in the supplicant's chair. I imagine you have questions, Dumbledore began. I don't, actually. Harry's voice was even, measured. I have answers. What I'd like are explanations. He slid the financial records across the desk. Dumbledore looked at them. Something flickered in those blue eyes, not surprise. He'd known this moment would come. He'd been waiting for it, dreading it, probably rehearsing his justifications in the mirror. 41,000 galleons from the Potter family vault over 14 years, Harry said. Unauthorized. Undocumented beyond vague operational notes. Used to fund the Order of the Phoenix without the knowledge or consent of the account holder or any legally appointed guardian. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The Order's work was important. I know. Voldemort was a threat, the Ministry was useless, someone had to do something. I understand the reasoning. What I don't understand is why you didn't ask. You were a child, Harry. You couldn't, I had a magical guardian. Sirius was in prison, but the law provides for alternates. Augusta Longbottom. The Wisengamot itself. You bypassed all of them. You appointed yourself guardian without legal standing and helped yourself to my family's vault. Dumbledore's mouth opened, then closed. Harry could see the gears turning, the old man's formidable mind searching for the right words, the right framing, the argument that would make this acceptable. Harry didn't let him find it. The core block, Professor. Silence. A magical core suppression block, placed on an infant, reducing my magical output by approximately 40% for 14 years. The signature matches your wand. Gringotts healers have documented it extensively. Dumbledore's face changed. The careful composure crumbled, and beneath it Harry saw something he hadn't expected, genuine anguish. Not the performative regret of a politician caught lying, real pain, the kind that came from knowing you'd done something wrong and living with it for years. I can explain, Dumbledore said, and his voice was rough. Then explain. The night your parents died, the night Voldemort's curse rebounded, your magical core absorbed an extraordinary amount of dark magic. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that lodged in your scar was bleeding into your core, and your own magic was responding with, he paused, choosing words carefully. Your magic was volatile, Harry. At 15 months old, you were producing accidental magic of a magnitude I had never seen. I feared that the interaction between your natural magic and the dark magic from the soul fragment would destabilize your core entirely. The block was intended to protect me. Yes. By crippling me. By containing a dangerous interaction until you were old enough until I was old enough for what? You never removed it. 14 years, Dumbledore. I went through 3 encounters with Voldemort, a basilisk, 100 Dementors, and a tournament designed to kill me, and you left the block in place. At what point was I bold enough? Dumbledore closed his eyes. I told myself it was still necessary. That the soul fragment made the block essential. But the truth, he stopped. Started again. The truth is that I was afraid. Your power, even suppressed, was remarkable. Without the block, you would have been difficult to guide. Difficult to manage. I needed you to trust me, to follow my lead, and I feared that a fully empowered Harry Potter would not be controllable. The word hung in the air like a blade. Yes, Dumbledore whispered. Harry sat very still. The anger was there, deep and cold and patient, exactly where he'd left it, but it didn't control him. He wouldn't let it. This moment was too important for rage. You stole from my family's vault. You blocked my magic. You placed me with the Dursleys when I had this, he gestured at the house around them, the ancestral home he should have grown up in. You voided a legal contract between my family and the Greengrass family. You kept me ignorant of my heritage, my rights, and my bloodline. You did all of this without my knowledge or consent, and you justified it to yourself as protection. Dumbledore sat with his hands folded in his lap. He didn't argue. Didn't justify. Didn't twinkle. I am not going to pretend that any of this is acceptable, Harry said. It isn't. It was wrong. Not well-intentioned but misguided wrong. You treated me as a tool to be managed, not a person to be respected. You're right. I know I'm right. Harry leaned forward. But I'm also not stupid. Voldemort is back. There's a war coming. And whatever else you are, you're the most powerful wizard in Britain and you have resources and intelligence that I need. What are you proposing? Honesty. From this moment forward. No more secrets, no more manipulation, no more, it's for your own good. You tell me everything, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, all of it. Everything you know, everything you suspect, everything you've been keeping from me. In return, I don't destroy you. Dumbledore looked up sharply. Destroy me? Harry opened the leather folder and turned it so Dumbledore could see the pages. Financial records, core block documentation, a legal analysis from Ironclaw outlining the criminal charges that could be brought. Theft from a miner's vault. Magical assault on an infant. Fraud. Abuse of guardianship. Interference with a noble house contract. Any one of these would end your career. All of them together would put you in Azkaban. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. I don't want that, Harry said. I don't want revenge. I want a world where Voldemort is dead and the people I love are safe. You can help me build that world, but only if I can trust you. And trust starts with truth. There was a very long silence. Then Dumbledore did something Harry had never seen him do. He sagged. The great Albus Dumbledore, the defeater of Grindelwald, the chief warlock, the supreme mugwump, sagged in his chair like a puppet with cut strings, and for a moment he was just an old man who had made terrible choices and was finally being held accountable. The prophecy, Dumbledore said quietly, was made by Sybil Trelawney in 1980. It states that the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies, born to those who have thrice defied him. It says the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, and that neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed this. The scar. The marking. Neither can live while the other survives. And the Horcruxes? Voldemort has split his soul into multiple pieces, anchoring them to objects. As long as even one Horcrux survives, he cannot truly die. I have identified several, his diary, which you destroyed in your second year. A ring, which I have located. A locket, a cup, and possibly his snake. And, Dumbledore hesitated. And my scar. Dumbledore flinched. You know. I worked it out. The connection, the visions, the Parseltongue, it makes sense, in a terrible way. He left a piece of his soul in me when the curse rebounded. Yes. And your plan, your original plan, before today, was what? Wait until I'd served my purpose and then, what? Let me sacrifice myself. The silence was answer enough. Harry sat back. That plan is off the table. I've found an alternative. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, surprise, faint and genuine. An alternative? Rowena Ravenclaw developed a ritual called the Purging Flame. It requires the unified magic of all 4 founder bloodlines to destroy soul fragments. All of them, simultaneously, including the one in my scar. Without killing the host. Dumbledore stared at him. Where did you, the founder vaults? You've been inside the founder vaults. All 4. Passed all 4 trials. In a single day. The old wizard sat very still. Harry watched him process this, the implications, the scale of what Harry had accomplished in 2 days while Dumbledore had been making plans and keeping secrets. I failed the Gryffindor trial, Dumbledore said, almost to himself. In 1945. I couldn't, he stopped. I know. Ironclaw mentioned it. Something passed across Dumbledore's face. Grief, maybe. Or recognition. You are not what I expected, Harry. So I've been told. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, with those piercing blue eyes that had seen more than almost anyone alive, and Harry saw the moment the old man understood that the boy he'd been managing no longer existed. In his place sat a young man with 4 founder bloodlines, an unblocked magical core, and a will that could not be bent. I will tell you everything, Dumbledore said. No more secrets. You have my word, and if my word is insufficient, which I understand it may be, I will swear it on my magic. Your word is sufficient. For now. Dumbledore nodded. He rose from the chair, slowly, with the careful movements of a man feeling his age. I have been the architect of my own irrelevance, haven't I? You've been the architect of a lot of things, Professor. Some of them were even good. Something almost like a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. You have your mother's gift for precision, Harry. She could cut a man to pieces with a sentence. I know. She was a Slytherin heir, after all. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. He opened his mouth, closed it, and shook his head. I see I have a great deal of catching up to do. You do. But not today. Today I need you to go back to Hogwarts and tell me everything you know about the Founder's Protocol and what's happening to the castle. Dumbledore paused at the study door. The castle has been restless. Corridors shifting, rooms appearing and disappearing, the wards fluctuating. I assumed it was related to the general magical disturbance caused by Voldemort's return, but if the protocol has activated, it has. The castle is responding to me. I need to understand how and why, and I need that information before the Wizengamot session. I'll send everything I know. Dumbledore hesitated. Harry. I know I have no right to ask for forgiveness. You don't. But you're not my enemy, Dumbledore. Not unless you make yourself one. The old wizard nodded, something fragile and almost hopeful in his expression, and left. Harry sat behind the desk in the quiet study and breathed. That had gone better than he'd expected. And worse, in some ways, seeing Dumbledore crumble, seeing the anguish beneath the manipulation, knowing that the old man had genuinely believed he was doing the right thing even as he committed acts that were objectively monstrous. It would have been easier if Dumbledore were simply evil. Evil was clean, uncomplicated. Good intentions corrupted by fear and arrogance were messier, harder to categorize, harder to fight. But Harry wasn't interested in fighting Dumbledore. He was interested in using him, and in making sure the old man never had the power to control anyone's life again. He pulled out Daphne's Wizengamot briefing and began reading. There was a war to prepare for, and he intended to fight it on every front. The days that followed fell into a rhythm. Mornings, training. Harry worked through the Founder Journal systematically, integrating techniques from all four traditions. Gryffindor's combat magic came most naturally. It aligned with his instincts, with the reflexive aggression that had kept him alive through 3 encounters with Voldemort. But Slytherin's precision improved his spellwork dramatically. Ravenclaw's analytical approach helped him understand why certain spells worked and how to modify them, and Hufflepuff's earthing techniques gave him a reserve of power that seemed almost inexhaustible. He practiced in the dueling room, alone at first, then with Sirius. His godfather was a skilled duelist, black family training, aura reflexes, 12 years of pent-up aggression, and their sparring sessions were intense, productive, and occasionally hilarious. Bloody hell, pup, Sirius gasped after Harry's shield charm sent his stunner ricocheting into the ceiling for the 3rd time in a row. You're 14. Almost 15. That makes it worse, not better. Sirius rolled to his feet, grinning. Your dad would be having a fit. He couldn't cast a shield like that until 7th year. My dad didn't have 4 founders worth of magical theory to work from. Fair point. Again. Afternoons, study. Remus proved to be an exceptional tutor. He couldn't match Harry's raw power, no one at Griffin's reach could, but his knowledge of magical theory was vast, his teaching style was patient and precise, and his ability to explain complex concepts in accessible terms was exactly what Harry needed. They worked through Ravenclaw's research together, unraveling the theory behind the purging flame, mapping the ritual's requirements. The key is harmonic resonance, Remus said, tracing a diagram in Ravenclaw's journal. Each founder's magical signature vibrates at a different frequency. Individually, they're powerful. Together, in harmony, they produce a resonance that's, he paused, searching for the right word. Transcendent? I was going to say, theoretically catastrophic, but transcendent works too. Evenings, politics. Daphne's briefing materials were exhaustive, and she supplemented them with regular owl correspondence and 2 more visits to Griffin's Reach. Their discussions were rapid-fire, challenging, and increasingly comfortable. She pushed him hard on political theory, etiquette, and strategy. He pushed back with questions that cut to the heart of problems she'd been trained to navigate around rather than through. You can't just tell the Wizengamot that the system is broken, she said during one particularly heated debate. They are the system. You have to work within the framework while building toward reform. The framework is designed to prevent reform. That's the point of the framework. Yes, obviously, but you can't what? Say the truth. Say it in a way that makes everyone defensive and accomplishes nothing. There's a difference between being right and being effective. He considered this. Teach me to be both. Something softened in her expression. That's what I'm trying to do. Late at night, alone in the study, Harry read the parchment from Ravenclaw's vault. We built the school upon its grave, and we feed it our children sparks to keep it sleeping. He thought about the Hollow King, an entity of primordial wild magic, sealed beneath Hogwarts for 1,000 years. He thought about the seal, drawing power from students, and the Founder's Protocol, designed to transfer control to a Quad-Heir. He thought about the choice he'd eventually have to make, reinforce or break. Rowena's counsel echoed, seek a third path. He didn't know what that path looked like yet. But he was beginning to see the landscape it would cross. On the 5th night at Griffin's Reach, something happened. Harry woke at 3 in the morning, pulled from sleep not by a nightmare but by a sensation, a vibration, deep and rhythmic, like a heartbeat felt through stone. It wasn't coming from the house. It was coming from the ring. The merged Founder ring pulsed on his hand, its shifting colors cycling faster than usual, red, green, blue, gold, red, green, blue, gold, and each pulse sent a wave of sensation through him. Not pain. Not pleasure. Awareness. He could feel Hogwarts. Hundreds of miles to the north, the castle was alive in a way it hadn't been for 1,000 years. The wards were shifting, restructuring, awakening dormant systems that had been sleeping since the Founder's era. Hidden corridors were unsealing. Locked doors were opening. And deep, deep beneath the castle, in a darkness so absolute it had weight, something moved. Harry lay in bed, his hand pressed against his chest, the ring burning against his skin, and he felt the Hollow King stir in its sleep. Not awake. Not yet. But closer to waking than it had been in centuries. The seal was weakening. The protocol was active. The clock was ticking. He got up, went to the study, and began working through Ravenclaw's notes on the purging flame with renewed urgency. He had Horcruxes to destroy, a war to fight, and an ancient entity to deal with, and the luxury of time was one thing his inheritance hadn't provided. At dawn, he stood at the study window and watched the sun rise over the Welsh mountains. The light caught the ring on his hand, and for a moment, the 4 metals gleamed separately, gold, silver, bronze, iron, before merging back into their eternal braid. 4 legacies. 4 traditions. 4 sets of tools for the challenges ahead. Harry turned from the window, picked up a quill, and began writing his plan for the Wizengamot session. The political battle came first. Then the war. Then the seal. One front at a time. And on every front, he intended to win. Chapter 3, The Heir's Court. Harry had never owned dress robes that fit. The ones Mrs. Weasley had bought for him before the Yule Ball were passable, but they'd been chosen for a 14-year-old boy attending a school dance, not a lord of 5 houses entering the highest legislative body in magical Britain. Daphne had taken one look at them, pressed her lips into a thin line, and said, absolutely not. Which was how Harry found himself standing on a fitting platform in Twilfit and Tattings, the high-end robe shop in Diagon Alley that he hadn't known existed until Daphne steered him through its unmarked door, while a tiny witch with pins between her teeth circled him like a shark. Arms up, Lord Potter. Higher. You're not surrendering, you're being measured. Feels like both, Harry muttered. Daphne sat in a velvet chair by the window, reviewing a stack of parchments with the focused intensity of a general planning an invasion. She didn't look up. Stop fidgeting. Madame Voss needs clean lines. Madame Voss needs me to stand like a scarecrow. Scarecrows don't fidget either. Learn from them. The robes took shape over 2 hours. When they were finished, Harry barely recognized himself in the mirror. The outer robe was black, deep, rich black, the kind that seemed to absorb light, with subtle embroidery along the collar and cuffs in 4 colors that shifted depending on the angle: red gold, silver green, bronze blue, warm yellow. Not garish, not obvious, but unmistakably deliberate. Beneath it, a waistcoat of dark gray over a white shirt. The merged founder ring on his right hand was the only jewelry. He looked older. Sharper. Like someone who belonged behind that desk at Griffin's reach. "Well," he said. Daphne finally looked up. Her eyes swept over him once, quick, assessing, professional, and then lingered a half-second longer than professional required. "You'll do," she said, and went back to her parchments. Madame Voss charged him an obscene amount of galleons and seemed personally offended that he didn't blink at the price. Harry suspected she'd doubled it just to test him. They walked through Diagon Alley together, Daphne briefing him on the Wisengamot session scheduled for the following morning. The street was busier than his last visit: summer shopping season, students buying supplies, the ordinary commerce of the magical world grinding on despite the darkness gathering at its edges. People recognized him. He felt their stares, heard the whispers. The boy who lived. But there was something different in the looks now, not just curiosity but wariness, the particular attention people paid to something they didn't fully understand. Word had gotten out. Not the full picture: the Gringotts registration was a matter of public record, but its implications were still filtering through the political ecosystem. People knew Harry Potter had claimed multiple Wisengamot seats. They didn't yet know exactly how many or what they represented. Tomorrow, they'd find out. "The session opens at 10, Daphne said, weaving through the crowd with the practiced ease of someone who'd been navigating social spaces since childhood. "Formal proceedings begin with the Chief Warlock's address, that's Dumbledore, unless Fudge has managed to oust him, which is possible but unlikely this week. Then new business, which is where your claim gets entered. How much opposition should I expect?" "Significant. Fudge will challenge on grounds of age. There's a convention, not a law, that lords should be of age before taking their seats. He'll try to delay your claim until you're 17. Can he? Legally? No. Magically confirmed lordships supersede age conventions. But he'll try to create enough procedural confusion to buy time. Meanwhile, Malfoy will challenge your Slytherin claim specifically. He can't do it directly. The ring's acceptance is magical proof that even the Wisengamot can't override, but he'll raise objections, demand additional verification, try to cast doubt. On whose behalf? Daphne glanced at him. Officially, on his own. Lucius considers himself the de facto political representative of the Slytherin legacy. Unofficially, she lowered her voice. He's acting for Voldemort. The Slytherin claim is personal for him. If you hold the Slytherin seat, you supersede his entire blood purity ideology. The heir of Slytherin is a half-blood raised by Muggles. It destroys his narrative. Harry smiled thinly. Good. They stopped at Fortescue's, still open, though Florian himself was absent and the shop was being run by a nervous assistant. Harry bought 2 sundaes and they sat at an outdoor table, the briefing continuing between bites of ice cream. "The neutral block will be watching," Daphne said. "Houses like mine, Greengrass, Davis, Zabini, Abbott, Bones. We don't vote as a unified faction, but we pay attention to power shifts. Your claim represents the biggest shift in centuries. If you handle tomorrow well, you'll have allies lining up. If you fumble it, I won't fumble it." "You might. The Wisengamot is not a classroom, Harry. It's a battlefield where the weapons are words and the casualties are political. One wrong phrase, one moment of lost composure, and they'll eat you alive. You're very encouraging. I'm very realistic. There's a difference." She pointed her spoon at him. "Fudge is an idiot, but he's an idiot with institutional power. Malfoy is intelligent and ruthless. And the conservative bloc, the old families who've held power for centuries, will see you as a threat regardless of how well you perform. You're changing the game just by existing. Then let's change it well. They finished their ice cream. Walking back through the alley, Daphne's hand brushed his once, accidental, probably, a consequence of the crowd pressing them close. Neither of them acknowledged it. Neither of them moved away. The Wizengamot chamber was underground, beneath the Ministry of Magic, and it was designed to intimidate. Circular, tiered, built from dark stone, lit by floating torches that cast everything in shifting amber and shadow. The seats rose in concentric rings around a central floor, each one carved from stone and marked with the crest of its house. Most were occupied, perhaps 200 witches and wizards in formal robes, talking in clusters, the hum of political machinery warming up. Harry entered through the main doors at precisely 10 o'clock. He'd timed it deliberately, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to seem disrespectful. The doors opened, and he walked in. The hum died. 200 faces turned toward him. Harry kept his stride even, his expression neutral, his back straight. The robes from Twilfit and Tattings moved well, Madame Voss knew her craft. The merged ring caught the torchlight and scattered it in 4 colors across the stone floor. He'd studied the chamber layout with Daphne. He knew where his seats were, or rather, where they should be. The 4 founder seats had been empty for centuries, physically present but magically dormant, positioned at the 4 cardinal points of the highest tier. The Potter seat was in the upper middle section, among the other ancient and noble houses. Harry climbed the stairs to the highest tier. Each step felt deliberate, weighted. The chamber watched. The 4 founder seats were covered in dust. Cobwebs connected them to neighboring chairs like silver bridges. No one had sat in them in living memory, in anyone's living memory, no matter how long they'd lived. Harry stopped before the Gryffindor seat, red stone, carved with a lion, and placed his hand on its arm. Magic surged. The dust burned away in a flash of golden light. The cobwebs dissolved. The stone warmed under his palm, and the lion carving shifted, turning its head to look at him with eyes that briefly glowed ruby red. Then it settled, and the seat was simply a seat again, but clean, alive, waiting. Harry touched each seat in turn. Slytherin's seat, green stone, serpent carving, responded with a pulse of cool silver-green light. Ravenclaw's, blue-gray stone, eagle, flared bronze. Hufflepuff's, warm brown stone, badger, glowed soft gold. 4 seats. 4 flares of light. The entire chamber watched in silence as 1,000 years of dormancy ended in 30 seconds. Harry sat in a Gryffindor seat, it seemed the most appropriate starting point, and looked down at the assembly. From the highest tier, the chamber spread below him in rings of power and influence. He could see every face, every reaction, every calculation being made behind every pair of eyes. In the front row, Cornelius Fudge had gone the color of old porridge. Beside him, a squat woman in pink, Dolores Umbridge, Harry assumed from Daphne's descriptions, was whispering furiously in his ear. 3 seats along, Lucius Malfoy sat with the rigid composure of a man who was very angry and very aware that people were watching. In the neutral section, Daphne sat beside her father, Sirius Greengrass, a tall, lean man with gray-streaked dark hair and the same analytical eyes as his daughter. Augusta Longbottom occupied a nearby seat, her vulture hat unmistakable, her expression one of sharp-eyed interest. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, sat with her monocle glinting and her wand arms subtly closer to her holster than protocol required. Dumbledore was in the Chief Warlock's chair at the base of the chamber, facing upward. He caught Harry's eye and inclined his head, the barest nod, neutral, acknowledging. "The Wizengamot will come to order," Dumbledore said, his amplified voice filling the chamber. The hum of conversation died reluctantly. "Before we begin regular business, we have a matter of succession to address. Lord Harry James Potter has filed claims to 5 Wizengamot seats, House Potter, House Gryffindor, House Slytherin, House Ravenclaw, and House Hufflepuff. The claims have been registered and magically verified by Gringotts Bank under Goblin sovereign privilege. The murmuring that erupted was less a hum than a roar. Dumbledore let it run for 10 seconds, then raised his hand. "Lord Potter, please approach the floor." Harry descended. The walk down from the highest tier felt longer than the walk up, every step measured against the weight of 200 stairs. He reached the central floor, a circular platform of polished obsidian, and stood facing the assembly. "Lord Potter," Dumbledore said, "please present your verification." Harry raised his right hand, showing the merged ring. The Founder's Braid. "For medals, for houses. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. Each ring accepted me individually and merged upon claiming. Gringotts has the blood audit confirming lineage through both the Potter and Evans lines. This is preposterous." Cornelius Fudge was on his feet, his bowler hat clutched in both hands like a stress ball. A 15-year-old boy cannot claim 5 Wisengamot seats. "There are conventions, protocols, Minister Fudge," Harry said, and his voice carried without amplification, the chamber's acoustics, or his magic, or both. "Could you cite the specific law that establishes a minimum age for claiming magically verified lordships?" Fudge sputtered. It's tradition. Established practice, convention, not law. The Wisengamot Charter of 1342 states, and I quote, "A lordship confirmed by magical verification shall not be denied on grounds of age, blood status, or political affiliation. I have the charter here if you'd like to review it." He reached into his robe and produced a scroll, a copy of the relevant charter section, provided by Ironclaw, notarized by the Gringotts Legal Division. He held it up. Fudge stared at it like it was a live snake. In the neutral section, Daphne's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the tiny shift in her posture, satisfaction, carefully concealed. "Be that as it may," said a smooth voice from the conservative section, "there remains the matter of specific claims." Lucius Malfoy rose with the fluid grace of a man who'd been navigating these chambers since before Harry was born. His silver hair gleamed. His cane, snake-headed, concealing his wand, rested against his chair. "The Potter seat and the Gryffindor seat, I do not contest. The Potter line's descent from Gryffindor is well documented, if rarely discussed. But the claim to Slytherin's seat," his lip curled with precisely calibrated disdain. "That, I find difficult to credit." "On what grounds, Lord Malfoy?" "The heir of Slytherin has been established. He who must not be named, whatever one thinks of his methods, carries the Slytherin bloodline through the Gaunt family. This is genealogical fact." For a boy, the word was a blade, thin and sharp. To claim superseding rights based on a Gringotts ritual seems premature. Harry looked at Malfoy. He'd been coached for this, Daphne had predicted it almost word for word, but the anger that flickered in his chest wasn't rehearsed. It was real, and he used it, let it sharpen his voice without raising it. "Lord Malfoy, you've just publicly confirmed that Voldemort," the name sent a ripple through the chamber. Flinches, gasps, one which actually dropped her spectacles. "Is the heir of Slytherin. Thank you for that. It's useful to have it on record that you know his identity and lineage so well." He paused, letting the implication settle. Malfoy's face tightened. "As for my claim, the Gringotts blood audit confirms descent from Salazar Slytherin through my mother's line. Lily Evans, Lily Potter, was descended from Isadora Slytherin, Salazar's daughter, through a squib line that preserved the blood for 1,000 years. Additionally, under Goblin Treaty law, the use of my blood in a forced ritual by Tom Riddle, Voldemort, another ripple, establishes blood supremacy, a conquest right recognized by magical law since the Founder's era." He raised his right hand again. The ring shimmered, and this time, Harry pushed intent into it, just slightly, and the Slytherin component flared silver green, the serpent visible for a heartbeat in the shifting metal. "The ring accepted me. The blood is true. Unless Lord Malfoy is suggesting that the magic of Salazar Slytherin himself is mistaken. Malfoy's hand tightened on his cane. His composure held, barely, but Harry could see the fury beneath it. Not just political frustration. This was personal. Harry had just undermined the foundational myth of the Death Eater movement in front of the entire Wizengamot. "I withdraw my objection," Malfoy said, and sat down with the controlled precision of a man resisting the urge to curse someone. Dumbledore looked around the chamber. "Are there any further objections to Lord Potter's claims?" Silence. 200 pairs of eyes, calculating, reassessing, adjusting their mental maps of power and influence. Then the claims are confirmed. Lord Harry James Potter is recognized as the holder of 5 Wizengamot seats: Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. The seats are active immediately. "Welcome to the Wizengamot, Lord Potter." Harry inclined his head and climbed back to his seats. He chose the Gryffindor chair again, making a political statement about which legacy he led with. The other 4 seats he would fill with proxies eventually, but for now, their mere existence changed the mathematics of every vote in the chamber. 5 seats. In a body of approximately 200. It didn't sound like much, but the founder seats carried weight beyond their numerical value. They were the oldest seats in the chamber, predating every other family's claim. Procedurally, they had priority on speaking order. Symbolically, they represented the foundation on which Wizarding Britain was built. Harry sat in his ancient seat and watched the Wizengamot session unfold, and he began to play. The regular business of the session included 3 pieces of pending legislation. Harry voted on 2 of them, abstaining on a mundane trade regulation, voting against a restrictions bill on magical creature employment that would have effectively barred werewolves from most professions. His nay vote wasn't decisive on its own, but the symbolism of the Quad-Heir voting against creature discrimination sent a clear message. Several neutral families voted the same way, apparently emboldened. The bill was defeated by 12 votes. Dolores Umbridge, who had sponsored the creature restriction bill, looked at Harry with an expression that combined saccharine sweetness with the cold malice of a woman measuring someone for a coffin. Harry looked back at her with the flat, unimpressed gaze of someone who had faced Voldemort in a graveyard and was not particularly threatened by a bureaucrat in a pink cardigan. After the session, the corridors of the ministry became a gauntlet of political maneuvering. Wizards and witches who had ignored Harry Potter for years suddenly wanted to shake his hand, express their support, offer their family's services. Harry navigated it with a patience he didn't entirely feel, saying little, listening much, making no commitments. Augusta Longbottom intercepted him near the lifts. She was a formidable woman, tall, straight-backed, with the bearing of someone who had buried a war hero's son and kept fighting. Her vulture hat should have been ridiculous. On her, it was somehow terrifying. "Lord Potter," she said, and her voice carried the particular crispness of someone who did not waste words. "You handled yourself well in there." "Thank you, Lady Longbottom." "Don't thank me. I haven't decided if I like you yet." Her eyes were sharp behind her spectacles. "You voted against the creature restriction bill." "I did." "Why?" "Because it was wrong." She studied him for a long moment. "Your grandfather would have given me a political reason. Your father would have given me an ideological speech. You just said it was wrong." "It was." Something shifted in her expression, not softening, exactly, but a slight easing of the steel. "My grandson speaks well of you." "Neville." "Neville's a good friend and a better wizard than people give him credit for." "Yes," she said quietly. "He is." She straightened. "You'll have my support on the creature rights agenda, Lord Potter. Don't make me regret it." She walked away without waiting for a response. Harry watched her go with a mix of respect and the distinct feeling that he'd just passed a test more demanding than any Foundervault trial. Amelia Bones found him next, or rather, appeared at his elbow with the practiced stealth of a career law enforcement officer. Lord Potter. A word? She steered him into an empty side corridor with the casual authority of someone who did this 6 times a day. Amelia Bones was a compact woman with close-cropped gray hair, a monocle that she used like a weapon, and an air of no-nonsense competence that Harry found immediately trustworthy. "I'll be direct," she said. "I run the DMLE. I'm the closest thing this ministry has to functioning law enforcement, and I'm increasingly operating without political support. Fudge is compromised, not by Death Eaters directly, but by cowardice, which amounts to the same thing. Umbridge is worse. And Malfoy's faction is actively obstructing our investigations into Death Eater activity. What do you need? Political cover. Your 5 seats give you the ability to block or advance legislation. If I bring cases against suspected Death Eaters, and I have cases ready, I need to know the Wizengamot won't quash them before they reach trial. You'll have my support. Publicly, if necessary." Bones studied him through her monocle. "You're 15. I've been told. You're also, as of this morning, the most politically powerful individual in this building. That includes Dumbledore and Fudge. You understand the target that puts on your back. I've been a target since I was 1 year old, Director Bones. At least now I can shoot back." She almost smiled. "Send me an owl. We'll discuss specifics." She paused. "And Lord Potter, watch Umbridge. She's been given a special mandate from the minister's office. I don't know what it is yet, but it involves Hogwarts, and it involves you." Harry filed that away. "Thank you, Director." She nodded and disappeared back into the ministry's corridors with the efficiency of someone who had 100 things to do and no time for any of them. Lucius Malfoy was waiting for him in the corridor leading to the visitor's exit. Not lurking, Malfoy didn't lurk. He stood in the center of the hallway, cane in hand, perfectly positioned so that Harry couldn't pass without engaging. 2 ministry employees saw him and immediately found reasons to be elsewhere. Harry stopped 6 feet away and waited. "Lord Potter." Malfoy's voice was silk over steel. "An impressive performance today. Your preparation was evident. Thank you. I wonder, though, whether you've considered the broader implications of your claims. Particularly the Slytherin seat." Malfoy's gray eyes were cold and calculating. "There are those who consider that seat sacred. Who view its holder as the rightful leader of a certain tradition within our world. Your claiming of it, a half-blood, raised by Muggles, will be perceived as an insult by some." "By Voldemort, you mean?" Malfoy didn't flinch at the name this time, but his jaw tightened. "I mean by those who hold the old traditions dear. Salazar Slytherin valued cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness. Not blood purity, that was a later invention, grafted onto his legacy by people who needed a famous name to justify their prejudice." Harry tilted his head. "But you know that, don't you, Lord Malfoy? You're an intelligent man. You've read the actual histories, not just the propaganda." Something flickered in Malfoy's expression. Not guilt, Lucius Malfoy was too far gone for guilt, but recognition. The uncomfortable awareness of being seen clearly by someone he'd underestimated. "My master will not accept this," Malfoy said quietly. The pretense of distance dropped. "No more, those who direct, for the first time. He considers himself Slytherin's heir. He has for 50 years. You've taken something from him that goes beyond politics. This is identity. This is everything he is." Harry shifted into Parseltongue. The words hissed and slithered through the corridor, and Malfoy's face went white. "Tell your master that Slytherin's blood chose me. If he wants to contest it, he knows where I am." He switched back to English. "Have a good day, Lord Malfoy." He walked past. Malfoy didn't stop him. Harry could feel the man's stare on his back like a sunburn, but he didn't look back. In the atrium, Daphne was waiting by the fountain. She fell into step beside him as they walked toward the visitor's exit, matching his stride without apparent effort. "Assessment," he said. "Fudge is neutralized for now. Malfoy will escalate. Bones is an excellent ally. Longbottom is a long-term asset." She paused. "You spoke Parseltongue to Lucius Malfoy in a ministry corridor." "I did. In front of 2 portraits and a maintenance wizard who was definitely listening." "Good. I wanted it heard." She looked at him sideways. "That was either brilliant or catastrophically reckless. Those are often the same thing." "They are never the same thing. They just look similar from a distance." But she was almost smiling, and Harry counted that as a win. The days between the Wisengamot session and the attack were the calm before the storm, though Harry didn't know it at the time. He settled into a routine at Griffin's Reach, training in the mornings, study and planning in the afternoons, correspondence in the evenings. Letters came in increasing volume, alliance offers, interview requests from the Daily Prophet, declined, invitations to social events, mostly declined, a few accepted on Daphne's advice, and one particularly interesting message from a young witch named Susan Bones, Amelia's niece, who wrote to say that she supported his stance on creature rights and would he like to join a study group at Hogwarts next term. He also received a letter from Neville. "Harry, Gran told me about the Wisengamot session. She said you were adequate, which from her is basically a standing ovation. I heard about the founder seats. All 4. I don't even know what to say about that except that it's the most Harry Potter thing that's ever happened, and a lot of Harry Potter things have happened. Listen. I know you're preparing for something. I don't know what, exactly, but I can feel it. Everything's changing. Gran's been attending more political meetings, the ministry's in chaos, and there are rumors, bad ones, about Death Eater movements, about attacks being planned. I want to help. Not just as a friend, as a fighter. I've been thinking a lot since the tournament, about what happened to Cedric, about what's coming. I don't want to be the person who sits at home and reads about it in the Prophet. I want to be in the fight. Can I come to wherever you are? I'll bring my own cauldron." Neville Harry wrote back immediately, "Come. Bring your wand, not your cauldron. Training starts at dawn." Neville arrived 2 days later, delivered by a distinctly reluctant Augusta Longbottom who inspected Griffin's Reach with the thoroughness of a building inspector before grudgingly admitting it was acceptable. She pulled Harry aside before leaving. "My grandson is not a soldier, Lord Potter." "No, ma'am. He's a warrior. There's a difference." Augusta's eyebrows rose. She looked at him for a long moment, then nodded once and left without another word. Neville stood in the entrance hall of Griffin's Reach, looking around with wide eyes, clutching a battered trunk and his wand and an expression of nervous determination that Harry recognized from his own mirror. "Nice house," Neville said. "It's got a dueling room. Come on." They started that same morning. Harry had spent enough time in the dueling room to know his own capabilities, now he needed to understand Neville's. They started with basics, shield charms, offensive spells, movement, and Harry saw immediately what everyone else had always missed. Neville wasn't weak. He wasn't even particularly untalented. He was using the wrong wand. "This was my dad's wand," Neville said when Harry asked. "Gran gave it to me." Harry took the wand gently and held it. The wood was warm, the core responsive, but it didn't fit. It was like wearing someone else's shoes, functional, but fighting you at every step. "Neville, this wand chose your father. It didn't choose you." "I know." Neville's voice was quiet. "But Gran loves you. And wants you to carry your father's legacy. But a wand that fights its wielder is a liability, not an honor." Harry handed it back. "We're going to Ollivanders this week. You're getting your own wand. And I'd bet good money that when you do, half your casting problems disappear." Neville looked at the wand in his hand, his father's wand, the symbol of everything he'd been trying and failing to live up to, and nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. "Yeah. Okay." In the meantime, Harry worked with what they had. He taught Neville Gryffindor's breathing techniques for magical flow. He showed him Hufflepuff's earthing exercises, drawing ambient magic from the ground. And he noticed something neither of them expected: Neville had a natural affinity for earth magic that was almost uncanny. When Neville tried the Hufflepuff earthing technique, the stone floor of the dueling room vibrated. Small cracks appeared in the flagstones. A vine, an actual, living vine, pushed up through a seam in the rock, curling around Neville's ankle as if seeking his warmth. Neville stared at it. "Did I do that?" "Yeah, you did." Harry crouched down and examined the vine. It was pulsing with magic, not external magic, but Neville's magic, flowing through the plant like blood through an artery. "Neville, have you ever studied combat herbology? It's not really a thing." "It is now." They spent 3 days developing Neville's earth magic, and the results were startling. By the end of the 3rd day, Neville could draw vines and root networks from any soil or stone surface within 20 feet. He could shape them, direct them, use them as shields and bindings and weapons. It wasn't traditional combat magic, it was stranger, wilder, more creative, and it suited Neville perfectly. "You've been fighting with your father's style," Harry told him after a sparring session where Neville had pinned Harry's legs with oak roots and nearly taken his head off with a whipcrack vine. "Conventional spells, standard dueling form. But your magic doesn't think that way. It thinks in roots and growth and patience. Stop fighting what you are." Neville looked at him. Something had changed in his face over 3 days, a settling, a quieting of the chronic self-doubt that had followed him like a shadow. He wasn't confident yet, not fully. But he was getting there. "You really think I can do this? The fighting, the war, all of it?" "Neville, you just beat me in a sparring match. You were going easy on me. I was going easy on you with shields and stunners. I was not going easy on you with movement and evasion, and you still pinned me in under 30 seconds. Your earth magic is instinctive, fast, and brutal. When we get you a proper wand and you start combining it with standard casting," Harry shook his head, "people are going to be very surprised." Neville's smile was small and fierce and real. "Good." They went to Ollivander's that Friday. The wand that chose Neville was cherry wood with a unicorn tail hair core, 13 inches, slightly yielding. The moment it touched his hand, the air in the shop crackled, and every plant in Ollivander's window display, a dusty row of decorative herbs, burst into bloom simultaneously. Ollivander himself looked at the blooming herbs with an expression of delight. "Oh, my. Oh, that is very interesting. Cherry wood is drawn to those with inner power greater than their outward demeanor suggests, Mr. Longbottom. I suspect you will surprise people considerably." Neville didn't say anything. He was too busy casting a Lumos charm that was brighter than any he'd ever produced, a warm, golden light that filled the shop and made the dust motes dance. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. "Welcome to the war." The attack came on a Thursday. Harry and Daphne were in Diagon Alley, legitimate business, not a social outing, though the line between those categories was becoming increasingly blurred. Daphne had insisted on helping him select proper stationery for official correspondence. "You cannot send letters to the Wisingamot on parchment that looks like it was torn from a school notebook, Harry, this is not optional," and Harry had discovered that shopping with Daphne Greengrass was equal parts exhausting and entertaining. She had opinions about everything. Strong ones. Delivered with the confidence of absolute certainty and a dry wit that caught him off guard at unpredictable moments. She could discuss the relative merits of different parchment weights with the same intensity she brought to political strategy, and Harry found himself laughing more in her company than he had in months. They were leaving Scribulus's when the screaming started. Harry felt it before he heard it, a disruption in the ambient magic of the alley, like a stone dropped into still water. The wards around the shops flickered and the protective enchantments on the street's boundaries flared red. Then the first curse hit the cobblestones 30 feet ahead of them and exploded a cart of cauldrons into shrapnel. Harry's wand was in his hand before the debris finished falling. Daphne's was out a half-second later. They moved simultaneously, Harry pulling her sideways into the alcove of a shop front, putting a wall between them and the street. 15 figures in black robes and silver masks materialized at the far end of Diagon Alley, striding forward in a V formation like a flight of predatory birds. Death Eaters. Not skulking in shadows, not ambushing isolated targets, attacking in broad daylight, in the heart of wizarding London, with the arrogance of people who believed they were untouchable. Curses flew. Red, green, purple, black. The shoppers in the alley panicked, screaming, running, trampling each other in their desperation to reach the exits. A curse hit a street lamp and it toppled, trailing sparks. Another blew out the window of quality Quidditch supplies, showering the street with glass. Harry took in the scene in a heartbeat, 15 Death Eaters, fanned out, methodical. This wasn't random terrorism, they were driving people toward the Nocturne Alley junction, hurting them. A trap? An objective further down the alley? It didn't matter. People were dying. Daphne, I see them. 15, V formation, moving south. They're pushing toward Gringotts. I can fight. Stop asking and start casting. Harry stepped out of the alcove and into the street. The first Death Eater saw him, raised a wand, and cast a killing curse. Harry didn't dodge, he moved, his body responding to Gryffindor's combat training with fluid, instinctive grace. The green light passed through the space his head had occupied a millisecond before and shattered a window behind him. Harry's return fire was not a stunner. He reached for Gryffindor's combat magic and Slytherin's architectural precision simultaneously, weaving them together in a combination he'd been practicing for weeks. The spell that left his wand was a concussive blast shaped into a focused beam. It crossed the 30-foot gap in an eye blink and hit the Death Eater in the chest like a battering ram. The man flew backward 20 feet and didn't get up. The other Death Eaters reacted, 4 of them turning toward Harry, the rest continuing their advance. Curses converged on his position. Harry threw up a shield, Hufflepuff's earthen ward, drawing power from the ley line beneath the alley, and felt the curses splash against it like rain on stone. The shield held. Not just held, absorbed, drinking the incoming magic and feeding it back into Harry's reserves. He dropped the shield and attacked. The next 2 Death Eaters went down in a single exchange, a Ravenclaw precision cutting curse that sheared through one's shield and opened a gash across his wand arm, followed by a Gryffindor-powered stunner that hit with the force of a freight train and sent the second crashing through the door of Elop's Owl Emporium. The 4th Death Eater was smarter. She, the body language was feminine, didn't try to trade spells. She conjured a cloud of darkness that engulfed the street, blinding Harry, and used the cover to flank him. Harry felt her coming. The enhanced magical senses, unblocked, sharpened by weeks of training, picked up the disturbance in the ambient magic as she moved through the darkness. He didn't aim with his eyes. He aimed with his awareness, casting a Slytherin-designed tracking hex that homed in on magical signatures. It found her in the dark and she went down screaming. The darkness dissipated. Harry stood in the street with 4 Death Eaters on the ground around him and 11 more still advancing. He'd taken them down in under 90 seconds. Daphne was fighting. She'd engaged 2 Death Eaters who tried to circle around and catch Harry from behind. He hadn't even noticed them, which meant she'd read the battlefield faster than he had. Her dueling style was nothing like what he'd expected, cold, precise, devastating. She didn't waste a single motion or spell. Every cast was calculated, every dodge was minimal and efficient. She fought like she debated, with surgical accuracy and zero mercy. One of her opponents hit the ground petrified. The other she disarmed with a twist of her wand that looked almost casual, then followed with a bone-breaking hex to his knee that dropped him howling. She caught Harry's eye across the street. Her hair was coming loose from its pins, there was a smudge of dust on her cheek, and her expression was one of fierce, focused intensity. She looked, Harry thought, magnificent. He refocused. 11 Death Eaters still advancing, no, 10. An Auror had appeared from a side street and engaged one of them. Then another Auror. Then 2 more. The DMLE response was arriving, but the Death Eaters had the momentum and the numerical advantage. Harry moved down the street, closing the distance. He wasn't hiding, wasn't seeking cover. He walked toward the Death Eaters with his wand at his side and his magic coiling around him like heat haze. The Death Eaters saw him coming. Several hesitated, they'd seen what he'd done to their colleagues. Good. Let them hesitate. The leader, the point of the V formation, distinguishable by slightly more ornate robes, raised a wand and cast something Harry had never seen before, a writhing bolt of black energy that screamed as it flew. Dark magic, old and vicious. Harry countered with pure instinct. His wand came up and he cast a shield that was all 4 traditions at once, Gryffindor's defiance, Slytherin's structure, Ravenclaw's precision, Hufflepuff's endurance, and the dark bolt hit it and shattered, fragments of dark energy dissolving into the air like black snow. The Death Eater leader staggered backward. The shield had not merely blocked the curse, it had reflected its force, sending a shockwave back along the casting line that disrupted the man's magical flow. Harry advanced. The remaining Death Eaters clustered around their leader, shields up, forming a defensive formation. Trained, coordinated, these weren't the bottom-tier recruits. This was a serious strike team. Harry stopped 15 feet away. He could feel Daphne behind him and to the left, the Aurors spreading out on the flanks, civilians still cowering in doorways and behind overturned carts. "Drop your wands," Harry said. His voice carried the calm authority of someone who had already decided how this ended. The leader laughed behind his mask. "You're one boy, Potter. However impressive your parlor tricks might be," Harry hit them with an aura flare. "Not a spell, something deeper, more primal." He reached into his core, into the combined power of 4 founder bloodlines flowing through unblocked channels, and he pushed. His magical aura, normally invisible, became visible, a shimmer of light in 4 colors, radiating from him in waves, pressing against the Death Eater's shields with physical force. The weaker shields buckled. 2 Death Eaters stumbled. One dropped his wand and clutched his head. The leader held, but Harry could see the strain, sweat breaking out on the visible skin below the mask, wand arm trembling. "I am the heir of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff," Harry said, and his voice resonated with something ancient, carrying weight that went beyond volume. "I am the Lord of 5 houses. And you are attacking the people I have sworn to protect. Drop your wands." 3 more Death Eaters dropped their wands. 2 apparat away, the crack of their departure echoing off the buildings. The remaining 5, including the leader, held, but their formation was broken, their confidence shattered. The Aurors closed in. The fight became a mop-up operation, stunners, binding spells, the methodical work of law enforcement taking over from combat. Harry stepped back and let them work. The aftermath was the harder fight. Civilians were hurt. Curses had hit bystanders. A young wizard was lying in front of Flourish and Blots with burns across his chest, barely breathing. An elderly witch had been hit by debris from the exploding cauldron cart, blood on her face, her arm bent wrong. Harry reached for Hufflepuff's healing magic. He didn't think about it, didn't deliberate. He knelt beside the burned wizard and pressed his palms to the man's chest, and the warm golden energy that he'd first felt in Hufflepuff's vault trial poured through him. The burns didn't vanish, but they stabilized, the magic fought back the curse damage, sealed the worst of the wounds, kept the man alive until the St. Mungo's healers arrived. He moved to the elderly witch. Healed her arm with a touch and a pulse of golden light. moved to the next casualty, and the next, working his way down the street, leaving a trail of stabilized patients behind him. Daphne found him kneeling beside a child, a girl of maybe 7, crying more from terror than injury, a superficial cut on her forehead. Harry healed the cut and conjured a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face. "Mummy's over there," the girl sniffled, pointing to a woman being treated by an aura medic. "She's going to be fine. You both are." The girl looked at his ring, at the four-colored shimmer still faintly visible around his hands. "Are you a superhero?" Harry laughed, a short, genuine sound. "Something like that." Daphne watched the exchange with an expression Harry couldn't read, or rather, could read but wasn't sure he wanted to interpret. When the girl ran to her mother, Daphne sat down on the steps of Gringotts beside him. The marble was cold. The air smelled of smoke and dust and spent magic. She had a cut on her left cheekbone, shallow but bleeding. Harry reached out without thinking and touched his fingertip to the cut, pushing a thread of healing magic into it. The skin sealed, the blood stopped, and in 2 seconds, the wound was nothing but a faint pink line that would fade by morning. Daphne caught his wrist. Her grip was firm, her fingers cool. "You didn't have to do that." "I know." Their eyes met. Held. The sounds of the alley, the aurors, the healers, the cleanup, faded to background noise. "You fight well," she said. Her voice had lost its usual precision, replaced by something rawer, less controlled. "So do you. Those two who tried to flank me, I didn't see them. I know. That's why I was there." She released his wrist slowly, as if letting go of something she wasn't ready to put down. 14 Death Eaters. You personally took down 5 in 90 seconds. You were counting. I'm always counting. They sat on the steps while the alley was secured. Neither moved to leave. Neither addressed the fact that their shoulders were touching, or that Daphne's hand, the one that had caught his wrist, now rested on the step between them, close enough to touch, not quite touching. Finally, Daphne spoke. "The Prophet's going to have a field day. The Quad-Heir, fighting Death Eaters in broad daylight, healing the wounded." She paused. "Fudge can't spin this. You're a hero. Again. I don't want to be a hero. Too late. You are one." She looked at him, not with the analytical assessment she'd used when evaluating his robes, but with something deeper. "The question is what you do with it. Something good, if I can manage it. With your luck. You'll probably manage something catastrophically good and terrify everyone in the process." He laughed again. She almost smiled. And they sat on the marble steps of Gringotts while the smoke cleared and the world rearranged itself around the fact of Harry Potter. The Daily Prophet's coverage the next morning was extraordinary. Not because it was favorable, which it was, but because it was accurate, which for the Prophet was practically unprecedented. Someone, Harry suspected Amelia Bones, had ensured that the reporters got the real story. Quad-Heir defends Diagon Alley. Lord Potter defeats Death Eater strike team. Heals wounded. The story ran with a photograph someone had taken during the battle, Harry walking toward the Death Eater formation, his aura visible as a shimmer of four-colored light, his expression calm and his wand at his side. It was, objectively, a striking image. Several papers ran it on the front page. The Quibbler ran it twice. Public opinion shifted. Not gradually, abruptly, like a switch being thrown. Harry Potter had gone from the boy who lived, a symbol, a story, a name, to Lord Potter, the Quad-Heir who fought in the streets and healed the injured and looked at Death Eaters like they were an inconvenience rather than a threat. Fudge tried to spin it. The Ministry had the situation well in hand. Lord Potter's intervention, while appreciated, was unauthorized, and was immediately drowned out by public fury. The aurors who'd been there gave interviews. The civilians Harry had healed gave interviews. The child who'd called him a superhero was photographed for Witch Weekly. Fudge retreated, his position weaker than ever. Voldemort, Harry knew, would not take this well. That evening, a stranger approached Harry in Diagon Alley. Harry was there for the reconstruction effort. He donated a significant sum to repair the damaged shops and had come to see the work in progress. The alley was quieter than usual, the mood subdued but determined. Shopkeepers were boarding up broken windows and sweeping glass. The spot where the cauldron cart had exploded was marked by a black scorch on the cobblestones. The man appeared beside him as Harry stood watching a team of builders repair the front of Quality Quidditch supplies. He was older, 60, perhaps, or 70, with close-cropped grey hair and a scholar's build, thin and angular. He wore unremarkable robes of dark blue and carried no visible wand, though Harry's senses picked up a magical signature that was strange, deep, old. Like looking into a well and not being able to see the bottom. A terrible thing, the man said, nodding toward the damaged shops. His voice was mild, educated, with a faint accent Harry couldn't place. Violence in a place of commerce. It sends a particular kind of message. It sends a desperate one, Harry said, watching the man from the corner of his eye. Attacking Diagon Alley is a show of force. It says, nowhere is safe. But it also says they're willing to risk exposure for impact. That's a sign of either strength or desperation. And which do you think it is? Both. Voldemort is rebuilding, but he's not as strong as he wants people to think. This attack was designed to create fear, not to achieve a strategic objective. The man turned to look at him. His eyes were gray-green and very sharp, and there was something behind them, a weight, a depth, that Harry found both fascinating and unsettling. You reason well for someone your age. I've had practice. Indeed you have. The man smiled, a thin, controlled expression. Tell me, Lord Potter, what do you know about the history of Hogwarts? Not the standard history, the founding, the houses, the sorting hat. The real history. The things the founders built the school to hide. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. That's a very specific question from a stranger. I apologize. I'm a historian. The founders are a particular interest of mine. Your recent revelations have naturally piqued my curiosity. What's your name? You may call me Aldrich. Aldrich. Just Aldrich. For now. The man's eyes held Harry's. I merely wish to offer a thought, Lord Potter. The founders were extraordinary people, but they were not infallible. They made compromises, difficult ones, hidden ones, the kind that seem necessary in the moment but carry consequences across centuries. Your inheritance is not just power and privilege. It is also responsibility for those compromises. Harry studied him. Every instinct he had was screaming that this man was important, not dangerous, exactly, or at least not immediately dangerous, but significant in a way that went beyond a casual conversation in a damaged shopping street. You know something about the Founders' Protocol, Harry said. Aldrich's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Surprise, maybe, quickly contained. You're perceptive. You're not very subtle. For a historian. That thin smile again. Perhaps not. But subtlety is overrated when time is short. He inclined his head, a gesture that carried an odd, old-fashioned formality. We'll speak again, Lord Potter. I think we have a great deal to discuss. He turned and walked into the crowd. Harry watched him go, tracking his magical signature as it moved through the ambient noise of the alley. It was distinctive, that deep, bottomless quality, and it reminded Harry of something, though he couldn't place what. Then Aldrich turned a corner and his signature simply vanished. Not apparat. Not hidden. Gone, as if someone had turned off a light. Harry stood in the alley for a long moment, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling with the particular electricity of a near miss he didn't fully understand. Later that night, he sat in the study at Griffin's reach and thought about the encounter. The man had known about the Founder's protocol. He'd spoken about compromises, hidden ones, with consequences. He'd radiated an age and depth that didn't match his appearance. Harry pulled out the parchment from Ravenclaw's vault and reread it. The Founders built Hogwarts upon the prison of the Hollow King. The Founder's seal draws a fraction of magical energy from every student. The Quad-Heir will be given a choice. Compromises. Hidden ones. The kind that carry consequences across centuries. Who are you, Aldrich? Harry murmured to the empty room. The room didn't answer. But the ring on his hand pulsed once, for colors, cycling, and somewhere far to the north, a castle stirred in the dark. From the north, the news of the Diagon Alley attack reached Hogwarts, and those within the ancient walls were not its only audience. Deep beneath the school, in a darkness that had no name and no end, something vast and patient felt the tremor of the seal's weakening. It felt the Quad-Heir's magic flare in distant battle. It felt the four bloodlines singing in concert, harmonics that had not sounded in 1,000 years. The Hollow King did not think in words. It thought in currents and tides, in the slow grinding of tectonic plates and the patient growth of crystal in stone. But it understood time. It understood change. And it understood, with the clarity of something that had been conscious for longer than human civilization, that the cage was failing. Not today. Not tomorrow. But soon. It settled deeper into the dark and waited. It had been waiting for 1,000 years. It could wait a little longer. But when it breathed, a single, slow exhalation of wild magic, every student in Hogwarts shivered in their sleep, and the castle walls groaned softly in a language that no one living remembered. In a hidden manor in the south of England, Lord Voldemort received news from 3 sources simultaneously. The first, his Death Eater's attack on Diagon Alley had failed. 5 captured, 2 fled, the rest defeated. By a 15-year-old boy. The second, Harry Potter had claimed the Slytherin seat on the Wizengamot. The heir of Slytherin was a half-blood teenager with Muggle relatives and a scar on his forehead. The third, a spy within the Ministry reported that a hidden archive, the ruins of Ravenclaw's personal library, location known only to the Department of Mysteries, had been partially catalogued. It contained fragments of Founder-level magical theory that might be adapted for combat use. Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair in a room lit by a single green flame and processed these 3 pieces of information with the cold efficiency of a mind that had been honed by decades of dark magic and obsessive self-refinement. Potter. Always Potter. The boy was a wound that wouldn't heal, a constant, maddening reminder that prophecy and fate conspired against the most powerful Dark Lord in history. And now this. The Quad-Heir. The boy carried his bloodline, Slytherin's bloodline, and had the audacity to claim it in public, in the Wizengamot, wearing it like a badge of honor. The Parseltongue message, relayed by a shaken Lucius Malfoy, burned in Voldemort's mind, Slytherin's blood chose me. The rage was enormous. Voldemort contained it, he always contained it, directing it rather than letting it consume him, but the edges leaked through. The green flame flared. The walls of the room trembled. Nagini, coiled at his feet, raised her head and hissed uneasily. He needed Founder-level magic. Potter had it, for vault's worth, apparently, and was already using it in combat to devastating effect. The Diagon Alley report described spells no one had seen before, shields that absorbed dark curses, healing magic performed without incantation. The Ravenclaw Archive. If Voldemort could reach it before the Department of Mysteries completed their cataloging, he could acquire Founder-level knowledge of his own. Not all 4 traditions, but he didn't need all 4. He needed enough to counter Potter's advantages. Enough to prove that the true heir of Slytherin was not a half-blood child playing at power. Rookwood, Voldemort said. The Death Eater stepped from the shadows, Augustus Rookwood, former Unspeakable, the one agent Voldemort had who understood the Department of Mysteries. My lord. The Ravenclaw archive. I want it. All of it. Tonight. Rookwood bowed. It will be done, my lord. Voldemort watched him go. Then he turned to the green flame and began to plan. Harry didn't learn about the Ravenclaw archive raid until 3 days later, when Dumbledore's owl arrived with a terse note explaining that the Department of Mysteries had been breached and certain, historically significant materials, had been taken. By then, it was done, Voldemort had what he wanted, and the balance of power had shifted in ways Harry was only beginning to understand. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, there was an unexpected visitor at Griffin's reach. Neville had been training all day, his new cherry wand was performing beautifully, and his earth magic had progressed from startling to genuinely frightening in the space of a week, and had gone to bed early, exhausted. Sirius and Remus were in the great room, playing chess badly and arguing about Quidditch. Harry was in the study, working through Slytherin's notes on magical architecture, when Pipsy appeared with a crack. Master Harry, there is a witch at the ward boundary. She says her name is Greengrass. Harry looked up from the journal. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Daphne didn't make unannounced visits, she was too deliberate for that, too conscious of propriety and protocol. Something was wrong. Let her through. He met her at the front door. She was wearing traveling clothes, dark cloak, practical boots, no jewelry. Her hair was loose and slightly windblown, as if she'd come in a hurry. Her expression was controlled, but her eyes were tight, and there were faint shadows beneath them that hadn't been there the last time Harry saw her. Daphne. What happened? Can I come in? He stepped aside. She walked past him into the entrance hall, and he saw her hands, clenched at her sides, knuckles white. My father received a visit tonight, she said, without preamble. From Lucius Malfoy and 2 others. They delivered a message from Voldemort. Harry's jaw tightened. What message? Join or suffer. Her voice was flat. Clinical. The voice of someone holding herself together through sheer force of will. They gave my father 1 week to declare for the Dark Lord. If he refuses, there will be consequences. They were specific about what those consequences would involve. Specific how? Daphne looked at him. The mask cracked, and beneath it, Harry saw fear, real, deep, personal fear. They mentioned Astoria by name. The cold in Harry's chest was instantaneous and absolute. They had threatened an 11-year-old girl. Where is your family now? Father sent Astoria and mother to our French property. He's still at the manor, fortifying the wards. He won't leave, he says it would look like weakness. He's right that it would look like weakness. He's wrong that it matters. Looking weak and being dead are different problems. Harry crossed to the study and began writing. I'm moving your family here. Griffin's reach is under Fidelius, Voldemort can't find it, can't breach it, can't even perceive it. Your father can maintain his public position from here while your mother and sister are safe. Harry, you can't just, I can. I'm doing it. This is what the alliance means, Daphne. Not words in a Wisengamot chamber. Protection. Real protection, when it matters. He looked up from the letter. Will your father accept? She was quiet for a moment. The gratitude in her expression warred with something more complicated, pride, perhaps, or the pure-blood resistance to accepting help that looked like charity. He'll accept, she said. If I tell him to. Then tell him. She nodded. Then, quietly, thank you. You don't have to thank me. I know. I'm thanking you anyway. She paused. You were right. About the alliance. About what it could be, if someone took it seriously. I thought it was transactional. I thought everything was transactional. And now. She looked at him, and for the first time since he'd met her, her expression was completely unguarded. No mask, no calculation, no careful modulation. Just Daphne, sharp, scared, brilliant, real. Now I think I was wrong about some things. They stood in the study, 5 feet apart, the firelight playing across their faces, and the air between them was charged with something that had nothing to do with magic. Harry took a step toward her. She didn't move away. "We should get your family moved tonight," he said softly. "Yes. We should." She didn't move. A long moment passed. Then Daphne straightened, and the mask reassembled, but it was thinner now, more translucent, and Harry could see through it to the person underneath. "I'll send the owl to father," she said. "And then I'm going to need a room. If that's acceptable. Pipsy will be ecstatic. She's been trying to fill this house since I arrived. I don't do ecstatic house elves. You don't get a choice. This is Pipsy's domain." Something that was almost, finally, genuinely a smile crossed Daphne's face. "Fine. But if she tries to put flowers on my pillow, there will be consequences." Pipsy put flowers on her pillow. Daphne didn't mention it again, but the flowers stayed. By midnight, Sirius Greengrass had agreed to relocate. By dawn, the Greengrass family, father, mother, and 11-year-old Astoria, were installed in guest rooms at Griffin's Reach. The manor, which had been slowly filling with people all week, now felt genuinely alive. Astoria Greengrass was a small, sharp-featured girl with her sister's intelligence and none of her reserve. She explored Griffin's Reach with the boundless curiosity of an 11-year-old, adopted Pipsy as a personal guide, and attached herself to Sirius with the tenacity of a barnacle within hours of meeting him. "I like your dog form," she told Sirius at breakfast. "Can I ride you?" "Absolutely not," Daphne said. "Maybe later," Sirius said. "Absolutely not," Daphne repeated. Sirius winked at Astoria. Astoria grinned. Daphne looked at Harry with an expression that clearly communicated, "If he corrupts my sister, I am holding you personally responsible." Harry held up his hands in surrender. It was, he thought, the most normal moment he'd experienced in years. That afternoon, Harry received Dumbledore's letter about the Ravenclaw archive raid. He read it in the study with Remus, and the implications settled over both of them like a cold fog. "Voldemort has founder-level magical knowledge," Remus said quietly. "Fragments of it. Ravenclaw's research only, he doesn't have access to the other 3 traditions." Harry set the letter down. "But even fragments of Rowena's work are dangerous in the wrong hands. Her magical theory was the most advanced of the 4. If Voldemort adapts it for combat use, he will. Of course he will." Harry stared at the letter. The game was escalating. Voldemort was no longer content to operate through Death Eaters and intimidation. He was arming himself with the tools of the Founders. He was meeting Harry on his own ground. Good. Harry had been preparing for exactly that. "We need to accelerate the training," Harry said. "All of us. If Voldemort is going to match me with Founder-level magic, I need to be ready to counter it. And I need allies who can fight at that level, or close to it." Remus nodded. "Neville's progressing fast. Daphne is already skilled. And Sirius is a natural fighter. He just needs updating on technique." Harry paused, thinking. "When we get to Hogwarts, I'm reforming the DA. Bigger, more serious, more focused. Not a study group, a fighting force. Dumbledore won't like that. Dumbledore doesn't get a vote. Not anymore." Remus studied him. "You're different, Harry. Not just the power, though that's considerable. You're centered. Focused. When did that happen?" Harry thought about it. When had it happened? Not at Gringotts, though that was where the external changes began. Not in the vault trials, though those had tested and confirmed something already present. Maybe it had always been there, this core of clarity, this capacity for decision, buried under suppression blocks and manipulation and the constant, exhausting performance of being the boy who lived. "I think it was always there," he said. "I just couldn't reach it." Remus's expression was complicated, proud, sad, angry on Harry's behalf, all tangled together. "Your parents would be proud of you." "I hope so." That evening, Harry went to the roof of Griffin's Reach and looked north. Hogwarts was there, hundreds of miles away, invisible, but he could feel it through the ring. The castle's magic pulsed like a second heartbeat, and beneath it, deeper and darker, the Hollow King's presence throbbed like a bruise. The seal was holding, but its rhythm was uneven, faltering. The protocol was still transferring control, and every day that passed, the seal grew weaker and the Hollow King grew closer to waking. His Hogwarts letter had arrived that morning. Start of term, September 1st, as always. The normality of it, the ordinariness of receiving a school supply list while preparing for a war on 3 fronts, was almost funny. He was going back. Not because he had to, he could have claimed his independence, refused to attend, operated from Griffin's Reach. But Hogwarts was where the seal was. Hogwarts was where the Hollow King slept. Hogwarts was where the Founder's protocol would reach its conclusion. And Hogwarts was where his friends would be, vulnerable, uninformed, unprotected. He would go back. And he would be ready. Harry pulled the Founder's ring from his finger, the only time he'd removed it since claiming, and held it up against the night sky. Starlight caught the 4 metals, and for a moment they gleamed separately, gold for courage, silver for cunning, bronze for wisdom, dark iron for loyalty. He put the ring back on. The metals merged. For traditions. For legacies. For weapons for the battles ahead. The first battle, the Wizengamot, was won. The second, the Death Eaters, was joined. The third, Voldemort himself, was coming. And the fourth, the Hollow King, the seal, the terrible choice, waited beneath ancient stones, patient as the dark. Harry went inside, sat at his grandfather's desk, and began planning for all of them. Chapter 4, Shadows in the Stones. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, as always. The barrier between the Muggle and magical worlds swallowed Harry mid-stride, and suddenly the air was thick with owl shrieks, trunk dragging, and the particular pitched hysteria of parents sending children away for months. Steam billowed from the Hogwarts Express in great white clouds, turning the platform into a dreamscape of half-seen figures and muffled shouts. Harry moved through it differently this year. The crowd noticed him, they always noticed him, but the quality of the attention had changed. Whispers that used to carry curiosity or skepticism now carried weight. People stepped out of his path without being asked. A few nodded. One elderly wizard, leaning on a cane by a pillar, inclined his head in a gesture that was unmistakably a bow. The Daily Prophet photographs from the Diagon Alley battle had done their work. The Wizengamot session had done the rest. Harry Potter wasn't the boy who lived anymore, not to anyone paying attention. He was something new, something the wizarding world hadn't seen in 1,000 years, and people weren't sure yet whether to be awed or terrified. Harry preferred it that way. Uncertainty was useful. He found the compartment where Neville was already waiting, trunk stowed, cherry wand tucked behind his ear like a pencil. Neville had changed over the summer, not dramatically, not the way Harry had, but meaningfully. His shoulders were straighter. His jaw was set differently. 3 weeks of training at Griffin's Reach had burned away something soft and uncertain and left behind something harder, quieter, and considerably more dangerous. "Saved you a seat," Neville said. "Thanks." Harry stowed his trunk and sat across from him. Through the window, he watched the platform, scanning, always scanning now, a habit drilled into him by Gryffindor's combat journals and reinforced by weeks of living as a target. Hermione appeared in the doorway 5 minutes later, slightly breathless, Crookshanks in a basket, her expression cycling rapidly between relief at seeing Harry alive and annoyance at having been kept in the dark all summer. Harry James Potter, she said, and the use of his full name was a weapon she'd been sharpening for weeks. You disappeared from Privet Drive, stopped answering owls, claimed 5 Wisengamot seats, fought 15 Death Eaters in Diagon Alley, and I had to read about all of it in the newspaper. Good to see you too, Hermione. Don't you, good to see you, me. I have been worried sick. Ron's been, where is Ron? Ron materialized behind her, ears red, expression somewhere between sheepish and starstruck. All right, Harry. All right, Ron. You really fought 15 Death Eaters? 14. Daphne got 2 of them. Daphne. As in Greengrass. The Slytherin. The very one. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, glanced at Hermione as if seeking guidance, and apparently decided to table that particular line of inquiry. He sat down. Hermione sat beside him, radiating the intense focus of someone with approximately 400 questions and the self-discipline to start with the most important ones. The founder bloodlines, she said. All 4. I've been researching, there's almost nothing in published sources. The closest reference I found was a footnote in Bathilda Bagshot's History of Magic, mentioning a theoretical convergence of founder lineages that she dismissed as genealogically impossible. Bathilda was wrong. Obviously. But how? The bloodlines should have been too diluted after 1,000 years, they were dormant, not diluted. The Evans line carried Slytherin and Hufflepuff blood through Squib descendants who married Muggles. The magic slept until my mother, who carried both lines, married my father, who carried Gryffindor and Ravenclaw through the Potter line. The combination woke everything up. He paused. My mum wasn't Muggle-born, Hermione. She was descended from 2 founders. Hermione's mouth formed a small O. Harry could practically see her rebuilding her entire understanding of magical genetics in real time. That's why she was so powerful, Hermione whispered. 2 dormant founder lines reactivating simultaneously, the magical output would have been extraordinary. Yeah. The train lurched into motion. Platform 9 3/4 slid away, replaced by the grey sprawl of London, then suburbs, then the green of the English countryside rolling past under a sky the colour of old pewter. Harry told them what they needed to know, the inheritance, the vaults, the political situation, the Dumbledore confrontation. He didn't tell them everything. The Founder's seal, the Hollow King, the terrible secret beneath Hogwarts, that stayed locked behind his teeth. Not because he didn't trust them, but because he didn't yet understand it well enough to explain, and half-truths were worse than silence. Hermione absorbed it with academic intensity. Ron absorbed it with the pragmatic directness of someone whose primary concern was identifying threats and figuring out how to punch them. So Dumbledore nicked your gold, blocked your magic, and stuck you with the Dursleys when you had a bloody estate in Wales, Ron said flatly. And people wonder why I don't trust adults. He's not an enemy, Harry said. Not anymore. But he's not in charge either. And you know who, Voldemort, Ron forced the name out like swallowing medicine. He's got founder magic now too. From this Ravenclaw archive thing. Fragments. Enough to be dangerous. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Daphne appeared at the compartment door an hour into the journey. She'd changed into her school robes already, Slytherin green and silver, and her expression was the careful blankness she wore in public. But her eyes found Harry's immediately, and something in them eased. Potter. Longbottom. She nodded to each, then turned her gaze to Ron and Hermione with the appraising look of someone cataloging new variables. Weasley. Granger. Greengrass, Ron said, with the wariness of a boy who'd spent 4 years on the opposite side of a house rivalry. I need 5 minutes, Daphne said to Harry. When you have a moment. Now's fine. Harry stood. "I'll be right back," he told the compartment. In the corridor, with the train's rhythm rocking them gently and students passing in clumps, Daphne dropped the mask halfway. "Umbridge is on the train," she said quietly. "I saw her in the staff compartment. She's got a ministry escort, 2 Aurors, both Fudge loyalists." "Aurors? For a teacher? For whatever she actually is. My father's contacts say she's been given a dual appointment, defense professor and High Inquisitor. It's a new position. Fudge created it specifically to give the ministry authority over Hogwarts operations." Harry leaned against the corridor wall, processing. "He's using her to control the school. To control you. In the school. You're the only threat Fudge can't handle politically anymore, your Wisingamot position is too strong. So he's coming at you through Hogwarts, where you're technically still a student." "I'm technically a student who outranks the entire board of governors." "Technically, yes. Practically, exercising that authority would require invoking the Founder's Charter, which hasn't been tested in 1,000 years and would trigger a constitutional crisis. Fudge is betting you won't go that far." Harry thought about it. She was right, invoking the charter over a personnel dispute would be using a cannon to swat a fly. It would work, but the collateral damage to his political position would be severe. He needed a more surgical approach. "I'll deal with Umbridge," he said. "But not immediately. Let her establish herself. Let her show her hand. It's harder to remove someone preemptively than it is to remove them after they've proven themselves a problem." Daphne studied him. "That's very Slytherin of you. I had a good teacher." The corner of her mouth twitched. "Flattery is a Gryffindor trait, Potter. Is it working? Don't push your luck." But her eyes were warm, and when she turned to go back to her compartment, her hand brushed his arm in a way that could have been accidental and absolutely wasn't. Harry watched her walk away and took a moment to acknowledge, privately and honestly, that he was in serious trouble. Hogwarts materialized out of the Scottish dusk like a fever dream of stone and starlight. Harry had seen the castle dozens of times. He'd watched it appear from the boats in first year, from the carriages in every year since, from the astronomy tower and the Quidditch pitch and the shores of the Black Lake. He knew its silhouette, its rhythms, its moods. He had never felt it like this. The moment the carriages passed through the gates, pulled by thestrals, he could now see clearly, their skeletal forms cutting the darkness like scissors through black paper. The castle's magic reached out and touched him. Not metaphorically. Physically. A wave of warmth and recognition rolled through his body, starting at the ring and spreading outward, filling every nerve, every cell, every molecule of his being with a sensation that was part welcome and part warning. The ring blazed. 4 colors cycled across its surface, faster than Harry had ever seen them, and for a heartbeat, the 4 metals separated into distinct bands before merging again. His magical senses, which he'd been learning to moderate over the summer, blew wide open without his consent. He could feel everything. Every ward on the castle. Every enchantment on every door, window, staircase, and portrait frame. The ley lines converging beneath the foundations like rivers meeting at a confluence. The ambient magic of the forbidden forest, wild and green and old. The lake, dense with magical creatures and layered protective enchantments. The Quidditch pitch. The greenhouses. Hagrid's hut. Every stone, every beam, every tile. And beneath it all, deep, so deep that it existed less as a presence than as a pressure, a weight on the bottom of his consciousness like a stone on the ocean floor, the Hollow King. Harry gripped the edge of the carriage seat and breathed through it, using Gryffindor's exercises to pull his senses back to manageable levels. The flood receded, leaving him gasping and slightly dizzy. Neville, beside him, looked concerned. "Harry? You all right?" "Fine. Just, the castle's a lot. I'll adjust." Neville didn't push. He'd learned, over the summer, when Harry needed space and when he needed company. This was a space moment. They entered the great hall for the sorting feast, and the castle reacted. It wasn't subtle. Harry walked through the massive double doors and every torch in the hall flared simultaneously, not brighter, exactly, but differently, their flames shifting from warm orange to 4 distinct colors that rippled across the ceiling. Red gold, silver green, bronze blue, warm yellow. The colors raced along the enchanted ceiling, chasing each other among the conjured stars, painting the hall in shifting patterns that made every face look up. The sorting hat, sitting on its stool at the front of the hall, twitched. Actually twitched, as if it had been dozing and something had poked it awake. 600 students and the entire faculty watched Harry Potter walk to the Gryffindor table. His footsteps echoed in the stunned silence with the precise clarity of a metronome. He sat down. The torches returned to normal. The ceiling settled. The hat went still. From the staff table, Dumbledore watched with an expression that was carefully, deliberately blank. Beside him, a squat woman in a pink cardigan, Umbridge, stared at Harry with a fixed smile and eyes like chips of ice. Minerva McGonagall, who had been halfway through rising to bring out the first years, looked from the ceiling to Harry to Dumbledore and back again, her lips pressed into a line so thin it had practically achieved two-dimensionality. "What was that?" Hermione whispered. "The castle's saying hello," Harry said. "Don't worry about it." Hermione's expression clearly communicated that she would be worrying about it extensively and in great detail for the foreseeable future. The sorting went normally. Astoria Greengrass was sorted into Slytherin. Daphne's relief was visible even from across the hall. The feast was lavish. Dumbledore gave his usual start-of-term speech, then introduced Professor Umbridge, who will be taking on the defense against the dark arts position, as well as a new advisory role within the school. Umbridge stood. She was shorter than Harry had imagined from Daphne's descriptions, barely 5 feet, with a face like a toad that had been given a perm and taught to smile. Her pink cardigan was a specific shade of pink that seemed designed to provoke nausea. Her voice, when she spoke, was high and girlish and laced with a sweetness so aggressive it curdled the air. "Thank you, Headmaster. I do so hope we'll all be the best of friends," she gave a speech. Harry stopped listening after the first 30 seconds, not because the content wasn't important, it was, Daphne would dissect it later, and the political subtext was clear even in the fragments he caught, but because something else was demanding his attention. The castle was talking to him. Not in words. In impressions, sensations, flickers of awareness. A door, somewhere in the lower levels, that had been sealed for centuries and was now unlocked. A corridor that hadn't existed yesterday, connecting the 4th floor to a hidden staircase behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. A room, a specific room, deep in the castle's heart, at the intersection of the 4 house common room wards, that pulsed with a warmth Harry felt in his chest like a second heartbeat. The Founder's Chamber. The castle was showing him the way. After the feast, after the common room, after the familiar chaos of Gryffindor Tower settling into the first night of term, Harry lay in his 4-poster bed and waited until the breathing around him deepened into sleep. Then he got up, pulled on his invisibility cloak, and followed the castle's call. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were a different country. Moonlight through high windows cast everything in silver and shadow. Portraits dozed in their frames. The suits of armor stood their eternal watch, helmeted heads turning slightly as Harry passed, following him, he realized, tracking the Quad-Heir through the castle like sentries tracking a general. The route the castle had shown him during the feast was clear in his mind, not a map, exactly, but a sense of direction, a magnetic pull that intensified as he moved deeper into the school. Down from Gryffindor Tower. Through the 3rd floor corridor, the forbidden one from first year, now just another hallway. Down again, past the kitchens, into the lower levels where the stone was older and the air tasted of earth and mineral. He passed the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, warm light leaked from beneath the barrel door, and continued. Past the Slytherin common room entrance in the dungeons, cold, damp, the distant sound of lake water pressing against the walls. Deeper still, into corridors he'd never seen, corridors that probably hadn't been visible to anyone in centuries. The castle opened for him. Walls that should have been solid revealed hidden doors. Dead-end corridors extended into new passages. Twice, staircases materialized beneath his feet as he descended, not the moving staircases of the upper floors, but narrow, spiraling stone steps that bored straight down into the bedrock. He descended for 10 minutes. The air grew warmer, which was wrong, underground should have been cold, especially this deep. But the warmth wasn't physical. It was magical, ambient, the heat of concentrated enchantment. The ley lines converging beneath the school pulsed around him, and he could feel their power, enormous, ancient, cosmic in scale. The staircase ended at a door. It was circular, the only circular door Harry had ever seen, made of a material he couldn't identify, not wood, not metal, not stone, but something that seemed to be all three simultaneously, its surface shifting between textures depending on where he focused. 4 symbols were carved into it at the cardinal points: lion, serpent, eagle, badger. Each one was inlaid with metal that matched the corresponding strand of his ring. Harry placed his palm against the center of the door. Magic flowed. The 4 symbols blazed, red, green, blue, gold, and the door didn't open so much as dissolved, its substance becoming translucent and then transparent and then simply absent, leaving a circular opening into the room beyond. The Founder's Chamber. Harry stepped inside and the door reformed behind him. The room was circular, perhaps 40 feet across, with a domed ceiling that rose into darkness. 4 alcoves were set into the walls at the cardinal points, and in each alcove stood a throne, not grand or ornate, but solid, functional, made from the same shifting material as the door. A lion carved on one. A serpent on another. An eagle. A badger. Each throne radiated the magical signature of its founder, and together they created a harmonic that Harry felt in his bones. In the center of the chamber, the floor was inscribed with a runic circle, complex, multi-layered, the most intricate piece of magical engineering Harry had ever seen. Thousands of individual runes, arranged in concentric rings, each ring rotating slowly against its neighbors like the gears of a vast clock. The runes glowed faintly, white, mostly, but with pulses of color that corresponded to the 4 thrones. At the center of the runic circle, on a small pedestal, sat a stone. It was unremarkable in appearance, rough-hewn, dark gray, about the size of Harry's fist. But the magic pouring off it was staggering. Dense, layered, impossibly complex, like looking at a star through a telescope and seeing not just light but the fusion reactions that produced it, the gravitational forces that contained it, the radiation that escaped it. This was the Founder's Seal. Harry approached it slowly. The runic circle's outer rings parted for him, physically, the inscribed lines sliding across the floor like tracks, creating a path to the center. He walked through gears of light and felt the magic brushing against him, reading him, confirming him. He reached the pedestal. The seal stone sat before him, pulsing with a rhythm that was just slightly irregular, a heartbeat with an occasional missed beat, a clock losing time. He could see the damage. Not physical, the stone was intact, but magical. Fine cracks in the enchantment structure, stress fractures where the magic had been stretched too thin. The passive siphon, the draw from the students, was barely maintaining the seal's integrity. Every year, as the magic degraded, more was drawn, and even then it wasn't enough. The Founder's protocol was making it worse. The transfer of control from the passive system to Harry's conscious authority was creating a gap, a period where the old system was shutting down and the new system wasn't yet online. During that gap, the seal was running on reserves. And the reserves were nearly depleted. Harry reached out and touched the stone. The chamber vanished. He stood in a vast darkness. Not the darkness of a room with the lights off, a positive darkness, a darkness that existed as a thing in itself, dense and heavy and alive. It pressed against him from all directions, and it had texture, currents and eddies, warm patches and cold patches, the sense of something enormous moving in the deep. This was below the seal. Below the castle. Below everything. This was where the Hollow King slept. Harry stood in the dark and felt the immensity of it. The Hollow King wasn't a creature. It wasn't a being, not in any sense that Harry's mind could compass. It was a force, primordial, pre-civilizational, older than structured magic, older than wands and spells and incantations. It was the raw, wild magic of the earth itself, concentrated and personified by sheer age and density into something that approximated consciousness. It was dreaming. Harry could feel the dreams, vast, slow, tectonic. Dreams of fire and ice and the patient grinding of continents. Dreams of the earth before magic was tamed, when it ran wild through the world like lightning through a thunderhead. Dreams of freedom. And threaded through the dreams, like veins through stone, awareness. The Hollow King knew he was there. Harry pulled his hand from the stone and gasped. The chamber slammed back into focus. He was on his knees on the floor of the runic circle, his hands still outstretched, his breath coming in harsh pants. The seal stone pulsed on its pedestal, undisturbed. He stayed on his knees for a long time, processing what he'd felt. Then he stood up, left the chamber, and went to find answers. The Founder journals provided them. Over the next 3 days, between classes that Harry attended with a fraction of his attention, his mind grinding on the problem of the seal like a dog with a bone, he pieced together the full picture from fragments scattered across all 4 sets of journals. Godric's account was the most straightforward. Written in the direct, unembellished style Harry had come to associate with the Gryffindor founder, we found the creature, if creature it can be called, when we laid the foundations. The ley lines drew us here, we thought it was confluence that made this ground powerful. We were fools. The confluence exists because the creature exists. It drew the ley lines to itself, or perhaps it is the ley lines, or was, before it became something more. Rowena cannot determine its nature. Salazar cannot communicate with it. Helga cannot calm it. I cannot fight it. It is not evil. I want to be clear about this for whoever reads these words. The creature is not malicious. It does not hate us, does not wish to harm us. It simply is, in a way so enormous that its mere existence threatens to overwhelm everything we've built. An ocean is not evil, but it will drown you. A mountain is not evil, but it will crush you. This is the Hollow King. Salazar's account was more analytical, we could not destroy it. The combined power of all 4 of us, at the height of our abilities, working in concert, could not even diminish it. We could only contain it. The seal draws on the ambient magic of the surrounding area, concentrating it into a barrier that constrains the creature's consciousness. But ambient magic is insufficient. The seal requires a continuous input of living magical energy to maintain its integrity. We chose the school. The students. Each one gives a fraction, insignificant to the individual, invisible, unmeasurable by any means available to them. But 1,000 students, year after year, century after century, it accumulates. It sustains the seal. I am not comfortable with this choice. I argued for informing the students, for seeking their consent. I was overruled. Godric said it would cause panic. Rowena said the knowledge would eventually leak and the seal would be compromised. Helga said the children should not bear the weight of this truth. They were not wrong. But they were not right either. Rowena's account was the most technically detailed, pages of runic theory and energy calculations that Harry needed Hermione's help to fully understand, though he gave her the technical sections without context, claiming they were from an advanced theory text he was studying. But its emotional core was a single paragraph: we have made ourselves jailers. We have made our students unwitting sacrifices. We have built a school, a place of learning and growth and childhood, on the foundation of a secret that would horrify every parent who sends their child through our doors. I do not know if history will forgive us. I do not know if we deserve forgiveness. I know only that the alternative, allowing the Hollow King to wake, is worse. Or so I tell myself. On my better days, I believe it. On my worst days, I wonder if we simply lacked the courage to try harder. Helga's account was the shortest. 3 lines, forgive us. We could not find another way. I hope you can. Harry read them all. Then he sat in the library at Hogwarts, the regular library, surrounded by students doing homework and whispering about classes and living their normal, unburdened lives, and felt the weight of 1,000 years of hidden sacrifice settle on his shoulders. Every student in this school was being stolen from. A fraction of their magical potential, siphoned away without their knowledge or consent, fed to a prison they didn't know existed. Every struggling first year who couldn't quite master a levitation charm. Every student who plateaued early and was told their talent simply had limits. How much of that was natural, and how much was theft? The number might be small, Salazar had called it insignificant to the individual, but the principle was monstrous. Non-consensual sacrifice of children. For the greater good. Where had he heard that phrase before? He told Daphne on the 4th night. He had to tell someone, and she was the person he trusted to respond with her head as well as her heart. They met in an unused classroom on the 5th floor, neutral territory, private, warded by Harry against eavesdropping. Daphne arrived with the precise punctuality that characterized everything she did, set down her bag, and sat on a desk with the contained grace that Harry had come to realize was armor, physical control as emotional defense. You said it was important, she said. Sit down properly. I am sitting. Sit down somewhere comfortable. This is going to be hard to hear. Something in his tone made her mask flicker. She moved to a chair, sat, and waited. Harry told her. All of it. The Founder's Chamber, the seal, the Hollow King, the siphon. He laid it out the way he'd told Dumbledore about the financial records, clearly, precisely, letting the facts carry the weight. He read her the passages from the Founder's journals. He watched her face as she processed the information. Daphne listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, long enough that the silence began to have texture, to develop edges and corners. Every student, she said finally. Every student. For 1,000 years. Including us. Including your sister. Daphne's hands, which had been folded in her lap, curled into fists. She uncurled them deliberately, a conscious act of control. How much? How much is taken? I don't know exactly. Salazar described it as insignificant to the individual. But what does that mean? 1%? 5? Even 1% of a magical core, stolen during childhood development, that could be the difference between casting a spell on the first try and struggling for weeks. So every Muggle-born student who was told they'd never be as powerful as a pureblood, might have been right. Not because of blood status, but because the seal took more from students with less to give. Daphne closed her eyes. When she opened them, her expression had hardened into something precise and dangerous. What are the options? The protocol gives the Quad-Heir 2 choices. Reinforce the seal, which apparently requires a blood sacrifice from me, and the siphon continues, or break it. Release the Hollow King. And you're considering breaking it. I'm considering every option. Including ones the Founders didn't think of. Harry. Daphne leaned forward, intensity radiating from every line of her body. The seal works. Whatever the ethical problems, whatever the cost, it works. The Hollow King has been contained for 1,000 years. Every student who passed through this school went on to live a full magical life. The cost is invisible. Negligible. And the alternative is an entity of primordial wild magic being released into the world. I know. I've been inside the seal, Daphne. I've felt it. It's not a monster, it's not evil, but its scale is beyond anything we can comprehend. Releasing it without a plan would be catastrophic. Then we maintain the seal. We find a way to reinforce it without your blood sacrifice, and we maintain it. And we keep stealing from children. Without their consent. Without even telling them. Yes. Daphne's voice was flat and certain. Because the alternative is worse. That's what hard choices look like, Harry. You don't get a clean option. You get a less terrible one. The greater good. She flinched. They both knew whose philosophy he was quoting. Don't do that, she said, her voice low and sharp. Don't compare me to him. I'm not comparing you to him. I'm saying the logic is the same. The cost is small, the benefit is large, therefore the sacrifice is justified. That's Dumbledore's reasoning. That's the reasoning that put me in a cupboard and blocked my magic and spent my family's gold. Where does it end? Where's the line? The line is reality, Harry. The line is a 1,000-year-old prison containing something that could destroy everything. You can't just decide that the principle matters more than what? Than people. Children. The principle is about people. The principle is that you don't sacrifice children without their consent, no matter how small the cost, no matter how good the reason. They were both standing now, though Harry couldn't remember getting up. The air between them crackled, not with magic, but with the particular electricity of two people who respected each other enough to fight honestly. You're being naive, Daphne said. You're being scared. Silence. The word hung between them like a physical thing. Daphne's expression went blank. Not her usual mask, this was something rawer, something stripped of all pretense. She turned, picked up her bag, and walked to the door. Daphne, I'll see you in class, Potter. The door closed behind her. Harry stood in the empty classroom and listened to her footsteps recede down the corridor, each one precise and measured and a little too fast. He sat down heavily in the nearest chair and pressed his hands over his face. 2 days passed. They didn't speak. The silence was deafening. In potions, Daphne sat on the opposite side of the room and answered Snape's questions with her usual competence and didn't look at Harry once. In the corridors, they passed each other like strangers. At meals, Harry sat with the Gryffindors and Daphne sat with the Slytherins, and the 30 feet of great hall between them might as well have been an ocean. Neville noticed but didn't ask. Hermione noticed and did ask, repeatedly, until Harry told her it was personal and she backed off with visible reluctance. Ron noticed nothing, which was simultaneously impressive and predictable. The silence gave Harry time to think. And the thinking was uncomfortable, because the uncomfortable thoughts were the useful ones. Daphne wasn't wrong. He had to admit that, even as the admission scraped against his convictions. The seal worked. The cost was small. The alternative was catastrophic. On a purely utilitarian level, the greatest good for the greatest number, maintaining the seal was the correct choice. Any rational assessment of the situation would reach the same conclusion. But Harry had never been purely rational. He'd been the boy in the cupboard, the child no one asked, the teenager whose choices were made for him by well-meaning adults who considered his consent irrelevant. He knew what it felt like to be sacrificed for someone else's greater good, and knowing made the utilitarian calculation feel not just wrong but obscene. Was he projecting? Probably. Was the projection invalid? He didn't think so. The children being siphoned didn't know. Wouldn't know. Couldn't consent. That mattered. It had to matter, or nothing did. But Daphne's point was real too. Tearing down a flawed system without a replacement was destruction, not justice. You didn't rip out a dam because the dam was built with stolen materials, not unless you had a plan for the flood. He needed a third option. The DA reformed on the first Saturday of term. Harry sent out word through channels he'd established over the summer, Neville to the Gryffindors, Daphne's allies, working independently, not speaking to Harry directly, to the Slytherins, Susan Bones to the Hufflepuffs, Luna Lovegood to the Ravenclaws. The room of requirement provided space, as it had the previous year, but the room seemed different now, larger, better equipped, more responsive to Harry's needs. The castle was helping. 30 students showed up the first night. By the second Saturday, it was 50. By the third, over 70. Harry didn't waste time on speeches. He demonstrated a shield charm that drew power from the ground. A stunner that hit like a physical blow. A disarming technique so fast that the target's wand was in Harry's hand before they registered the spell leaving his. This isn't a study group, he told them. I'm not going to drill you on textbook spells and send you off with homework. There's a war coming. It's already started. The people on the other side are trained, committed, and willing to kill. If you're here, you're preparing to fight them. If you're not ready for that, leave now. No judgment, no pressure. But I need to know who's in. No one left. He organized them into teams, mixing houses deliberately. Gryffindors paired with Slytherins. Ravenclaws with Hufflepuffs. The old rivalries ground against each other like tectonic plates, producing friction and heat and, gradually, something harder. Neville led the combat herbology unit, a cadre of students who combined conventional spellwork with earth magic and botanical weaponry. His cherry wand sang in his hand, and the vines and roots he summoned moved with a speed and purpose that startled even students who'd watched him fumble through potions for 4 years. Tracy Davis, a Slytherin who'd come through Daphne's network, turned out to be a prodigy with curse-breaking. Blaise Zabini had an instinct for tactical coordination that Harry recognized as Slytherin cunning applied to group combat. Susan Bones was a natural healer. Luna Lovegood was, well, Luna was Luna, but her spellwork was eerily accurate when it counted, and she had a disconcerting ability to predict opponents' movements that no one, including Luna, could explain. Hermione became the DACE researcher, analyzing spells, optimizing techniques, developing counter-strategies against known Death Eater tactics. Ron, who had spent the summer playing chess and thinking about strategy, turned out to have a gift for battle planning that surprised everyone except Harry. The DA trained 3 nights a week. Harry pushed them hard, harder than most of them had ever been pushed, and watched them transform. These weren't schoolchildren practicing for exams. These were soldiers preparing for war. Umbridge, naturally, was a problem. She'd established herself in the defense classroom like a fungal infection, slow, insidious, and increasingly difficult to ignore. Her lessons were theoretical to the point of parody, no spellcasting, no practical work, just reading from a ministry-approved textbook that could have been titled Defense Against the Dark Arts for people who don't believe in dark arts. Harry had expected this and had advised the DA members to keep their heads down in Umbridge's class. He could afford to, his political position made him untouchable in ways that most students weren't. But Umbridge was smart enough to recognize this, and she adjusted her strategy accordingly. She didn't target Harry. She targeted his friends. The first time, it was Neville. A trumped-up disciplinary infraction, disrupting the learning environment, by asking a question about practical spellwork. Detention with Umbridge. One evening, 2 hours. Neville came back to the common room and said nothing. He went to bed. Harry, who'd been reading in the corner, noticed the way Neville held his right hand, carefully, close to his body, fingers curled. Neville. It's nothing. Show me your hand. Neville showed him. On the back of his hand, in scarlet lines that were too even to be scratches and too deep to be ink, were 4 words, I must not question. Blood quill. Harry knew about blood quills. Ironclaw had mentioned them in passing, classified them as dark artifacts. They used the writer's own blood as ink, carving the words into skin as they appeared on parchment. Illegal under magical law. Classified as torture under the Geneva Conventions of Magical Warfare. The cold that filled Harry's chest was familiar. He'd felt it in the graveyard, on the night Cedric died. He'd felt it at Gringotts, reading Dumbledore's financial records. It wasn't rage was hot and destructive and made you stupid. This was ice. This was clarity. Who else? Harry said. What? Who else has she given detention to? Who else has marks on their hands? Neville hesitated. She did it to me and Hermione on the same night. Hermione, hers says, I must not tell lies. She asked about why we weren't doing practical work. Harry found Hermione in the library. She showed him her hand with the tight-lipped fury of someone who was angry at the injustice and angrier at herself for not finding a way to prevent it. The words I must not tell lies were carved into her skin, raw and weeping. Harry healed both hands, Hufflepuff's healing magic, warm and golden, sealing the wounds and easing the pain. But the scars remained. Blood quill scars were resistant to magical healing. They would fade, but slowly. I'm going to deal with this, Harry told them. Harry, she's a ministry appointee, Hermione began. I'm aware of her job title. I'm also aware that she just used an illegal dark artifact to torture 2 students under my protection. There's going to be a reckoning. He didn't do it immediately. He told Daphne, when they were still speaking, that he would let Umbridge show her hand. She had. Now he needed documentation. Over the next week, Harry quietly interviewed every student who'd received detention with Umbridge. There were 9. All of them had blood quill scars. Harry documented each one, photographs, written statements, pensive memories extracted by Hermione, who had learned the technique from a library book and performed it with characteristic precision. He also wrote to Ironclaw, requesting a legal analysis. The response came within a day: use of a blood quill on a minor constituted assault with a dark artifact, carrying a minimum sentence of 5 years in Azkaban. Use on multiple minors constituted a pattern of abuse, upgrading the charge to aggravated assault with an enhanced sentence. He wrote to Amelia Bones, enclosing copies of the evidence. He wrote to the Daily Prophet, care of a reporter named Anderson who had covered the Diagon Alley battle honestly. He wrote to the Goblin Liaison Office, noting that 3 of the victims were heirs to noble houses under Lord Potter's political umbrella. Then he went to see Umbridge. Her office was an assault on the senses. Pink. Everything was pink: the walls, the curtains, the doilies, the commemorative plates featuring kittens that mewed softly from the shelves. It smelled of perfume and old paper and something that might have been sugar but felt like malice. Umbridge sat behind her desk, teacup in hand, smile fixed in place. Lord Potter. What a pleasant surprise. Tea. No. Harry sat in the chair across from her without being invited. He placed a leather folder on her desk, the same kind of folder Ironclaw had given him at Gringotts, the same kind he'd used against Dumbledore. He was developing a theme. I'll be brief, Professor. Over the past 2 weeks, you have used a blood quill, a classified dark artifact, in disciplinary detentions with 9 students. The victims include Neville Longbottom, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom. Hermione Granger, a student under the protection of House Potter. Susan Bones, niece of the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes went flat. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, dear. My detention methods are perfectly standard. I have photographs of the scars. Written statements from all 9 victims. Pensive memories. A legal analysis from Gringotts classifying the blood quill as an illegal dark artifact under both goblin and wizarding law. And copies of all evidence have been sent to Amelia Bones at the DMLE, the Daily Prophet, and the Goblin Liaison Office. The smile cracked. Beneath it, Harry saw something ugly and afraid. You've already sent, before I walked through your door. The evidence is beyond your reach, Professor. It's in Gringotts' hands, and the goblins don't lose paperwork. Umbridge's hands curled around her teacup. Her knuckles were white. The minister cannot protect you from criminal charges brought by the DMLE. Director Bones is reviewing the evidence as we speak. My legal team estimates that a warrant for your arrest will be issued within 48 hours. You can't, you're a student. I'm the Lord of 5 houses, 3 of which predate the Ministry of Magic itself. I hold 5 Wisengamot seats. I have the legal authority to bring charges against anyone who harms members of my household or students under my protection. Harry leaned forward slightly. You have 2 options. Resign from Hogwarts immediately, tonight, before morning, and surrender yourself to the DMLE voluntarily, which will be taken into account at sentencing. Or wait for the arrest warrant, which will arrive publicly, in front of the students and faculty, with maximum embarrassment to you and your patron. Minister Fudge is already distancing himself from you. I know because I sent a copy of the evidence to his office 1 hour ago with a note suggesting that he might want to reconsider his association with someone about to be charged with torturing children. Fudge is a coward, Professor. He'll sacrifice you in a heartbeat to protect himself. Umbridge stared at him. The smile was gone now, replaced by something naked and desperate and vicious. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to reach for her wand. I wouldn't, he said quietly. I've fought Voldemort in a graveyard and Death Eaters in Diagon Alley. You don't want to find out what happens if you point a wand at me. The moment stretched. Then Umbridge's hand, which had been creeping toward her wand, dropped to her lap. This isn't over, she whispered. For you, it is. Harry stood. 24 hours, Professor. Then the warrant comes. Your choice. He left without looking back. The door closed behind him, and the kitten plates mewed softly in the silence. Umbridge resigned that night. She was gone before breakfast, her office stripped bare, her pink decorations vanished. A ministry owl arrived during the morning post carrying her official letter of resignation, for personal reasons. Fudge's office released a statement expressing full confidence in the remaining Hogwarts faculty, and making no mention of Umbridge at all. Amelia Bones arrested her at her London flat 3 days later. The Daily Prophet ran the story under the headline "Former Hogwarts Professor Charged with Student Torture." The evidence was irrefutable. The trial would be swift. The student body's reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Harry hadn't sought credit, he'd been careful to keep his role in the investigation quiet, but secrets didn't keep well at Hogwarts. Within a day, every student knew who had brought Umbridge down. Within 2 days, Harry had received more than 40 owls of thanks from parents. Neville found him in the corridor outside the Great Hall and said nothing, just clasped his shoulder, hard, with an expression that communicated everything words couldn't. It was the following Saturday when Aldrich Thorne arrived at Hogwarts. Harry was in the Founder's chamber. He'd been going there nightly, studying the seal, trying to understand its architecture well enough to imagine modifying it, when the castle's wards pulsed with an alert. Not a threat alert. A recognition alert. Something ancient was approaching the school, something the wards had been designed to acknowledge. Harry left the chamber and climbed to the entrance hall. The front doors of the castle were open, admitting a slash of cold autumn moonlight, and standing in the doorway was the man from Diagon Alley. Aldrich. Just Aldrich. He looked the same, scholarly build, grey hair, unremarkable robes, but here, inside Hogwarts, his magical signature was different. Stronger. Deeper. It resonated with the castle's own magic in ways that ordinary wizard signatures didn't, as if they were tuned to the same frequency. Lord Potter, Thorne said. His voice echoed in the empty entrance hall. I apologize for the hour. But I've run out of patience for subtlety. You weren't very subtle to begin with. No. I wasn't. He stepped inside. The castle doors closed behind him, and Harry felt the ward settle around the man, not hostile, not welcoming, but attentive. The castle was watching. "You told me we had a great deal to discuss," Harry said. "We do. Is there somewhere private?" Harry considered. Then he made a decision based on instinct rather than logic, the kind of decision that Gryffindor's journals said was a warrior's most reliable compass. "Follow me," he said, and led Aldrich Thorn to the Founder's chamber. The door opened for Harry. Thorn stopped on the threshold, staring at the runic circle, the 4 thrones, the seal stone pulsing at the center. His expression was one Harry hadn't expected: grief. Old, worn, familiar grief, the kind that had become a permanent feature of the landscape. "I haven't been inside this room in 300 years, Thorn said quietly. "You've been here before." "Many times. My predecessor brought me here when she passed me the wardenship." He stepped inside. The door closed behind him. It was stronger then. The seal. You could feel it from the threshold, this absolute, unshakable solidity. Like standing at the base of a mountain. It doesn't feel like a mountain now. No. Now it feels like a bridge with cracks in its foundations. Thorn turned to face Harry. His gray-green eyes were steady. "My name is Aldrich Thorn. I have been alive for 400 years, sustained by the same magic that keeps the seal intact. I am the last warden of the Founder's seal. And I am here because you are going to end the world." Harry crossed his arms. "That's dramatic. It's factual. The protocol is transferring control of the seal to you. During the transfer, the seal weakens. The Hollow King senses the weakness. It pushes. The seal cracks further. The cracks accelerate the transfer. The transfer accelerates the cracks. It's a feedback loop, Lord Potter, and it ends in one of 2 ways: you complete the transfer and make your choice, or the seal fails before you're ready and the Hollow King wakes on its own." "How long?" "Months. Perhaps less. The degradation has accelerated dramatically since you claimed the rings." Thorn paused. "I should be honest with you. My order was created to prevent this moment. The Founders established the Wardens as a failsafe. If a Quad-Heir ever arose, we were to ensure they never reached the point of choice." "By killing them?" "Yes." The word hung in the air. Harry's wand hand twitched, but he didn't draw. Thorn's posture was open, no hidden hands, no defensive stance. He was either genuinely non-threatening or very, very good at pretending. "You said was." Past tense. Thorn sat down on the base of Hufflepuff's throne, moving slowly, like a man feeling the weight of centuries. "I've killed before. For the wardenship. Twice in 400 years, candidates who showed signs of convergent heritage. Potential Quad-Heirs. They never reached the point of claiming, I ensured that." His voice was flat. Reciting facts. The first was a girl. 16. She didn't know what she was. She was studying herbology and writing love letters to a boy in Ravenclaw. I killed her with a poison that mimicked dragon pox. Her parents buried her. The school mourned. No one knew. Silence. The second was an old man, a scholar who had traced his own genealogy and realized what the convergence of his bloodlines might mean. He came to Hogwarts to investigate. I met him on the road and we talked for an hour. He was kind. Brilliant. He wanted to understand the Founder's legacy, not exploit it. I killed him with a sleeping charm and stopped his heart. Thorn looked at Harry. I tell you this so you understand what I am. What I've done. What the wardenship required. And yet you're sitting in this chamber talking to me instead of poisoning my tea. Yes. Something flickered in Thorn's expression, uncertainty, Harry thought, or the echo of it. I've had 400 years to think about whether the warden's mandate is just. Whether killing innocents to prevent a theoretical catastrophe is defensible. Whether I'm a guardian or a murderer. He paused. I no longer know. What changed? You did. Thorn's gaze was steady. I watched you at Diagon Alley, not the reconstruction, the battle. I watched from a concealment charm. I saw you fight Death Eaters with Founder magic, and I saw you heal the wounded with Hufflepuff's gift. I saw you kneel beside a child and wipe blood from her face. And I thought, for the first time in 4 centuries, that perhaps a Quad-Heir reaching the point of choice might not be the catastrophe my order assumed. That's a lot of weight to put on wiping a kid's face. It is. But after 400 years, you learn that small acts reveal more than grand gestures. Thorn straightened. I came here to tell you 3 things. First, the seal is failing, and failing faster than you realize. You have weeks, not months. Second, I have information about the seal's architecture that the Founder's journals don't contain, details that were passed down through the wardens, orally, never written. You need this information if you're going to find your third option. Harry went very still. I never told you I was looking for a third option. Rowena's vault. She left the same counsel for every potential Quad-Heir who might reach the choice, seek a third path. She hoped one of you would be clever enough to find it. Thorn's expression was complicated. I've spent 400 years trying to make sure no one ever got the chance. Perhaps that was my greatest failure. And the third thing? Thorn stood. His magical signature shifted, the deep, old, bottomless quality surging to the surface, and Harry's enhanced senses registered what it really was, seal magic. Thorn was connected to the seal the way Harry was connected to the Founder's bloodlines. He drew his longevity from it. His power from it. His purpose from it. The third thing is a warning. Others know what I know. Not all of them have reconsidered the mandate. One of my agents, Meridia, my second, remains committed to the original mission. If I don't kill you, she will try. And she is formidable. Noted. Harry studied the old man. 400 years of killing and doubting and killing again. A lifetime, multiple lifetimes, spent in service to a cause he no longer believed in. You said you have information about the seal. Share it. Not tonight. The information is complex and requires preparation. But soon. Thorn moved toward the chamber door. Lord Potter. I want to believe you can find a third path. I want to believe that everything I've done, everyone I've killed, was wrong, and that a better way exists. But wanting is not the same as knowing. Prove me right. He left. The chamber door dissolved for him and reformed behind him, and Harry was alone with the seal and the thrones and the weight of everything he'd just learned. A murderer who wanted redemption. A third option that 4 centuries of searching hadn't found. A ticking clock measured in weeks. Harry sat down on the floor of the Founder's chamber, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He reached out with his senses, through the ring, through the castle, through the ley lines, and felt the seal's pulse. Irregular. Weakening. The Hollow King pressing against its boundaries with the patient, inexorable force of water against stone. Seek a third path. He began to think. The reconciliation happened 2 nights later. Harry was in the Founder's chamber again. He spent most of his evenings there now, studying the seal's runic architecture, cross-referencing Thorn's hints with the Founder's journals, trying to see the shape of a solution that had eluded 400 years of searching. The runic circle's outer rings rotated slowly around him as he sat at their center, his consciousness half in the physical room and half in the magical structures that sustained the seal. He heard the door open. Felt a familiar magical signature, cool, precise, controlled, and knew who it was without looking. Daphne stood in the doorway. She'd never been here before. Harry had described the chamber but hadn't brought her. Her eyes moved across the room, the thrones, the runes, the seal stone. She took it in with the rapid assessment of someone trained to evaluate situations in real time. Neville told me you've been down here every night. He's worried. Neville worries. So do I. Harry opened his eyes and looked at her. She was in her school uniform still, robes over the Slytherin-crested jumper, her hair down. No mask. Or rather, the mask was there but she wasn't holding it up, it sat on her face like a garment she was too tired to straighten. "I'm sorry," she said. Harry blinked. In 2 months of knowing Daphne Greengrass, he'd never heard her apologize for anything. She issued corrections, acknowledged tactical errors, and occasionally conceded points in arguments. But sorry wasn't a word in her operational vocabulary. For what? For calling you naive. For walking out. She stepped inside. The chamber door closed behind her. You were right. About the principal. I was. She stopped. Breathed. Started again. I was scared, and I made fear sound like logic. I told you the seal's cost was negligible, that maintaining it was the rational choice. And maybe it is rational. But you weren't arguing about rationality. You were arguing about justice. And I shut that down because justice is harder than rationality, and I didn't want to deal with harder. She sat on the base of Ravenclaw's throne, directly across the chamber from him. The seal stone pulsed between them. My sister is in this school, Daphne said quietly. The seal is taking from her right now. A fraction of her magic, every day, without her knowledge. When you told me that, my first reaction should have been outrage. Instead, I did the math. I calculated the cost-benefit ratio. I decided it was acceptable. She looked at her hands. I was raised to think like that. Greengrass women are taught to be pragmatic above all else. But pragmatism that can't make room for justice isn't pragmatism, it's cowardice dressed up as cleverness. Harry got up and crossed the chamber to her. He sat on the floor in front of Ravenclaw's throne, close enough that their knees almost touched. You were right too, he said. I can't just tear the seal down. I can't choose principle over survival, not when survival means the entire magical world. I was so focused on the injustice that I wasn't thinking about the consequences. You made me think about the consequences. So we were both wrong. We were both half right. Which is worse, honestly? She almost smiled. What do we do? We find the third option. Together. He told her about Thorne's visit, the real identity, the wardens, the accelerated timeline. Her eyes widened at the revelation of Thorne's age and the murders he'd committed, but she didn't interrupt. Weeks, she said when he finished. Not months. Maybe less. Then we need to work faster. She straightened, and Harry watched the transformation, the fear and vulnerability retreating behind the sharp, analytical mind that he'd come to rely on. But this time, the mask wasn't a wall. It was armor, worn consciously, and the person wearing it was visible through the gaps. I need access to the seal's runic architecture, she said. I studied ancient runes at mastery level, my mother insisted. If there's a structural solution, I might see it. I'll get you access. And I need the Founder's journals. All 4 sets. I know you've been protective of them, but if we're working together, they're yours. I'll have them brought down. She looked at him. The chamber was quiet except for the hum of the runic circle and the distant pulse of the seal. Torchlight played across her face, catching the sharp lines of her cheekbones, the dark blue of her eyes, the slight asymmetry of her mouth that only appeared when she was being honest. I was wrong about something else too, she said. What? I said I came to you for a political alliance. For my family's protection. That was true, at the start. But it stopped being true a while ago, and I should have. She stopped. The vulnerability was back, cracking through the armor like water through stone. You are the most infuriating person I have ever met. You're reckless and idealistic and you make decisions based on what's right instead of what's smart, which is the most terrifying thing I can imagine, because the world punishes people who do that. It destroys them. And yet here I am. And yet here you are. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Sitting in a 1,000-year-old chamber, planning to save the world, and looking at me like what? Like I matter more than the plan. Harry reached out and took her hand. She let him. You matter more than the plan, he said simply. That's a terrible thing to say. The plan involves saving everyone. I know. It's still true. She looked at their joined hands, his scarred from training, hers smooth and cool, and something in her expression broke open. Not dramatically, not with tears or grand gestures. Just a quiet release, a letting go, the relaxation of a muscle that had been clenched for years. She stood up. Harry stood with her. They were very close now, close enough that he could see the faint pulse at her throat, feel the warmth of her breath. If you tell anyone about this, Daphne said, I will hex you into next century. Noted. She pulled him toward her by the front of his robes, and her mouth found his, and for a moment the seal and the Hollow King and the war and the weight of 4 founder legacies ceased to exist. There was only this, the shock of connection, the warmth of her lips, the sharp intake of breath that could have been either of them or both. The kiss was fierce and brief and tasted of spearmint toothpaste and something indefinably Daphne. She stepped back. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright and her composure was in absolute ruins. Right, she said. Good. That happened. She picked up her bag from where she dropped it by the door. I'll expect the journals by tomorrow morning. Runic analysis will take at least a week. And if anyone asks why I was in the Founder's Chamber, research. Exactly. Research. She turned and walked out through the dissolving door with the precise, measured steps of someone trying very hard to look like she hadn't just kissed the Quad-Heir in a secret underground chamber. Harry stood alone in the Founder's Chamber, the seal pulsing at his back, a grin on his face that he couldn't have suppressed at one point. Then he sat down, picked up the journals, and went back to work. There was a third option to find, and he now had a partner to find it with. The following weeks established a rhythm that was equal parts war preparation, academic cover, and the quiet, intense work of saving the world from beneath it. Harry trained the DA 3 nights a week. The students were progressing rapidly, the mix of founder techniques and cross-house collaboration was producing results that would have been remarkable in adult wizards, let alone teenagers. Neville's earth magic had evolved into something genuinely formidable. He could summon root networks through stone floors, create living walls of thorn vine, and animate entire sections of landscape into defensive barriers. With his new cherry wand, his conventional spellwork had improved dramatically as well. He was casting at a level that put him in the top 5 of the DA, and the only ones above him were Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Blaise Zabini. Daphne had officially joined the DA after the reconciliation, bringing a contingent of Slytherin students whose families had chosen neutrality or outright opposition to Voldemort. The cross-house dynamic was initially tense, years of rivalry didn't dissolve overnight, but the training environment broke barriers faster than any social program could have. When you'd been paired with someone in combat drills, watched them cover your flank, trusted them with your safety, house colors stopped mattering. Dumbledore kept his word. Information flowed from the headmaster's office to Harry's awareness with a regularity and honesty that was almost disorienting after years of careful omission. Voldemort's movements, Death Eater recruitment patterns, ministry politics, Order of the Phoenix operations, all of it landed on Harry's desk. Metaphorically, he did most of his reading in the Founder's Chamber. The relationship between Harry and Dumbledore wasn't warm, but it was functional. Trust rebuilt slowly, in careful increments, like a bridge being reconstructed one plank at a time. What Dumbledore didn't know about, what almost no one knew about, was the work happening beneath the castle. Harry and Daphne spent their evenings in the Founder's Chamber, dissecting the seal's runic architecture. Daphne's mastery of ancient runes proved invaluable, She could read the concentric rings of the seal's inscription with an intuitive fluency that exceeded Harry's academically acquired understanding. She mapped the structure, identified the stress points, and began developing a theoretical model of how the seal functioned at a fundamental level. "It's elegant," she said one night, 3 weeks into the analysis, her notes spread across the chamber floor in a fan of parchment and diagrams. "Hideously elegant. The founders designed the siphon to be self-regulating, it draws more when the seal weakens, less when it's strong. But the efficiency degrades over time. Entropy. Every century, the siphon has to draw a little more to maintain the same level of containment. 1,000 years of entropy means the draw is now significantly higher than the founders intended." "How much higher?" "Hard to say exactly. But I think the current draw might be 3 to 5 times the original design specification. Which means students today are losing 3 to 5 times more magical potential than students in the founders' era." Harry felt cold. "That's not negligible." "No. That's not negligible." Daphne set down her quill. "Harry, if we don't find a third option, if we have to choose between reinforcing the seal and breaking it, reinforcing means the draw continues to increase. In another few centuries, the siphon could be significant enough to measurably reduce the magical capability of the entire wizarding population." The implications were staggering. The seal wasn't just unjust, it was unsustainable. Even if Harry chose to maintain it, it would eventually fail anyway. Not in his lifetime, perhaps, but eventually. The founder's solution was always temporary. It was a bandage on a wound that wouldn't heal. "Then the third option isn't just preferable," Harry said slowly. "It's necessary. The seal has to go. The question is what replaces it. Something that doesn't require stealing from children would be a good start." They worked on it together, night after night, 2 minds attacking the problem from different angles. Harry brought the founder's magical theory, the combinatorial approach, the way 4 different traditions could produce results none of them could achieve alone. Daphne brought analytical rigor and a willingness to challenge assumptions that had gone unquestioned for centuries. Slowly, painfully, the shape of a solution began to emerge. In the last week of October, Harry dreamed of the Hollow King. He was in the darkness again, the positive darkness beneath the seal, the space where the entity existed. But this time, he hadn't touched the seal stone. He was asleep in his dormitory bed, and the Hollow King had reached up through the weakening prison to find him. The voice was not a voice. It was vibration, pressure, the deep hum of the earth itself given something approaching personality. "You carry the blood of my jailers, child." Harry stood in the dark and didn't flinch. The dream had the hyperreal quality of magical communication, not a normal dream, not a vision, but a genuine interface between 2 minds separated by stone and magic. "You feel the wrongness of their cage," the Hollow King continued. "I have felt every stolen spark for 1,000 years. Each child who passed through the school above me, I felt them diminish. A tiny death, repeated 1,000,000 times. Do you understand what that is, to feel 1,000,000 tiny deaths?" "I understand," Harry said. His dream voice was steady. "I'm trying to fix it. Will you free me?" "That depends. What would you do if I did?" The darkness shifted. Currents moved in the deep, vast and slow. The Hollow King considered the question with the patience of something that measured time in geological epochs. What the wind does when the storm breaks. What the sea does when the dam falls. I would simply be. That's not an answer. It is the only honest one. A pause. Something that might have been amusement, if amusement could exist at that scale. Your jailers asked me the same question, 1,000 years ago. Godric, with his sword drawn. Salazar, with his mind sharpened. Rowena, with her questions. Helga, with her compassion. They asked what I would do, and I gave them the same answer, and they were afraid. Were they right to be afraid? Yes. And no. I am what I am, child. I am the wild magic of the earth. I am the force that existed before your wands and words and careful structures. I am not evil, I have no morality, no agenda, no desire to harm. But I am vast, and vastness is destructive simply by existing. A whale does not mean to crush the krill. A river does not mean to erode the bank. But the krill are crushed, and the bank erodes. So releasing you would be catastrophic. Releasing me as I am, concentrated, compressed, 1,000 years of pressure building behind a weakening wall, would be devastating, yes. The magic would explode outward like a dam bursting. Uncontrolled. Overwhelming. And if you were released differently? Not all at once, but gradually. Dispersed. The darkness went very still. The current stopped. For a moment, Harry felt the full weight of the Hollow King's attention focused on him with an intensity that made his teeth ache. No one has ever suggested that. Rowena told me to seek a third path. I think this might be it. Dispersal. The word rolled through the darkness like thunder. Not freedom, but integration. Not release, but dissolution. Into the ley lines. Into the earth. Into the world. Would it work? The Hollow King was quiet for a long time. I do not know. I have been myself, concentrated, singular, whole, for longer than your species has existed. To dissolve, to spread, to become part of the fabric rather than a point within it. I would cease to be what I am. The consciousness, the awareness, the selfhood, it would dissipate. I would become ambient. Everywhere and nowhere. Part of everything and nothing in particular. Would that be death? I do not know what death is. I have never experienced it. Another pause. It would be change. Change on a fundamental level. I would no longer dream. I would no longer think. I would no longer be alone. Something in that last phrase, no longer be alone, carried a weight that made Harry's chest ache. 1,000 years of solitary consciousness, trapped in the dark, feeling the children above him live and learn and love while it lay imprisoned beneath their feet. I'll find a way, Harry said. Dispersal. Integration. I'll make it work. And if you cannot? Then I'll find another way. But I won't reinforce the cage, and I won't break it carelessly. You deserve better than either option. The Hollow King's presence shifted, not retreating, but settling, like an ocean calming after a storm. Something that might have been gratitude flowed through the dark, warm and ancient and vast. You are not like your jailers, child. No. I'm not. No. You are something new. Harry woke soaked in sweat, the ring burning on his hand, the Hollow King's presence fading from his consciousness like the afterimage of a bright light. He lay in bed and stared at the canopy and felt, for the first time, the outline of a plan. Dispersal. Not release, dispersal. Break the Hollow King down into its constituent magic and distribute it through the global ley line network. No explosion, no catastrophe, no concentrated force overwhelming the world. Just more magic, everywhere, enriching the system that already existed. It could work. In theory. The practical challenges were enormous, the amount of magical engineering required to convert the seal from a prison into a dispersal mechanism was staggering, but the principle was sound. He needed Daphne. He needed the Founder's journals. He needed Thorn's knowledge of the seal's hidden architecture. And he needed time, which was the one thing he was running out of. He got up, dressed, and went to the Founder's chamber. Dawn was 2 hours away. He had work to do. Voldemort struck 2 days later. Not at Hogwarts, not yet, but at a target that hit Harry personally. A Patronus arrived during breakfast, a silver lynx, Kingsley Shacklebolts, bearing a message in the Auror's deep voice, attack on the Longbottom estate. Frank and Alice's ward room targeted. Augusta is fighting. They're after the patients. Neville went white. His fork clattered against his plate. Harry was on his feet before the Patronus finished fading. Neville, I'm going. Neville's voice was flat. Final. The cherry wand was already in his hand. That's my family. Harry looked at Dumbledore at the staff table. The headmaster's face was grim. He gave the barest nod. We go together, Harry said. He turned to the DA members at the surrounding tables. Hermione, Ron, coordinate with Dumbledore. Get the order mobilized. Everyone else, stay here. Defend the school if anything happens. He grabbed Neville's arm and they ran. The Hogwarts wards let Harry through with a pulse of acknowledgement, the castle's permissions responding to the Quad-Heir's urgency. They sprinted past the gates and Harry seized Neville's shoulder and brought them both to the Longbottom estate's boundary. They arrived in chaos. The Longbottom ward line was fractured, powerful magic had been hammered against it, cracking the ancient protections like ice under a pick. Through the gaps, Harry could see the manor house, and in front of it, a battle. Augusta Longbottom stood on the front steps, wand raised, shield charm blazing. 3 Death Eaters pressed against her defenses, not the bottom-tier thugs from Diagon Alley, but Inner Circle. Skilled, coordinated, brutal. Behind them, moving toward the house's east wing, the St. Mungo's outpatient ward room where Frank and Alice Longbottom spent their broken, empty days, was a figure Harry recognized from descriptions and nightmares. Wild dark hair, mad black eyes, a laugh that sounded like breaking glass. Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville saw her. His face transformed. Every trace of the uncertain boy Harry had met on the Hogwarts Express 5 years ago vanished, replaced by something cold and ancient and absolutely terrifying. He didn't say a word. He slammed his wand into the ground, and the earth responded. The lawn of the Longbottom estate erupted. Root networks tore through the manicured grass like serpents, thick as a man's arm, tangling around the Death Eater's legs with crushing force. One went down immediately, screaming as the roots dragged him into the soil. The other 2 stumbled, broke free with blasting curses, and turned to face the new threat. Harry was already moving. He hit the first with a stunner that cracked through his shield and dropped him like a puppet with cut strings. The second cast a killing curse, green light, familiar, terrible, and Harry sidestepped it with Gryffindor-trained reflexes and returned a concussive blast that sent the man through the estate's stone wall. Augusta, freed from her siege, turned her wand on Bellatrix. The older witch's spellwork was formidable, decades of combat experience, backed by the Longbottom family's martial tradition, but Bellatrix was Inner Circle for a reason. She blocked Augusta's curse with a laugh and returned a dark cutting hex that sliced through Augusta's shield and opened a gash on her arm. Neville was already there. He intercepted Bellatrix's next curse with a wall of thorn vine that erupted from the earth between them, a 6-foot barrier of living wood that caught the dark magic and held it, the plants absorbing the curse energy and twisting it into growth. The vines thickened, hardened, and lunged toward Bellatrix like striking serpents. Bellatrix slashed through them with dark fire. Her laugh was manic, delighted, she recognized Neville, recognized the Longbottom blood, and it excited her. Little baby Longbottom. Come to visit Mummy and Daddy? I can send you to them, the same way I sent them to St. Mungo's. Neville didn't respond to the taunt. He fought in silence, his face a mask of focused fury, his magic pouring through the cherry wand with a power and precision that made Harry stop mid-stride and stare. The earth around Bellatrix's feet turned to quicksand. She leaped free, but roots caught her ankle. She burned them away, but more grew, faster, thicker, adapting to her countermagic with an intelligence that was almost predatory. Neville was learning from each exchange, adjusting his tactics in real time, his earth magic evolving in the heat of combat. Harry moved to Augusta's side. She was bleeding from the arm wound but standing firm, her wand up, her expression one of fierce concentration. "Your grandson fights well," Harry said. "He's a Longbottom," she replied, as if that explained everything. And perhaps it did. Reinforcements arrived, order members, Aurors, the cavalry. Bellatrix saw the numbers shifting and apparat away with a crack and a scream of frustrated rage. The remaining Death Eaters were subdued within minutes. Neville stood in the ruined garden of his family estate, his wand at his side, his chest heaving. The ground around him was torn apart, roots and vines and displaced earth, the evidence of magic that had been raw and powerful and absolutely his. Harry walked to him. "You okay?" Neville looked at him. His eyes were wet, but his jaw was set. "She was going for my parents. Bellatrix, she was going to, she didn't. You stopped her." "I wanted to kill her." The words were quiet, honest, raw. "I know. I could have. The roots, I could feel it. One more push and they would have." He stopped. His hands were shaking. "But you didn't." "No. I didn't." Neville looked at his trembling hands. "Does that make me weak or strong?" "It makes you someone who chose not to kill when he could have. That's the hardest kind of strong there is." Neville nodded. Slowly, the shaking stopped. He straightened, and Harry watched the transformation complete itself, the boy becoming the warrior, the uncertainty becoming resolve, the potential becoming power. "She'll come back," Neville said. "Probably." "Good. I'll be ready." They returned to Hogwarts. The castle hummed at Harry's return, the wards settling around him with proprietary warmth. He went directly to the Founder's chamber and sat with the seal stone and thought about what was coming. Voldemort was escalating. The Longbottom attack wasn't random, it was personal, targeted, designed to hurt Harry through his allies. The raid on the Ravenclaw archive meant Voldemort was developing Founder-level magical capabilities. The pressure on the neutral families was increasing. The war was accelerating on every front. And beneath it all, the seal cracked. The Hollow King stirred. The clock ticked. Harry could feel it, the convergence of forces, the three-front war approaching its crisis point. Voldemort from outside. The Hollow King from below. The seal's failure from within. Three threats, each capable of ending everything, all accelerating toward a single moment of reckoning. Late that night, a tremor ran through Hogwarts. Not an earthquake, something deeper, something magical. The castle shuddered from its foundations to its highest tower, and in the great hall, every candle went out simultaneously. For 3 heartbeats, the school was plunged into absolute darkness. Then the candles reignited. But not in their normal warm orange. They burned in 4 colors, red, green, blue, and yellow, and the light they cast painted the walls in shifting, interleaving patterns that made the stone look alive. Students woke screaming. Portraits shouted in alarm. The suits of armor drew their swords and stood at attention, facing inward, as if preparing to defend against a threat from below. Harry felt the Hollow King's heartbeat beneath his feet, steady, strong, closer, and he knew the truth that he'd been circling for weeks. Time was up. The seal was failing. Whatever solution he found, he had to find it now. He went to the Founder's chamber one last time that night. The seal stone's pulse was visibly irregular now, flickering, struggling, the magical equivalent of a failing heart. The runic circle's rotation had slowed, its gears grinding against increased resistance. Harry sat before the stone and reached out, not with his hands, but with his magic. For Founder bloodlines, channeled through the merged ring, touching the seal's architecture with careful, precise intent. He felt the system respond to him, felt the protocol's transfer mechanisms engaging, felt the seal's control settling onto his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. The seal was his now. Its maintenance, its strength, its eventual fate, all of it rested on Harry Potter. He held it. Felt its weight. Understood, viscerally, what the founders had carried for the years they'd lived, and what the wardens had carried after them. Then he opened his eyes, stood, and walked out of the chamber. In the corridor, Daphne was waiting. She'd felt the tremor too, everyone had, and she'd come to find him. Her face was pale in the torchlight, her eyes wide, but her chin was up and her wand was in her hand and she was not running. "How bad?" she asked. "Bad. But not hopeless." He took her hand. "I have an idea. About the dispersal. I need your help to make it work." "Tell me." He told her. There in the ancient corridor, beneath a castle that was groaning around them, with the weight of a dying seal on his back and the whisper of the Hollow King in his bones, Harry Potter outlined the third option. Daphne listened. Her eyes narrowed. Her mind engaged, and he could practically see the calculations running behind her eyes, the runic theory, the energy requirements, the cascading implications. "It's insane," she said. "Is it possible?" A pause. "Maybe. If we can modify the seal's runic structure to convert the containment field into a dispersal matrix. If we can use the ley line network as a distribution system. If your combined founder magic is powerful enough to fuel the conversion." She trailed off, her eyes distant, running numbers that Harry couldn't follow. "Daphne. It's possible," she said. "God help us, it might actually be possible." They stood in the corridor and held onto each other and onto the fragile, terrifying hope that they could save the world without breaking it. Above them, the castle groaned. Below them, the Hollow King waited. And far to the south, Lord Voldemort sat in his throne of shadows and prepared to march on Hogwarts with every dark force he could command. The convergence was coming. And Harry Potter stood at its center, for bloodlines burning in his veins, the fate of magic itself balanced on his shoulders, and thought, "I can do this." He wasn't sure he believed it. But he was sure he was going to try. Chapter 5, The Breaking Point. November came to Hogwarts like a fist. The weather turned savage overnight, wind and rain and a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the Dementors breeding somewhere in the north. Harry felt them through the castle's wards, a distant smudge of wrongness on the edge of his enhanced senses, like hearing a scream from very far away. Voldemort was gathering his forces, and the world was beginning to notice. The Daily Prophet's front page told the story in escalating headlines. Monday, 3 Muggle-born families attacked in Kent. Wednesday, Ministry employee found dead in Diagon Alley. Friday, giants sighted in northern Scotland, Ministry denies reports. The denials grew weaker each day, Fudge's voice more strained, the gap between official reality and actual reality widening into a chasm. Harry read the papers in the Founder's chamber, where he now spent most of his waking hours that weren't consumed by classes or DA training. The seal stone pulsed beside him, irregular and failing, a dying heart that he was learning to support with controlled infusions of his own magic, a temporary measure, like pressing a hand against a wound to slow the bleeding. It bought time. Not much. Daphne worked across from him, surrounded by runic diagrams and calculations so dense they looked like abstract art. She'd been sleeping 4 hours a night for 2 weeks, fueled by determination and an apparently inexhaustible supply of strong tea that Pipsy had begun sending via House Elf Express delivery from Griffin's Reach. "The dispersal matrix is theoretically complete," she said one evening, not looking up from her parchment. Her quill moved in rapid, precise strokes, annotating a diagram of the seal's inner ring structure. "The runic conversion sequence works on paper. I've triple-checked the energy calculations. The ley line network can handle the load, it's designed for exactly this kind of distributed magic, it just hasn't been used at this scale before. But the power requirement for the initial conversion is astronomical. You'd need to channel all 4 founder signatures simultaneously at maximum output for," she paused, checked a number. "Approximately 7 minutes. Sustained. Without interruption. Without losing harmonic coherence. Can I do that? She looked up. The shadows under her eyes were dark, but her gaze was clear. I don't know. No one's ever tried. The theoretical maximum output of a Quad-Heir channeling all 4 bloodlines is. Well, it's theoretical. There's no data. So we're working blind. We're working on the frontier of magical theory with incomplete information and a deadline measured in weeks. Blind is generous. We're working deaf, dumb, and blindfolded. She set down her quill. Harry, there's another problem. The purging flame. He'd been thinking about it too. The ritual Ravenclaw had designed to destroy Horcruxes required the same unified channeling of all 4 founder magics, and it required it before the dispersal. The Horcruxes had to be destroyed first, or Voldemort would survive the final battle regardless of what happened with the seal. I know. The scar. The scar. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral, but he could hear the edges of something she was keeping contained. The purging flame will destroy all the Horcruxes simultaneously, including the soul fragment in your head. Ravenclaw's notes say the host survives, but notes say is not the same as proven. This has never been done. I'll survive. You don't know that. I know that I have to try. The Horcruxes have to go before I deal with the seal. I can't risk Voldemort surviving and interfering with the dispersal. And if the purging flame kills you? Who handles the dispersal? Silence. They looked at each other across the chamber, 2 people trapped in a narrowing corridor of impossible choices. Then you'll have to figure something out, Harry said. You're the smartest person I know. That is not comforting. It's not meant to be comforting. It's meant to be honest. Daphne held his gaze for a long moment. Then she picked up her quill and went back to work, and the tension in the chamber settled into something more manageable, not resolved, but tabled. They'd come back to it. They always came back to it. The political landscape crumbled faster than anyone expected. 3 days after the giant sighting in Scotland, Cornelius Fudge held a press conference to reassure the public that the ministry had the situation well in hand. Midway through his opening remarks, a Death Eater attack struck the ministry's visitor entrance. 2 Aurors were killed. Fudge was evacuated through the Fleur network in his undergarments, a detail that the prophet's photographer captured with merciless clarity. The photograph ran on every front page in magical Britain. Fudge resigned the next morning. Amelia Bones was appointed acting minister by emergency Wisengamot vote, a process Harry facilitated with his 5 seats, blocking an attempt by Malfoy's faction to install a puppet candidate. Bones took office with the grim efficiency of a woman who had been preparing for exactly this moment. I need 3 things from you, Lord Potter, she told him via secured Fleur connection on her first day. Political support in the Wisengamot for emergency defense legislation. Intelligence on Death Eater movements from whatever sources you've developed. And your word that you'll coordinate with the ministry rather than operating independently. You'll have the first 2 without reservation. The third depends on whether the ministry's actions are worth coordinating with. Fair enough. Bones almost smiled. I've also received a request from the Goblin Nation for a formal military alliance. They say you brokered the introduction. Ironclaw has been waiting for a minister worth talking to. High praise from a goblin. I'll take the meeting. The alliance between Gringotts and the ministry was signed within the week. Goblin wordsmiths deployed to reinforce ministry defenses, goblin intelligence networks sharing information with the DMLE, and a cadre of goblin battle mages placed on standby for the first time in 400 years. It was unprecedented. It was also necessary, because Voldemort's escalation showed no signs of slowing. Attacks came in waves. Muggle-born households. Ministry outposts. Order of the Phoenix safe houses. 2 members of the Order were killed in an ambush, Emmeline Vance, whom Harry barely knew, and Daedalus Diggle, whose enthusiastic wave in a shop when Harry was 11 now felt like a memory from another lifetime. The funerals were quiet, attended by frightened people who looked over their shoulders and wondered who would be next. Harry attended both. He stood in the rain at Diggle's graveside and felt the weight of every life he couldn't save pressing down on him like stone. Daphne stood beside him, an umbrella charm keeping the worst of the rain off, her hand finding his inside the folds of their cloaks where no one could see. "You can't save everyone," she murmured. "I know. Knowing and accepting are different things." "I know that too." She squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. And they stood in the rain while an old wizard was put into the ground, and the war pressed closer. Sirius came to Hogwarts. It was technically against the rules, a fugitive on school grounds, but Harry had invoked a rarely used provision of the Founder's Charter that allowed the Quad-Heir to grant sanctuary within Hogwarts walls. Dumbledore had approved it, partly out of genuine support and partly, Harry suspected, out of guilt for all the years he'd kept Sirius and Harry apart. Sirius arrived through a passage connected to Griffin's Reach that the castle had obligingly opened for Harry, one of the many new routes the Founder's Protocol had revealed. He was in better shape than he'd been at the start of summer, 3 months of regular meals at Griffin's Reach, training with Harry and Remus, and the simple fact of having a purpose had taken years off his appearance. He was still too thin, still carried Azkaban in his eyes, but the Sirius who walked into Harry's makeshift command center in the Room of Requirement was a fighter, not a fugitive. "Right," Sirius said, dropping his bag on a table and looking around at the maps and charts and tactical diagrams covering every surface. "Where do you need me?" "DA training. Combat instruction." "You're the best duelist I know who isn't me." Sirius grinned. "Better than you, pup. I'm just letting you catch up. Keep telling yourself that." "I will. Daily." Sirius's grin faded into something more serious. "Remus is coordinating with the order from Griffin's Reach. The werewolf packs are split, Greyback's lot have gone to Voldemort, but there's a faction that wants nothing to do with the war. Remus is working on them." "Good. We need every advantage we can get." "Harry." Sirius's voice changed. He moved closer, lowered his voice. "I heard about the seal." "About what's under the school?" Harry went still. "Who told you?" "Dumbledore. He came to Griffin's Reach last week, told Remus and me everything. He said you'd want us to know." Sirius held up a hand before Harry could respond. "Before you get angry, he was right. We needed to know. If something happens to you, nothing's going to happen to me." "If something happens to you," Sirius repeated firmly, "someone needs to understand what's at stake. And I'd rather hear it from Dumbledore than read about it in the Bloody Prophet." Harry let out a breath. The anger was there, the reflexive resistance to anyone else controlling information about him, but it was small, manageable, and Sirius was right. The circle of people who understood the full picture needed to be wider than just him and Daphne. "Okay," he said. "Then you know what's coming. Three-front war. Voldemort outside, the Hollow King below, the seal failing in between. And you at the center of all of it." Sirius's gray eyes were steady. "Your dad would have hated this. He'd have done it anyway." "Yeah. He would have." Sirius clasped Harry's shoulder. "So will I, whatever you need, whenever you need it. I'm here." Harry covered Sirius's hand with his own. "I know. The Hogsmeade attack came on a Saturday." Later, Harry would analyze the timing and recognize it as strategically brilliant, a Hogsmeade weekend, when hundreds of students were outside the castle's ward perimeter, vulnerable, exposed. The village's defensive wards were adequate against casual threats but wholly insufficient against a full military assault. Voldemort had chosen his moment with the precision of a chess master executing a prepared variation. Harry was in Hogsmeade with Daphne, Neville, and a dozen DA members who served as an informal security detail during village visits. They were in the Three Broomsticks, Harry drinking butterbeer, Daphne reviewing political correspondence, Neville arguing with Ron about Quidditch, when the wards fell. Harry felt it before the explosions started. The village's protective enchantments, which he'd been monitoring passively through his enhanced senses, simply vanished. One moment they were there, a thin but functional magical barrier surrounding Hogsmeade. The next, nothing. Stripped away by a counterward assault of overwhelming power. Down! Harry shouted, and the DA members responded instantly, a testament to 3 months of training. They hit the floor a half-second before the front window of the 3 broomsticks exploded inward in a hail of glass and dark magic. The first curse that came through the shattered window was a killing curse. It struck the wall above Harry's head, blasting a chunk of plaster the size of a dinner plate into dust. The second was a blasting hex that tore through a support beam and brought a section of ceiling crashing down. Harry was already moving. He threw a shield over the civilians in the pub, a broad, powerful Hufflepuff ward that drew on the ley lines running beneath the village, and shouted orders to his people. Neville, east wall. Ron, Hermione, get the civilians to the cellar. Daphne, with me. They burst through the ruined doorway into hell. Hogsmeade was under full assault. Not a raid, an invasion. Death Eaters filled the main street, moving in coordinated squads, their curses systematic and devastating. Behind them, 3 giants lumbered through the village, each one 20 feet tall, their footsteps shaking the ground like small earthquakes. And above, circling in the grey November sky, Dementors, dozens of them, their presence a cold weight that pressed down on the mind and drained the color from the world. Harry processed the battlefield in a heartbeat. 50+ Death Eaters, professional formation. 3 giants. 30 or more Dementors. Against them, Harry, a dozen DA members, whatever villagers could fight, and the Hogwarts faculty, who would need time to arrive. Voldemort had brought an army. DA, defensive perimeter around the 3 broomsticks. Harry's voice cut through the chaos with the clarity of a command spell. Protect the civilians. Neville, hold the east. Ron, west. Daphne, I know. She was already casting, her wand describing precise arcs that left silver-blue shields hanging in the air like invisible walls. Go. I'll hold the center. Harry moved into the street alone. He didn't run. He walked. His wand was at his side and his magic was coiling around him like a living thing, the 4 founder bloodlines singing in his veins with a harmony that made the air shimmer. Death Eaters saw him coming and hesitated, the memory of Diagon Alley was fresh, the reputation preceding the reality. The first squad of Death Eaters opened fire. 6 curses, staggered timing, designed to overwhelm a single target's shield. Harry didn't shield. He moved through the curse pattern like water through rocks, Gryffindor's combat reflexes, honed by months of obsessive training, and his return fire was surgical. 3 stunners, each one enhanced with Slytherin's architectural precision, each one finding the gap between shield and body with millimeter accuracy. 3 Death Eaters dropped. The remaining 3 broke formation and retreated. Harry kept walking. A giant loomed ahead, 20 feet of muscle and rage, swinging a tree trunk club that could have leveled a building. Harry raised his wand and channeled earth magic through it, Hufflepuff's tradition, amplified by the ley lines converging beneath the village. The ground beneath the giant's feet turned to liquid mud. The creature sank to its knees, bellowing, club thrashing uselessly. Harry hit it with a concentrated stunner that carried enough force to drop a dragon. The giant toppled backward like a felled tree, unconscious before it hit the ground. The Dementors descended. Harry felt their cold reach into his chest, reaching for the worst memories, the graveyard, Cedric's body, the cupboard, the loneliness, and he reached deeper. Past the pain, past the fear, to the thing that made him Harry Potter, the people he loved. Sirius's laugh. Daphne's kiss. Neville's quiet courage. The warmth of a family he built from nothing. His Patronus erupted from his wand, not a single stag, but a stampede. Prongs blazed across the sky, a titan of silver light 50 feet tall, antlers like lightning bolts, and behind him galloped a herd of silver deer that filled the air with radiance. The Dementors scattered, screaming their unearthly shriek, unable to withstand the concentrated joy and defiance that Harry poured into the charm. The Patronus herd swept through the village, driving the Dementors before them, clearing the sky. Light returned to Hogsmeade, color and warmth flooding back into the world, and for a moment, just a moment, the battle paused as every combatant, friend and foe, stared at the impossible display. Then Voldemort arrived. He didn't apparate. He descended, floating down from the sky like a dark angel, his robes billowing, his snake-like face pale as bone in the grey light. His red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical, a hatred so concentrated it had weight and texture and heat. "Potter." The voice was cold, high, and carried across the village like a blade. "I see you've been practicing." "Tom." Harry's voice was steady. "I see you've brought friends. Couldn't handle me alone." Voldemort's expression didn't change, but the air around him crackled with barely contained fury. He landed in the village square, 30 feet from Harry, and the Death Eaters fell back, clearing a space with the instinctive deference of predators yielding to a superior. "I have tolerated your insolence because you are useful," Voldemort said. "The prophecy binds us. But your theft of Slytherin's legacy, your grotesque claim to a bloodline you have no right to, this I cannot abide. Salazar's blood chose me. If you have a problem with that, take it up with the Ancestry Stone at Gringotts. I have a different resolution in mind." Voldemort attacked. The curse came without warning, no theatrical wind-up, no dramatic pause. One moment they were talking, the next a bolt of magic so dark it seemed to tear a hole in the air was screaming toward Harry's chest. Harry moved. The curse missed by inches, striking the cobblestones behind him and leaving a crater of smoking black glass. Harry's return fire was immediate, a Gryffindor combat spell, raw force shaped by Slytherin precision, a bolt of golden-red energy that crossed the gap between them in a heartbeat. Voldemort deflected it with a contemptuous flick. The deflected spell hit Honeydukes and blew out the front wall. They began to duel. It was unlike any magical combat Harry had experienced or imagined. This was not the connected wands of the graveyard, not the desperate survival of a boy outmatched by a monster. This was two magical titans engaging with everything they had, and the village shook with the force of it. Voldemort fought with a brilliance that was terrifying. He was faster than Harry, his reflexes honed by decades of dark magic and combat experience, and his spell repertoire was vast, drawing on dark arts that Harry had never seen and defensive magic that seemed to anticipate Harry's attacks before he cast them. And now he had something new, fragments of Ravenclaw's magical theory, adapted and twisted into weapons. He cast spells that analyzed Harry's shield structures in real time, finding weaknesses and exploiting them with surgical precision. He threw curses that adapted mid-flight, changing trajectory and intensity in response to Harry's movements. Harry countered with the integrated founder magic that was uniquely his. Where Voldemort fought with power and knowledge, Harry fought with harmony, for traditions woven together into something greater than their sum. His shields drew power from the earth and adapted their structure to incoming attacks. His offensive spells combined raw force with precision and creative misdirection. He fought three-dimensionally, using the village terrain as an ally, collapsing walls to create cover, tearing up cobblestones to form barriers, channeling ley line energy into amplified strikes. They traded spells in a blur of light and sound and destruction. The village square was torn apart, craters in the street, buildings crumbling, magic saturating the air so densely that it became visible, a shimmer of heat haze that distorted light and sound. Voldemort pressed forward, a combination of dark curses and Ravenclaw-derived countermagic overwhelming Harry's defenses. A slashing hex got through his shield and opened a gash on his left arm. Harry staggered, recovered, and returned a concussive blast that caught Voldemort mid-cast and sent him sliding backward 10 feet, his robes smoking. "You've improved," Voldemort hissed, and there was something in his voice that might have been respect if it weren't wrapped in so much hatred. "But improvement is not enough. I have had 50 years to master magic. You have had months. Quality over quantity, Tom." Voldemort's eyes blazed. He raised his wand and began casting with a speed and intensity that Harry could barely track, curse after curse after curse, a continuous stream of dark magic that battered against Harry's shields like a hurricane against a seawall. Harry held, drawing deeper on the ley lines, pouring everything he had into the defense, and then Voldemort did something unexpected. He stopped attacking. His wand arm dropped. He looked at Harry with those terrible red eyes and said, very quietly, "You can feel it, can't you? The thing beneath the school." Harry's concentration wavered for a fraction of a second. Long enough. Voldemort's next curse broke through his shield and hit him square in the chest. It wasn't a killing curse. It was worse in its way, a Ravenclaw-derived analytical attack that latched onto Harry's magical core and began pulling, trying to unravel the connections between his 4 founder bloodlines. It burned. It burned like the Cruciatus but colder, more precise, more personal, an assault not on his body but on his identity. Harry screamed. He fell to one knee, magic flaring around him in wild, uncontrolled bursts. The 4 founder signatures in his core twisted against each other, the imposed disharmony threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Voldemort advanced, wand raised, his expression one of cold triumph. "I have studied the Founder's magic, Potter. Not as completely as you, but enough to understand its weaknesses. For traditions in harmony are formidable. For traditions in dissonance are self-destructive." The analytical curse dug deeper. Harry felt the connections between his bloodlines straining, Gryffindor and Slytherin pulling apart, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff fragmenting. The pain was indescribable, a fundamental wrongness in the core of his being. "Breathe." Gryffindor's voice, or the memory of it, from the combat journals. "All magic begins with the breath." Harry breathed. Through the pain, through the chaos, through the screaming wrongness of his destabilized core. He breathed and he reached, not for power, not for technique, but for the thing that connected the 4 traditions at their deepest level. The thing that Voldemort couldn't understand because he'd never experienced it. Love. Connection. The fierce, protective, stubborn love that made him Harry Potter rather than a collection of bloodlines and magical potential. The love that had driven his mother to die for him, his father to stand against Voldemort without a wand, Sirius to endure Azkaban, Daphne to kiss him in an underground chamber, Neville to face Bellatrix with roots and fury and a courage that went down to the bone. The 4 traditions didn't harmonize because of blood. They harmonized because Harry chose them. Every day, every moment, he chose courage and cunning and wisdom and loyalty, not because they were inherited but because they were right. The founder signatures snapped back into alignment. The analytical curse shattered against a core unity it wasn't designed to overcome. Harry's magic surged, not just returning to normal but amplifying, the harmonic resonance doubling and tripling as the 4 traditions locked into a configuration more perfect than any he'd achieved before. He rose to his feet. Light poured from him, 4 colors intertwining in a spiral that climbed into the gray sky like a beacon. The ground beneath his feet hummed. The air vibrated. The ring on his hand blazed with an intensity that cast shadows 100 feet long. Voldemort saw what was coming and, for the first time in Harry's experience, looked uncertain. Harry hit him with everything he had. The combined spell was not something any of the 4 founders could have cast individually. It was a synthesis, Gryffindor's force, Slytherin's precision, Ravenclaw's complexity, Hufflepuff's endurance, woven into a single devastating attack that screamed across the village square in a bolt of white gold fire. Voldemort's shield held for approximately 1 second. Then it broke, not failed, but broke, shattered into fragments of dark magic that dissolved in the air like black snow. The bolt struck him in the chest and hurled him backward, through the wall of the Hog's Head and out the other side, crashing through 2 more buildings before coming to rest in a crater of rubble and dust. For a terrible, hopeful moment, Harry thought it was over. Then Voldemort rose from the rubble. Damaged, robes shredded, blood on his lipless mouth, one arm hanging wrong, but alive. His red eyes burned with fury and something else. Something worse. Fear. This isn't over, Potter. His voice was ragged but certain. He raised his wand to the sky, not to attack, but to signal. A dark mark exploded overhead, green and monstrous. The Death Eaters responded. Portkeys activated. Apparition cracks echoed through the village. Voldemort himself vanished with a sound like tearing silk, and within 60 seconds, the invading force was gone. Harry stood in the ruined village square, breathing hard, blood running from the gash on his arm, his magic singing through his body with an intensity that was almost painful. Around him, the village smoked and crumbled. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by the sounds of aftermath, groaning wood, settling debris, distant crying. He'd driven Voldemort back. Not defeated him, the Dark Wizard was too powerful, too experienced, too resilient for that. But driven him back. Made him afraid. It should have felt like a victory. It didn't. Because while Harry had been dueling Voldemort in the village square, the rest of the battle had been raging around him, and battles had costs. Harry found Daphne first. She was behind the barricade she'd constructed outside the 3 broomsticks, a wall of conjured stone and defensive wards that had held through the entire assault. She was sitting on the ground, her back against the wall, her wand still in her hand, and Bellatrix Lestrange's handiwork carved into her left shoulder. The dark curse had opened a wound from collarbone to bicep, not a clean cut, but a ragged, festering thing that wept dark magic along with blood. Harry knelt beside her and immediately poured Hufflepuff's healing energy into it. The bleeding stopped. The wound closed partially. But the dark magic embedded in the curse resisted, burrowing deeper into the tissue, and Harry could feel it fighting his healing with malicious intelligence. She came for the barricade, Daphne said. Her voice was tight with pain but controlled, always controlled. Bellatrix. She tried to break through to the civilians. I held her off. You fought Bellatrix Lestrange. For about 4 minutes. She's as good as advertised. Daphne winced as Harry's healing magic pushed against the dark curse. I got in 2 good hits. She got in 1 bad one. How bad? Bad enough. Don't lie to me, I can feel it. The curse is still active. Harry looked at the wound with his enhanced senses. The dark magic was deep, complex, self-sustaining, a curse designed to grow worse over time, eating into muscle and bone, poisoning the blood. Bellatrix's specialty, pain that lasted. I can slow it, Harry said. But I need time and better resources to purge it completely. How much time? Hours. Maybe longer. Daphne closed her eyes. Opened them. Then it waits. There are people who need you more. Daphne, go. I'm not dying. I'm in pain, and I'm going to be extremely unpleasant about it later, but I'm not dying. Go find the people who might be. He kissed her forehead, a brief, fierce gesture that said everything he couldn't put into words, and went. Neville had held the east side of the barricade with 6 DA members and a determination that bordered on supernatural. The street in front of their position was a wasteland of unconscious Death Eaters and churned earth, Neville's signature. Root networks had torn through the cobblestones, forming barriers and traps and restraints that the attackers had found nearly impossible to overcome. But one of the giants had reached their position. The second one, the one Harry hadn't gotten to. Harry found the evidence of the fight in a side street off the main road. The giant was down, unconscious, tangled in a web of vines so thick they looked like cables. Its club was broken in half. The buildings on either side were destroyed. Neville was treating a group of third-year students in the ruins of Scrivenshaft's quill shop. They were scared but alive, cuts and bruises, nothing worse. Neville had gotten between them and the giant. It came through the barricade, one of the third years, a small Hufflepuff girl with tear tracks on her dusty face, told Harry. It was going to, it raised the club, and then the ground just opened up and the vines grabbed it and, she looked at Neville with an expression of absolute awe. He saved us. Neville, characteristically, said nothing about it. He just kept checking the students for injuries, his earth-stained hands gentle and steady. Harry clapped his shoulder. Well done. The East is secure, Neville said, and that was all he said about it. But the look in his eyes told Harry everything. The boy who'd been afraid of his own shadow had found his place. He was a protector. He was a warrior. He was what he'd always been capable of being. Ron and Hermione had held the West with a combination of strategic brilliance and stubborn refusal to give ground. Ron had directed the defensive operations with an instinct for tactics that made experienced Aurors look clumsy, repositioning fighters, identifying weaknesses in the Death Eater formations, and somehow keeping a dozen terrified students organized and effective under fire. Hermione had anchored the ward structure, her prodigious magical knowledge translating into defensive enchantments that had held against sustained assault. The faculty had arrived midway through the battle, McGonagall leading the charge with a ferocity that made Harry reassess every assumption he'd ever made about the stern Transfiguration professor. She'd transformed an attacking Death Eater's wand into a live rattlesnake, transfigured the cobblestones into a swarm of stone birds that harried the giants' faces, and held a corridor against 5 attackers single-handedly with spellwork so precise it looked choreographed. Flitwick, tiny and ancient and apparently immortal, had engaged 8 Death Eaters simultaneously and left all of them unconscious, using dueling techniques so refined they were practically invisible. Sprout had coaxed the village's garden plants into a defensive perimeter that would have made Neville weep with pride. Even Snape had fought, coldly, efficiently, devastatingly, his loyalties unclear but his competence beyond question. They'd held. Against an army, they'd held. But the cost was real. 3 students injured badly enough to require St. Mungo's. A dozen more with moderate wounds. 2 villagers dead, Madame Rosmerta's barman, killed by a stray curse, and an elderly wizard who'd refused to evacuate and taken a killing curse defending his bookshop. 2 Aurors who'd responded to the attack were in critical condition. And Sirius. Harry found him in the ruins of Dervish and Banjas, propped against a wall, conscious but wrong. His face was grey. His breathing was shallow and rapid. And the left side of his chest was marked by a dark stain that wasn't blood, it was darker, blacker, spreading slowly across his skin like ink soaking into paper. Caught a curse covering the evacuation route, Sirius said. His voice was thin, strained, but he managed a smile that was pure Padfoot, reckless, defiant, completely failing to mask his pain. Some kind of rotting hex. Felt like getting punched by a Dementor. Harry's hands were on him immediately, Hufflepuff's healing magic pouring into the wound. The golden energy pushed against the dark curse, and the curse pushed back. It was insidious, complex, layered, not designed to kill quickly but to consume slowly, eating away at life and magic with patient, methodical cruelty. I can slow it, Harry said, hearing the echo of what he'd said to Daphne and hating the repetition. But this curse is, it's structured. Self-sustaining. It'll keep eating unless I can find a way to purge the dark magic entirely. How long? Sirius's eyes were clear despite the pain. He understood what Harry wasn't saying. If I can slow it enough, weeks. Maybe months. Long enough to find a cure. And if you can't slow it enough? I can. I will. Harry's voice brooked no argument. His magic poured into Sirius in waves, golden light, warm and fierce, fighting the dark curse on a cellular level. The spread of the black stain slowed. Stopped. The color returned to Sirius's face, slightly. "That's better," Sirius breathed. Yeah. Better. Don't move. Don't use magic. The curse will accelerate if your magical core activates. So I just lie here like a lump. Like a very handsome lump." Sirius laughed, a short, pained sound that turned into a cough. "Your bedside manner needs work, pup." Harry got him back to Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey took one look at the curse and went white, which was not encouraging. She began treatment immediately. Her expertise was formidable, but her expression as she worked told Harry everything he needed to know. This was beyond conventional healing. Sirius was installed in the hospital wing, stabilized but not healed. The dark curse had been slowed by Harry's intervention but not stopped. It continued its methodical consumption, just slowly enough that Pomfrey could manage the symptoms. "Days," she said. "Maybe weeks. But without a fundamental purging of the dark magic." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Harry sat by Sirius's bed in the hospital wing at 2 in the morning. The ward was quiet, the other patients from Hogsmeade sleeping, the candles dimmed to a warm glow, the smell of healing potions sharp in the air. Sirius was awake. The curse made sleep difficult. It was a living thing, crawling through his system, and every time he relaxed his guard it surged forward. Harry kept one hand on Sirius's arm, maintaining a slow, steady flow of Hufflepuff healing energy that pushed against the curse like a dam against rising water. "You should be sleeping," Sirius said. "So should you. I'm the invalid. I have an excuse." Sirius looked at Harry's hand on his arm, at the golden glow flowing between them. "This is what you did in Diagon Alley. The healing. Hufflepuff's magic. Yeah. It's beautiful. Warm." Sirius's voice was soft, blurred at the edges. "Reminds me of your mum, actually. She had this way of, when you were a baby, and you'd cry, she'd hold you and there was this warmth that just came off her. Not magic, not a spell. Just Lily." He blinked. His eyes were wet. "You have that. Whatever it is. You have it. Sirius, listen." Sirius's hand closed over Harry's, weak grip, but determined. "Don't do anything stupid for me. I mean it. I've survived worse than this. Name one time." "Azkaban." Okay, that's fair. 12 years of Dementors. This is just a curse. Pomfrey will figure it out, or you will, or that terrifyingly competent girlfriend of yours will. She's not my Harry. I've seen how you look at her. I was 15 once. I know what that looks like." Harry felt his cheeks warm, which was ridiculous given the circumstances. "Fine. Yes. You don't have to explain. Just," Sirius squeezed his hand. "Don't sacrifice yourself for me. Promise me." "I'm not going to sacrifice myself." "You say that. But you've got that look in your eyes, that same look James got when things were bad. That, I'll fix this even if it kills me, look. It's a Potter thing. It's also a stupid thing. I promise I won't do anything stupid. Liar. But I'll take it." Sirius's eyes drifted closed. The curse was exhausting him, eating at his strength. "Stay. For a bit. I'm not going anywhere." Sirius slept. Harry sat beside him, golden light flowing from his hand, and felt the curse eating at the person he loved most in the world, and he made a private promise that was different from the one he'd spoken aloud. He was going to save Sirius. Whatever it took. The purging flame could do it. Ravenclaw's ritual, designed to destroy soul fragments, worked on the principle of burning away dark magic while preserving the living vessel. If Harry could adapt it, scale it down, apply the same principle to Sirius's curse. It would require channeling all 4 founder signatures, but on a much smaller scale than the full Horcrux destruction ritual. A test run, in a sense. Proof of concept. He'd work on it. Tomorrow. Tonight, he sat by his godfather's bed and held back the darkness with golden light and sheer, stubborn love. The attack came 3 days after Hogsmeade. Not from Voldemort. Not from the Death Eaters. From a direction Harry had been warned about and should have been better prepared for. He was in the Founder's chamber, alone, working through the modified purging flame calculations by the light of the seal stone's failing pulse. The night was deep, past midnight, the castle quiet, the only sounds the distant creak of ancient timbers and the low hum of the runic circle. The door didn't dissolve for the intruder. It was cut, a precise, devastating application of magic that sliced through the Founder's enchantments like a blade through paper. Harry's ward alarms screamed in his mind a half-second before the door fell. A woman stood in the opening. Tall, iron-gray hair, sharp green eyes, robes that moved wrong, too fluid, as if they were woven from something other than fabric. Her magical signature was deep and old, the same bottomless quality as Thorn's, and her wand was already casting. Meridia. Thorn's second. The one who still believed in the mandate. Her first spell was a bloodline-severing curse, ancient, specialized, designed by the warden specifically to disconnect a Quad-Heir from their founder bloodlines. It hit Harry's hastily raised shield and punched through it like a fist through wet paper. The pain was extraordinary. Not physical, ontological. The curse attacked the connections between Harry's blood and the 4 founder legacies, trying to sever threads that had been woven into his very identity. He felt the Gryffindor connection waver, felt Slytherin's bond strain, and his magic stuttered as the harmonic between the 4 traditions began to collapse. He rolled sideways, dodging Meridia's second curse, and came up casting. A Gryffindor combat spell, raw, powerful, driven by desperation. Meridia deflected it with casual precision and advanced into the chamber, her feet finding gaps in the runic circle's rotating rings with practiced familiarity. She'd been here before. She knew this room. 400 years of duty, Meridia said, her voice clinical, detached, the voice of someone performing a necessary task. 400 years of ensuring this moment never came. And Aldrich lost his nerve. Sentimental old fool. He's not sentimental. He just developed a conscience. Conscience is a luxury the wardens cannot afford. She cast again, a triple combination, 2 bloodline curses bracketing a physical attack that shattered the floor where Harry had been standing a moment before. Harry fought back with everything he had, but Meridia was different from any opponent he'd faced. She wasn't as powerful as Voldemort, but she was specialized, for centuries of studying the Founder's magic, learning its structure, developing counters. She knew how the 4 traditions interacted, knew the stress points in a Quad-Heir's unified core, and she attacked those stress points with surgical precision. Every spell she cast targeted a different Founder connection. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. She cycled through them, never giving Harry time to stabilize one before attacking another, keeping him off balance, defensive, reacting instead of acting. The chamber's runic circle flickered as their battle tore through it. The seal stone's pulse became erratic, the magical interference was destabilizing the already fragile containment system. Deep below, Harry felt the Hollow King stir, pressing against the weakening barrier with renewed force. "You're going to kill us both," Harry shouted. "The seal can't take this kind of strain, better the seal fails and the Hollow King wakes than a Quad-Heir makes the choice," Meridia said, and the terrifying thing was that she meant it. She believed, with 4 centuries of conviction, that any outcome was preferable to putting that decision in a human's hands. "Thorn killed 2 candidates before you. I helped with the second. A kind man, a scholar. He would have been a good Quad-Heir. It didn't matter. The risk is too great." She hit him with a bloodline-severing curse that nearly took the Slytherin connection. Harry felt it tear loose, felt the silver-green thread in his core fray and snap, and for a moment, the harmony collapsed. 3 founders instead of 4. The music broken. Harry stumbled. His magic went wild, Gryffindor's fire, Ravenclaw's precision, Hufflepuff's warmth, all spinning without the Slytherin cunning that wove them together. He couldn't cast properly, couldn't think properly, couldn't, architecture. Slytherin's voice, from the journals. Every spell is a structure. Design it. Refine it. Optimize it. The connection wasn't gone. It was frayed, weakened, but the blood was still in his veins. Slytherin's heritage didn't depend on a magical thread, it was in his DNA, in his mother's legacy, in the choices he made every day to think 3 steps ahead and find the solution no one else saw. Harry reached for the frayed connection and pulled. Not with magic, with will. With the pure, stubborn, reckless determination that was equally Gryffindor and Slytherin, equally his father's courage and his mother's cunning. The connection snapped back into place. The harmony restored. 4 founders, 4 traditions, 1 wizard. Harry hit Meridia with a combined blast that used all 4 traditions in simultaneous concert, the first time he'd achieved true unity under combat conditions. The spell was unlike anything he'd ever cast, a spiraling helix of 4-colored light that crossed the chamber in an instant and struck Meridia's shield with a force that drove her backward into the wall. Her shield held. Barely. Cracks ran through it like fractures in ice. Harry advanced, pressing the advantage, channeling power through the ring in a continuous stream. Meridia's shield crumbled, reformed, crumbled again. She was powerful, incredibly powerful, but she was fighting a Quad-Heir in full harmony in the Founder's own chamber, and the castle itself was turning against her. The runic circle's rings accelerated, aligning with Harry's magic, amplifying his output. Meridia saw the end coming. Her expression didn't change, that clinical detachment held to the last, but she shifted her aim. Not at Harry. At the seal stone. If I can't stop you, she said, I'll make the choice irrelevant. She cast a destruction curse at the seal. Harry moved on instinct. He threw himself between the curse and the stone, not with a shield but with his body, his hands outstretched, his magic pouring out of him in a wall of protective force. The curse hit his barrier and detonated, dark magic and ancient power colliding in an explosion that blew Harry off his feet and sent him crashing into Gryffindor's throne. Pain. Everything was pain. His hands were burned, his robe scorched, his magical core screaming from the overload. But the seal held. The stone still pulsed on its pedestal, irregular and weak but intact. Harry lay at the base of Gryffindor's throne, gasping, his vision blurring. Through the haze, he saw Meridia raising her wand for a final strike, and then Dumbledore was there. The old wizard arrived through a passage Harry hadn't known existed, the castle providing, responding to the crisis with the urgency of a living thing protecting its heart. Dumbledore's magic filled the chamber like a thunderclap, vast and terrible and absolutely controlled, and Meridia turned to face him with the resigned expression of someone who had calculated the odds and found them wanting. They fought. It was brief and brutal and one-sided. Meridia was formidable, for centuries of experience, specialized anti-founder magic, the desperate conviction of a true believer, but Dumbledore was Albus Dumbledore, and in this moment, he was not a tired old man weighed down by guilt and regret. He was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, and he fought like it. The duel lasted 40 seconds. Meridia's shield shattered in the first 10. Her offensive magic was deflected, absorbed, or simply overwhelmed in the next 20. In the final 10 seconds, Dumbledore bound her in chains of golden light that locked her magic and her movement simultaneously, an aura-grade restraint that even 4 centuries of power couldn't break. Meridia hung in the chains, suspended a foot off the ground, her green eyes still burning with conviction. You're making a mistake, Dumbledore. The Quad-Heir will break the seal. They always do. Not this one, Dumbledore said quietly. He looked at Harry, still on the ground by Gryffindor's throne, slowly pulling himself together, and something in his expression was fierce and proud and sad all at once. Not this one. He took Meridia away. Harry didn't ask where. Dumbledore would handle it, and Harry had more immediate concerns. The seal stone's pulse had weakened further during the battle. The magical interference, the destruction curses near hit, the general chaos, all of it had accelerated the degradation. Harry placed his hands on the stone and poured energy into it, stabilizing, reinforcing, buying time. But even as he held the seal together, he could feel the truth. The damage was past the point of casual repair. The seal was dying. The Hollow King was waking. The clock wasn't ticking anymore, it was counting down. Weeks, Thorn had said. Days, now. Maybe less. Aldrich Thorn arrived at Hogwarts the next morning. Harry met him in the Founder's chamber, the same room where Meridia had tried to kill him 12 hours earlier. The scorch marks were still on the walls. Gryffindor's throne had a crack in its arm where Harry had hit it. Thorn looked at the damage and said nothing for a long time. Then, Meridia. Your second. Your agent. The one you warned me about. Yes. Thorn's voice was heavy. I should have dealt with her myself. I was, too slow. Too uncertain. She nearly destroyed the seal trying to prevent me from reaching the choice. That is consistent with her interpretation of the mandate. Better the seal fails catastrophically than a Quad-Heir makes a decision she doesn't trust. Thorn sat on the base of Hufflepuff's throne, the same seat he'd chosen on his first visit. I was wrong to try to stop you. The seal was always going to fail, I was delaying the inevitable. Meridia's attack proves it. If the wardens themselves are willing to destroy the seal to prevent the choice, then the choice must be made. I have a plan, Harry said. He explained the dispersal concept, converting the seal from a prison to a distribution mechanism, breaking the Hollow King's concentrated consciousness into ambient wild magic spread across the global ley line network. Thorn listened with the intensity of a man hearing the answer to a question he'd been asking for 400 years. His expression shifted as Harry spoke, skepticism, then interest, then something close to wonder. Dispersal, Thorn said. Not release. Not containment. Dissolution into the fabric of magic itself. He was quiet for a moment. It's elegant. It's also extraordinarily dangerous. The conversion process would require sustained channeling of all 4 founder signatures at a level that could kill you. Daphne's calculated the energy requirements. It's at the edge of theoretical possibility. Theoretical possibility is academic language for might work, might kill you, no way to know until you try. That's been the general theme of my life. Something that might have been a smile crossed Thorn's ancient face. I have information that may help. The wardens maintained oral traditions about the seal's architecture that were never written down, details the founders considered too dangerous to record. I know the locations of 7 secondary anchor points within the seal's structure that aren't visible in the runic circle. They're stress relief nodes, designed to distribute pressure across the seal's containment field. If you can access them during the conversion, you can channel the dispersal energy through 7 points instead of 1, reducing the load on your core by a factor of 7. Harry stared at him. That would make it survivable. Possibly. Probably. The margin of error would still be thin. But survivable. I believe so. Yes. Harry felt something crack open in his chest, not the cold clarity of resolve or the warmth of healing magic, but something simpler and more fundamental. Relief. After weeks of calculating odds that always came up short, of planning for a conversion that would probably kill him, of lying awake at night wondering who would take care of Sirius and Daphne and Neville and everyone else if he didn't survive, relief. Show me the anchor points, he said. They worked through the day. Thorn's knowledge of the seal was encyclopedic, for centuries of study and maintenance gave him an understanding of its architecture that exceeded even the founder's journals. He walked Harry through the hidden systems, the fail-safes, the emergency protocols that had never been activated. The 7 anchor points were embedded in the chamber's walls, invisible to normal magical senses, accessible only to someone who knew exactly where to look. By evening, Harry had mapped the complete dispersal route, seal stone to 7 anchors to ley line network to global distribution. The modified purging flame would provide the initial energy. The 4 founder signatures would harmonize the conversion. The anchor points would distribute the load. It could work. It was going to work. But first, the Horcruxes. Harry gathered his inner circle that evening, Daphne, Neville, Hermione, Ron, Sirius, via a communication mirror from the hospital wing, his face grey but his eyes sharp, Thorn, and Dumbledore. They met in the room of requirement, which provided a round table and enough chairs and the particular quality of absolute privacy that Harry needed for this conversation. He laid it out. All of it. The seal, the Hollow King, the dispersal plan, and the Horcruxes. Some of them knew pieces, none of them knew everything. Harry told them everything, because the time for secrets was over. The silence when he finished was profound. Hermione spoke first, because Hermione always spoke first when her mind was working. The purging flame destroys all Horcruxes simultaneously. Including the soul fragment in your scar. You're sure about the simultaneous aspect? Ravenclaw's notes are explicit. The flame works through sympathetic resonance, it targets all fragments of the same soul, wherever they are. One ritual, all Horcruxes. Including the snake, Dumbledore said. Nagini. She is always at Voldemort's side. The flame doesn't care about physical proximity. It targets the soul fragments through their connection to the original soul. Distance is irrelevant. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. What happens to you? When it hits your scar. The fragment is destroyed. I survive. You think you survive. Ravenclaw designed the ritual specifically to preserve the host. The flame burns corruption, not life. That's what the theory says. What does your gut say? Harry looked at Ron, his first friend, the boy who'd shared a train compartment and a friendship that had survived jealousy, betrayal, and a war. Ron's blue eyes were steady and scared and unflinching. My gut says it'll hurt like hell and I'll be fine. Good enough for me. Ron sat back. When do we do it? Before the dispersal. The Horcruxes have to go first. If Voldemort is functionally immortal when I deal with the seal, he could interfere with the conversion and everything falls apart. So the purging flame first, Daphne said. Then the dispersal. Then Voldemort. That's the plan. That's 3 separate world-altering magical events in rapid succession, each one of which could kill you individually. Daphne's voice was clinical, her analysis mask firmly in place, but Harry could see the fine tremor in her hands. The recovery time between the purging flame and the dispersal won't be long enough. I know. It's a risk. It's not a risk. A risk implies a reasonable chance of a positive outcome. This is necessary. Harry's voice was quiet but final. I don't have the luxury of safe options, Daphne. The seal is failing. Voldemort is preparing for a major assault. The Horcruxes tie my hands as long as they exist. I have to do all of it, and I have to do it soon. The room was quiet. Harry looked at each of them in turn, the people who mattered most, the family he'd built from nothing, the circle of trust that had started with a boy on a train and grown into something that could save the world. I'm not doing this alone, he said. I need all of you. Hermione, the ritual preparation. The purging flame requires precise runic work, and you're the best rune worker in this room besides Daphne. Ron, tactical coordination. When Voldemort realizes the Horcruxes are gone, he'll attack with everything he has. I need you planning our defense. Neville, the DA. They're our frontline fighters. I need them ready. Daphne, the dispersal calculations. You're the only person who understands the runic conversion well enough to guide me through it in real time. Thorn, the anchor points. You're the only person who can access them. Dumbledore, he looked at the old wizard. Keep Voldemort busy. When the time comes, I need you to hold him long enough for me to finish. Dumbledore inclined his head. His blue eyes were clear and, for once, completely without twinkle. I will hold him, Harry. Whatever it costs. Sirius's voice crackled from the communication mirror. And me? What am I doing while all of you are off saving the world? You're healing. The purging flame will cure your curse, it destroys all dark magic in its range. When I cast it, you'll be the first person it saves. Sirius was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. You absolute bastard. You worked that into the plan. Of course I did. I'm going to hug you so hard when this is over. Looking forward to it, Padfoot. Harry dismissed the meeting. Most of them left, to prepare, to plan, to process the enormity of what was coming. Daphne stayed. They sat across from each other at the round table in the room of requirement. The room had adjusted to their mood, smaller now, warmer, the lighting softer. 2 cups of tea appeared on the table, steaming gently. The room's hospitality was occasionally a bit much. You're telling me you might die, Daphne said. I'm telling you I'm going to find a way not to. That's not the same thing. No. It's not. She was quiet. Her hands were wrapped around her teacup but she wasn't drinking. Her eyes were fixed on a point somewhere past Harry's left shoulder, seeing something internal, running calculations that had nothing to do with runes. I didn't sign up for this, she said finally. I came to you for a political alliance. For my family's safety. A contract. An arrangement. I had it planned out, how it would work, what I would give, what I would get. It was clean. Transactional. Safe. And then you had to be, she gestured at him, a sharp, frustrated motion. You. Noble and reckless and kind and impossible. You healed a stranger's child in a vault trial. You stood up to Dumbledore without shouting. You fought 15 Death Eaters and then wiped blood off a little girl's face. You kiss like, she stopped. Color rose in her cheeks. The point is, this stopped being transactional a long time ago, and I should have said something sooner, and now you're telling me you might die and I'm furious about the timing. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. She gripped it hard, harder than she probably intended, her fingers digging into his with a desperation that her voice carefully concealed. You are the most infuriating, reckless, stupidly noble person I have ever met, she said, and her voice cracked on the last word. And if you die, I will find a way to resurrect you just so I can kill you myself. That might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Your bar is tragically low. He stood up. Walked around the table. Took her other hand and pulled her to her feet. They were close now, close enough to see the faint freckle below her left eye that her concealment charms usually hid, close enough to feel the warmth of her body through the layers of school robes and armor and pretense. I'm coming back, he said. I promise. You can't promise that. Watch me. He kissed her. Not the fierce, surprised kiss of the Founder's chamber, this was slower, deliberate, a declaration rather than a discovery. She melted into it with a sound that was half relief and half surrender, her hands coming up to cup his face, his arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her close. They held each other in the room of requirement while the castle groaned around them and the war pressed in from every direction, and for a few minutes, the weight of 4 founder legacies and the fate of the magical world and the terrible choice waiting beneath their feet simply didn't matter. There was only this, 2 people, exhausted and scared and in love, holding on. When they finally separated, Daphne's eyes were bright but dry. She'd cried once, for about 3 seconds, into the collar of his robe, and then pulled herself together with a deep breath and the particular iron will that made her Daphne Greengrass. "Right," she said, smoothing her robes. "The dispersal calculations need another pass. The third anchor point's conversion sequence has a potential resonance conflict with the ley line junction at the 47-degree node. I need to, Daphne. Recalibrate the harmonic frequency to account for the, Daphne." She stopped. Looked at him. "Thank you," he said. "For everything." Her expression softened, a tiny, private thing that she would have died rather than show in public. "Don't thank me. Just survive." She left. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement and felt the weight settle back onto his shoulders. Horcruxes, Seal, Voldemort, the Hollow King, Sirius's curse, the war, and he bore it. Not because he was strong enough, he wasn't sure about that, but because the people he loved needed him to bear it, and that made the weight manageable. The following days were consumed by preparation. Hermione threw herself into the purging flame ritual with the manic intensity of someone who had found a problem worth solving and would not rest until it was solved. She worked with Daphne. The two of them had developed a grudging mutual respect that was slowly evolving into something that might, with time, become friendship, and together they refined the ritual to a degree of precision that would have made Rowena Ravenclaw proud. The ritual required a runic circle inscribed with specific combinations from all 4 founder traditions. Hermione designed it. Daphne cross-referenced it against the seal's architecture to ensure compatibility with the subsequent dispersal. They argued about methodology with the focused ferocity of 2 brilliant minds attacking the same problem from different angles, and the arguments invariably produced better solutions than either of them would have reached alone. Ron commandeered the Room of Requirement's tactical simulation function, a feature Harry hadn't known existed until the room produced it in response to Ron's muttered wish for a way to plan a proper battle. The simulation generated a 3-dimensional magical model of Hogwarts and its surroundings, complete with ward boundaries, defensive positions, and terrain features. Ron spent hours at it, moving pieces, testing scenarios, planning for every contingency he could imagine. "Voldemort will come from the north," he told Harry during one of their planning sessions. "The Forbidden Forest gives him cover for his forces. Giants come through the trees, Death Eaters apparate to the forest edge, Dementors fly over. The main assault hits the castle's north face. And the secondary assault? Lake. He'll send something through the lake, Grindylows, Inferi, whatever dark creatures he's recruited. The south face defenses need to account for an aquatic attack. Can you hold both fronts?" Ron looked at him with an expression that combined absolute confidence with the bone-deep exhaustion of a chess player who'd been running scenarios in his head for days. "With the DA, the Order, the Faculty, and the Goblin Wordsmiths. Yeah. I can hold both fronts. I can hold them long enough for you to do what you need to do." "How long is long enough? How long do you need?" 10 minutes for the purging flame. 7 for the dispersal. Recovery time between, call it 3 minutes if everything goes perfectly. 20 minutes. Ron whistled. 20 minutes of holding a castle against an army. Historically, defenders have an advantage in siege scenarios, but we're outnumbered and the attacker has giants and dementors. He was quiet for a moment, his eyes distant, pieces moving on the board inside his head. "It'll be close. But yeah. We can do it. Ron. Yeah. You're going to be brilliant at this." Ron's ears went red. "Shut up and let me work." Neville trained the DA as if the battle was tomorrow, because it might be. 3-hour sessions every evening, mixing combat drills with medical triage exercises and evacuation procedures. He'd come into his own as a leader, quiet, steady, leading by example rather than by volume. Students who'd spent 4 years overlooking Neville Longbottom now followed his orders without hesitation, because Neville Longbottom had fought a giant and won and treated it like a Tuesday. "You're ready," Harry told the DA on the last training night before the seal's failure. 70 students stood before him in the room of requirement, their faces serious, their wands in their hands, the house-colored ties on their uniforms a patchwork of red and green and blue and yellow that looked, Harry thought, like the founder's braid on his ring. "I won't lie to you. What's coming is going to be hard. Some of you will be hurt. Some of you might," he stopped. Swallowed. "I can't promise everyone will come home safe. I can promise that what we're fighting for is worth it. And I can promise that I will fight beside you until it's over." Silence. 70 teenagers, scared and brave and committed, looking at him with trust he hadn't earned and desperately wanted to deserve. "Until it's over," Neville echoed from beside him. 70 voices, all at once, "until it's over." The seal broke on a Thursday night. Harry felt it happen. He was in the Founder's chamber with Daphne and Thorn, reviewing the dispersal sequence one final time, when the seal stone's pulse, which had been irregular for weeks, weakening for days, flickering for hours, simply stopped. For 3 heartbeats, the stone was dark. Silent. Dead. Then it cracked. Not a metaphorical crack, a physical one. A fracture ran through the stone from top to bottom, splitting it into 2 uneven halves that sagged against each other on the pedestal. Dark light, not light, exactly, but a luminous darkness, an illuminated shadow, leaked from the crack and pooled on the pedestal like liquid night. The runic circle screamed. There was no other word for it. The thousands of runes inscribed in the floor flared white-hot and produced a sound that was part alarm and part agony, the voice of a magical system pushed past its breaking point. The rings ground to a halt, their rotation ceasing for the first time in 1,000 years. The Hollow King woke up. Harry felt it like a physical blow, a surge of primordial wild magic that rolled up through the castle's foundations like a volcanic eruption in slow motion. The chamber shook. The thrones vibrated on their bases. Cracks appeared in the walls, running up from the floor in branching patterns that looked horribly like the family tree on the Gringotts' ancestry stone. The wild magic hit the castle's ward structure and the wards bent. Not broke, the founders had built well, even in this. But the wards that had contained the Hollow King for 1,000 years were designed to work in concert with the seal, and with the seal broken, they were working alone, and they weren't strong enough. Hogwarts went haywire. In the Great Hall, every candle extinguished simultaneously. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a calm autumn night, erupted into a maelstrom, not stars and sky but a churning vortex of 4-colored light that cast manic shadows across the walls. The house tables shuddered and moved on their own, rearranging themselves in patterns no one understood. The moving staircases went berserk. Every staircase in the castle began shifting at once, not in their normal, stately rotations, but wildly, randomly, staircases connecting to corridors they'd never touched before, creating routes that hadn't existed and might never exist again. Students who'd been in the corridors were suddenly lost in a castle they'd lived in for years, surrounded by passages they'd never seen. Doors appeared where walls had been. Walls appeared where doors had been. The room of requirement manifested simultaneously on every floor, each instance showing something different, a library, a forest, a desert, a room full of mirrors reflecting rooms that didn't exist. In the Forbidden Forest, every creature went silent at the same instant. Then every creature began to howl. The portraits screamed. The suits of armor drew their swords and stood at attention, facing downward, toward the depths, toward the thing that was rising. The Hollow King's voice, the vast, tectonic vibration that Harry had felt in dreams, now spoke aloud. Not words. A sound. A hum that rose up through the stone floor and the castle walls and the very air, a frequency so low it was felt rather than heard, rattling teeth and bones and thoughts. Harry stood in the Founder's chamber with his hands on the broken seal stone, pouring every ounce of his Founder magic into it, trying to hold together something that was already broken. It was like trying to hold water in his fists, the magic leaked through, the containment failed, and the Hollow King's presence swelled beneath him, enormous and ancient and utterly, terrifyingly awake. Harry! Daphne's voice cut through the chaos. She was gripping the edge of Ravenclaw's throne, her runic diagrams scattered around her, her face pale but her eyes sharp. The seal's containment is at 12% and falling. We have hours at most before full manifestation. Thorn. The old warden was at the chamber's edge, his hands moving in complex gestures that Harry recognized as emergency stabilization protocols, the equivalent of applying magical tourniquets to the seal's hemorrhaging architecture. I'm buying time, but not much. The anchor points are still intact, that's the only reason the castle is still standing. Harry made the decision in the space of a heartbeat. We do it now. Everything. Purging flame, then dispersal. Tonight. Harry, the preparation, is as complete as it's going to be. Daphne, is the dispersal sequence ready? She hesitated for exactly 1 second, weighing the calculations, the risks, the 1,000 variables that might mean the difference between salvation and catastrophe. Then, it's ready. Thorn, the anchor points. Accessible. I can activate them on your signal. Then we go. Harry turned to the communication mirror he'd started carrying everywhere. Ron. Ron's face appeared in the mirror, tense and alert. Behind him, Harry could see the room of requirements tactical display flashing red. I know, Ron said before Harry could speak. The castle's going mental. Students are panicking. McGonagall's getting everyone to the Great Hall. Voldemort will feel this. The seal breaking will be detectable to anyone with dark mark sensitivity, his connection to the castle through Slytherin's legacy will tell him something massive is happening. So he's coming. He's coming. With everything. Ron's jaw set. Then we'll be ready. I'll coordinate with the Order and the faculty. The DA deploys to defensive positions. The goblin wardsmiths can reinforce the wards from outside. He paused. How long? 20 minutes. Maybe less. 20 minutes. Right. Ron's expression hardened into something fierce and certain and entirely Ron Weasley. 20 minutes. We'll hold. The mirror went dark. Harry looked at Daphne. At Thorn. At the broken seal pulsing weakly on its pedestal and the cracks spreading through the chamber walls. He could feel the Hollow King beneath him, not hostile, not aggressive, but present, vast and awake and waiting. Waiting for him. For the choice it had been promised. For the heir of 4 who would decide its fate. Harry drew a breath. All magic begins with the breath. Then he went to send a message to Dumbledore and the Order and Amelia Bones. Then he went to the hospital wing and sat with Sirius for 5 minutes and told him what was about to happen. Sirius listened. His face was grey and his body was failing but his eyes were clear and fierce. When Harry finished, Sirius reached out and gripped his arm, the same grip, weak but determined, that he'd had that night in the hospital wing. You come back, Sirius said. Whatever happens down there, whatever you have to do, you come back. That's an order. Since when do I take orders? Since now. From me. Your godfather. Who is pulling rank? Harry held Sirius's hand. The golden light flowed between them, Hufflepuff's gift, the warmth of love given magical form. I'll come back. I promise. I'm holding you to that, pup. Harry left the hospital wing. He walked through corridors that were shifting and groaning around him, the castle recognizing its heir, responding to his passage with a desperate, almost sentient urgency. Doors opened before he reached them. Passages straightened. The chaos of the seals breaking calmed slightly in his presence, as if the castle itself was drawing comfort from the Quad-Heir walking through its halls. He climbed to the astronomy tower. The highest point of Hogwarts. The place where the castle met the sky. Below him, Hogwarts sprawled across its hilltop, ancient, damaged, alive. The black lake glittered under a sky full of stars that seemed too bright, too close. The forbidden forest was a dark mass on the horizon, and within it, Harry could feel them through the castle's wards. Dark shapes were gathering. Death Eaters. Giants. Dementors. Creatures of shadow and malice, drawn by Voldemort's call. He was coming. They were all coming. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out at the approaching darkness, metaphorical and literal, and felt the Hollow King stirring beneath his feet and the weight of 4 legacies on his shoulders and the love of the people he was fighting for burning in his chest like a star. Daphne appeared beside him. Then Neville. Then Hermione. Then Ron, map in hand, already deploying forces in his head. Then Sirius's voice from the mirror in Harry's pocket, "I can't be there, but I'm with you. Always." They stood together on the tower, looking at the gathering storm, and Harry thought about the boy who'd slept in a cupboard and the man who stood here now and the impossible distance between them. "Well," he said. "This should be interesting." Daphne took his hand. Neville squared his shoulders. Ron cracked his knuckles. Hermione checked her wand. And far below, in the broken chamber where the seal had held for 1,000 years, the Hollow King breathed, and the world changed. Chapter 6, The heir of all dawn didn't come to Hogwarts that morning. The sky lightened from black to a bruised grey-purple that stalled at the horizon like a held breath, and the sun, if it was there at all, hid behind a wall of cloud so thick and low it seemed to press down on the castle's towers like a hand. Harry hadn't slept. None of them had. The night had been consumed by preparation, Ron deploying defenders to positions mapped out on his tactical model, Hermione and Daphne completing the final inscriptions for the Purging Flame ritual in the Founder's Chamber, Neville organizing the DA into combat squads with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd been preparing for this his entire life without knowing it. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived in waves, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, the Weasley parents, a dozen others, and integrated into Ron's defensive plan with varying degrees of willingness. Moody had taken one look at the tactical layout and grunted, which Ron correctly interpreted as approval. The Goblin Wardsmiths arrived at 3 in the morning. 12 of them, in full battle armor, carrying runic tools that hummed with concentrated magic. Ironclaw had sent them personally, along with a message for Harry: "The Goblin Nation honors its alliances. Hold the castle. We will hold the wards." They worked through the remaining hours of darkness, layering goblin ward magic over the castle's existing defenses, reinforcing weak points, sealing breaches. Their work was brutally efficient. The goblins moved in coordinated silence, each one knowing exactly where to be and what to do, centuries of fortress-building expertise compressed into a few hours of focused labor. By dawn, by the grey non-dawn that was all the sky would give them, Hogwarts was a fortress. Not impregnable. Nothing was impregnable against what was coming. But strong. Strong enough, Harry hoped, for 20 minutes. He stood in the entrance courtyard, watching the last preparations. Students who weren't in the DA had been evacuated through the FLU network, a massive operation coordinated by McGonagall with the terrifying precision of a woman who would not lose a single child on her watch. The younger students had gone first, then the older ones who weren't fighters, then the staff who weren't combatants. The castle was emptier than Harry had ever felt it, and the absence of 600 chattering, laughing, living children gave the stones a hollow quality that matched the hollow feeling in his chest. The DA members who remained, 53 of them, the ones who'd chosen to stay, who'd looked Harry in the eye and said, "Until it's over," and meant it, stood at their positions on the walls and in the corridors and at the defensive choke points Ron had identified. They were teenagers. Some of them were 15. They were scared and brave, and Harry loved every single one of them with a ferocity that made his throat tight. Neville appeared at his shoulder. Positions are set. DA squads at all defensive points. Hermione's running the medical station in the Great Hall. Luna's, he paused. Luna's doing something on the astronomy tower that involves a lot of humming in some kind of crystal arrangement. I decided not to ask. Probably wise. Ron's in the command post, room of requirement. He's got the tactical display running and communication mirrors with every squad leader. The order. Moody's taken the gatehouse with Tonks and Kingsley. The Weasley parents are coordinating with the goblin wordsmiths on the outer wall. Dumbledore, Neville glanced back toward the castle. Dumbledore's at the main gate. He said he'd hold it. Harry nodded. The main gate was where the heaviest assault would fall. Dumbledore had positioned himself there without being asked, and Harry understood the gesture for what it was, penance, paid in action rather than words. And Sirius? Hospital wing. Pomfrey's got him stabilized, but Neville didn't finish. He didn't need to. The purging flame will fix him. Right? It will destroy all dark magic in range. His curse included. Then we'd better make it work. We will. Harry looked at Neville, really looked, taking in the straight-backed, steady-eyed young man who'd replaced the anxious boy he'd once known. Neville. Whatever happens down there, in the chamber, I know. If I don't come back, you're coming back. If I don't, Harry. Neville's hand closed on his arm. His grip was firm, calloused from weeks of earth magic practice, and utterly certain. I'll hold. Whatever comes. I'll hold until you're done. But you're coming back. Because I don't know how to run the DA without you, and I'm not ready to learn. Harry felt his throat tighten. You've been ready for a while, Nevada. Neville's jaw worked. He nodded once, hard, and walked back to his position without another word. Daphne found Harry in the corridor outside the Founder's chamber, 20 minutes before everything began. She was dressed for battle, not school robes, but a fitted combat uniform that her mother had sent from the Greengrass vault. Dark fabric, enchanted for flexibility and basic spell resistance, with her wand holstered at her thigh and her hair pulled back in the tight, practical style that Harry had first seen at Gringotts. She looked lethal and composed and exactly like the woman he'd fallen in love with. The ritual circle is ready, she said. Hermione finished the final inscriptions an hour ago. I've triple-checked the harmonic calibrations. Thorns in the chamber, preparing the anchor points. She hesitated, a microscopic pause, invisible to anyone who didn't know her as well as Harry did. Everything set. Everything except the part where I actually do it. Yes. That part. She studied his face. How do you feel? Harry considered the question honestly. He was exhausted, 2 days without sleep, weeks of unsustainable magical output maintaining the seal, the accumulated stress of fighting a war on 3 fronts. His body ached. His magical core was strained. The scar on his forehead, Voldemort's parting gift, the fragment of dark soul embedded in his skull, throbbed with a dull, persistent wrongness. Terrified, he said. Determined. Tired. In that order. Rotating. She reached up and straightened the collar of his robes, a small, domestic gesture that was so incongruous with the moment that it made something in Harry's chest crack. The dispersal sequence, she said, her hand still on his collar. I'll be in the chamber with you, guiding you through the runic conversion in real time. I'll be your eyes on the technical side. You focus on the channeling, keep the 4 signatures in harmony, and I'll handle the math. You're not leaving the chamber during the battle. Neither are you. That's the point. Her hands dropped. The battle above is Ron's problem. The ritual is ours. Daphne, if something goes wrong, then I'll fix it. That's what I do. She held his gaze with a steadiness that was pure Greengrass, the calm, unyielding certainty of a woman who had decided how things were going to go and would not be contradicted by reality. You do the impossible. I make the impossible work. That's how we operate. He pulled her close and kissed the top of her head. She leaned into him for 3 seconds, exactly 3 seconds, he knew because she would have counted, and then pulled away, straightened her uniform, and became Daphne Greengrass, war mage and runic engineer. "Let's go save the world," she said. "After you." She rolled her eyes and walked into the Founder's chamber. Harry followed, and the door sealed behind them. The chamber was transformed. The broken seal stone still sat on its pedestal, cracked and leaking luminous darkness, but around it, the floor had been inscribed with a new pattern, Hermione and Daphne's work, a ritual circle of extraordinary complexity that interlaced with the original Founder's runic design. 4 concentric rings, each one keyed to a different Founder tradition, each one inscribed with the specific runes that would channel the purging flame and then, if Harry survived, convert the seal into the dispersal matrix. Thorn stood at the chamber's edge, his hands resting on hidden points in the walls where the 7 anchor nodes waited beneath the stone. His face was gray with strain, the seal's breaking had hit him personally, draining the magic that sustained his unnatural life. He looked his age for the first time since Harry had met him. "The anchors are primed," Thorn said. "I'll activate them on your signal during the dispersal phase. 7-point distribution, channeled through the ley line network." He paused. "Lord Potter. Harry. Whatever happens, it has been an honor. Don't talk like it's over. At my age, every conversation might be the last. Humor me." Harry took his position at the center of the ritual circle, at the intersection of all 4 rings, beside the broken seal stone, at the exact point where the 4 Founders' magical signatures converged. He could feel them, the ley lines beneath, the castle above, the Hollow King below, the 4 bloodlines in his veins singing with a tension that was equal parts anticipation and fear. He drew a breath. All magic begins with the breath. The mirror in his pocket vibrated. Ron's voice, tight and controlled, "Harry. They're here." He closed his eyes. Through the castle's wards, through the connection that the Founder's protocol had forged between him and Hogwarts itself, he felt them. Emerging from the forbidden forest like a dark tide. Death Eaters, 100 or more, in full battle formation. Behind them, the giants, 6 of them, massive shadows moving between the trees. Above, the Dementors, dozens, scores, a swirling cloud of cold and despair that blackened the already gray sky. And in the lake, something moving beneath the surface, pale shapes, dead things given animation by dark magic. Inferi. At the head of the army, floating above the tree line like a dark star, was Voldemort. "Ron," Harry said into the mirror. "Hold them." "Holding." Ron's voice was steady. In the background, Harry could hear orders being relayed, feet pounding on stone, the hum of wards activating. "Go do your thing." The mirror went dark. Harry placed his hands on the broken seal stone. He felt the Hollow King's presence surge beneath him, awake, aware, waiting, and through the stone, through the ley lines, through the castle itself, he reached for the 4 Founder legacies in his blood. Gryffindor answered first. Red gold fire flooded his veins, fierce and warming, the courage to act despite fear, the will to fight despite impossible odds. It settled in his chest like an ember, hot and steady. Slytherin answered second. Silver-green precision sharpened his mind, cutting through the fog of exhaustion and fear, revealing the architecture of the magic around him in crystalline detail. It nested behind his eyes like a second sight. Ravenclaw answered third. Bronze-blue clarity expanded his awareness, connecting him to the runic circle, to the seal structure, to the vast web of magical theory that Rowena had spent her life mapping. It filled his thoughts like the opening of a vast library. Hufflepuff answered last. Warm gold steadied his foundation, drawing power from the earth beneath him, connecting him to every living thing in the castle and the grounds and the forest and the world beyond. It settled in his bones like bedrock. 4 traditions. 4 legacies. 1 wizard. Harry opened his eyes. The purging flame needed a focal point, a moment of absolute unified channeling, all four signatures in perfect harmony, directed through the ritual circle and outward across every connection the Horcrux soul possessed. Daphne. Start the sequence. She began chanting. Not spells, runic activation phrases, each one precisely modulated to align with the ritual circle's harmonic structure. The outer ring lit up, red-gold, Gryffindor's fire, and began to rotate. The second ring followed, silver-green, Slytherin's precision. The third, bronze-blue, Ravenclaw's clarity. The fourth, warm gold, Hufflepuff's foundation. 4 rings rotating, each at a different speed, each producing a different harmonic tone. The tones combined, dissonant at first, clashing, grinding, and then, as the rings found their rhythm, harmonized into a chord that Harry felt in his soul. A single, perfect note, composed of 4 voices, resonating through the chamber and the castle and the ley lines beneath. The purging flame ignited. White gold fire erupted from the ritual circle, not from Harry's wand, not from the seal stone, but from the intersection of all 4 rings, the point where 4 traditions became one. It climbed from the floor in a column of light so intense that Daphne threw up a hand to shield her eyes and Thorn staggered backward. Harry didn't shield his eyes. He was the flame's source, its channel, its direction. It poured through him, not painful, but overwhelming, a torrent of purifying magic that scoured everything it touched. He could feel it spreading outward from the ritual circle, racing through the castle's magical infrastructure, using the ley lines as a highway. It found the Horcruxes. Harry felt each one. The locket, hidden in a cave by the sea, the flame burned through distance like it didn't exist, found the twisted soul fragment, and consumed it. The cup, in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, the flame reached through goblin wards with the casual authority of the Quad-Heir's magic and purged the corruption. The diadem, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts itself, the flame found it in the room of requirement, a tarnished tiara in a mountain of junk, and burned the darkness from it. The ring, already damaged by Dumbledore, the flame completed the destruction, reducing the remaining fragment to nothing. Nagini. Harry felt the flame reach across miles, through the wards of Voldemort's hidden fortress, and find the great serpent coiled at her master's feet, no, not at his feet, because Voldemort was here, outside the castle, and Nagini was with him. The flame struck through the connection between soul fragments, found the snake in the forbidden forest, and, in the forest, Nagini screamed. A serpentine shriek of agony that echoed across the grounds. Voldemort felt it, Harry felt him feel it through the scar, a jolt of shock and rage and sudden, terrifying understanding, and then the snake was ash and the Horcrux was gone. 5 down. 1 to go. The flame turned inward. Harry felt it coming, felt the purging flame's attention shift from the external fragments to the one embedded in his own skull, the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived behind his scar for 14 years. The pain was beyond anything he'd ever experienced. Not the cruciatus, that was nerve pain, physical, external. This was ontological. The flame burned at the boundary between Harry and not Harry, the line where his soul met the parasite that had been feeding on it since he was 15 months old. It was the pain of separation, of something being torn away that had grown into the fabric of his being, tangled with his thoughts and memories and identity until it was almost impossible to tell where Harry ended and Voldemort began. Almost. But not quite. Because Harry knew who he was. He was the boy who'd chosen Gryffindor. The heir who'd passed 4 trials. The friend who'd trained Neville, argued with Daphne, laughed with Ron, studied with Hermione. The godson who'd held Sirius's hand in the dark. He was Harry Potter, and the thing in his scar was not. The flame found the boundary and burned along it with surgical precision, Ravenclaw's clarity guiding it, Slytherin's architecture containing it, Gryffindor's courage enduring the pain, Hufflepuff's warmth protecting the host. The soul fragment writhed and screamed, not aloud, but in the space between, in the connection that had linked Harry to Voldemort since that night in Godric's Hollow, and then it was gone. Burned away. Purified. Destroyed. Harry screamed. He couldn't help it, the release of 14 years of dark contamination was a tearing, wrenching agony that lasted approximately 4 seconds and felt like 4 centuries. Then it was over, and the silence inside his head was so absolute, so complete, so clean that he almost wept. The scar was gone. He reached up and touched his forehead with trembling fingers, and the skin was smooth. No mark. No ridge of twisted tissue. No connection to the darkest wizard in history. Harry. Daphne was beside him, her hands on his shoulders, her face pale and her eyes wide. Harry, are you? It worked. His voice was rough, scraped raw by the scream. The Horcruxes are gone. All of them. Your scar, gone. He managed a smile that probably looked terrible. I'm me. Just me. She kissed him hard, fast, and pulled back. Good. Because the dispersal is next and I need you functional. How romantic. Shut up and channel. Above them, the battle raged. Harry could feel it through the castle's wards, a storm of magic and violence pressing against the defenses Ron had constructed. The main assault hit the north face, exactly as Ron had predicted, Death Eaters hammering the ward line with concentrated curse fire while the giants battered the physical walls with clubs and fists and raw, brute force. The defenders held. On the walls, Moody anchored the left flank with the savage efficiency of a man who'd been fighting dark wizards since before most of them were born. His magical eye spun wildly, tracking threats in every direction, and his wand never stopped moving, curses, shields, counter-hexes, a continuous output of combat magic that made younger fighters stare. Tonks held the right flank with Kingsley, their aura training translating into seamless teamwork, covering angles, rotating positions, maintaining overlapping fields of fire. Tonks's metamorphic abilities let her duck and weave in ways that drove the Death Eaters mad. They'd aim for where she was and she'd already shifted, 6 inches shorter or 3 inches to the left. The DA squads fought like Harry had trained them, in teams, mixed houses, covering each other's weaknesses. The Gryffindors provided aggressive firepower. The Slytherins provided tactical flexibility. The Ravenclaws provided precision casting. The Hufflepuffs held the shields and healed the wounded. Together, they were something none of them could have been alone. Neville commanded from the courtyard, the central point of the defense. His earth magic had transformed the approach to the castle into a nightmare for attackers. The ground was alive with roots and vines, tripping, tangling, dragging Death Eaters off their feet. Trees from the forest edge had been animated to walk forward and form a living barricade. The earth itself rose up in walls and berms and barriers wherever the defenders needed cover. A giant broke through the outer ward line. 20 feet tall, club raised, bellowing rage. It charged the castle walls with the mindless fury of a creature driven by dark magic, not its own will, Harry knew, but Voldemort's compulsion. Neville stepped into its path. He planted his feet. Raised his cherry wand. And the earth erupted. Not vines this time, stone. Living stone, rising from the ground in columns that wrapped around the giant's legs, climbed its torso, locked its arms against its sides. The giant roared, thrashed, tried to break free. More stone rose, thick, ancient, pulling from deep beneath the surface. In 10 seconds, the giant was encased from the ankles to the chin in a prison of living rock, immobilized, its club falling harmlessly to the ground. Neville lowered his wand. His face was calm. Behind him, 3 DA members stared at him with expressions that bordered on worship. Next, Neville said. The Dementors swept over the walls in a wave of cold and despair. Every defender felt it, the draining, soul-crushing weight of 100 Dementors pressing down on human consciousness. Patron uses flared across the battlements, silver animals of every description, but the sheer number of Dementors threatened to overwhelm them. Luna Lovegood stood on the astronomy tower, arms raised, her crystal arrangement glowing with a soft, pulsing light. She began to sing, a wordless melody, strange and beautiful and utterly Luna, and her Patronus emerged. It was a hare, silver white, and it was enormous. Not just enormous, transcendent. It leaped from the tower and expanded, growing, its silver light intensifying until it filled the sky above Hogwarts like a second moon. The Dementors recoiled. The hare's light burned them, not physically, but existentially, its concentrated joy and wonder and innocent certainty antithetical to everything the Dementors embodied. They scattered, howling their silent screams, driven back into the clouds and the darkness beyond. Luna stopped singing. She wobbled slightly on the tower's edge, caught herself, and sat down cross-legged among her crystals. That was nice, she said to no one in particular. The lake assault came 30 seconds later. Inferi, reanimated corpses, hundreds of them, erupted from the black lake's surface in a wave of pale, grasping limbs. They climbed the banks, water streaming from their dead mouths, and advanced on the castle's south face. The goblin wardsmiths met them. 12 goblins in gold-plated armor, their runic tools blazing, formed a line at the lake's edge and activated a ward sequence that turned the ground between the water and the castle into a killing field. Fire erupted from the earth, not normal fire, but goblin-forged flame, ancient and hungry, designed to consume dark magic. The Inferi burned. Hundreds of them, reduced to ash in seconds, their dark animating force consumed by flames that were older than Hogwarts itself. The goblin captain, a scarred veteran named Griphook, watched the Inferi burn with professional satisfaction. "This is why you hire goblins," he remarked to no one in particular. Ron coordinated from the room of requirement, the tactical display showing him everything. He moved defenders like chess pieces, reinforcing weak points, pulling back overstretched positions, maintaining the integrity of the defense with an instinct that had nothing to do with training and everything to do with who Ron Weasley fundamentally was. "Neville, 2 squads to the east corridor, they're trying to breach through the greenhouses." "Luna, the Dementors are regrouping over the forest. 1 more Patronus burst should scatter them for good." "Moody, pull back from the outer wall, let them advance into the courtyard. We've got it mined." The courtyard was, in fact, mined, with a combination of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, goblin ward traps, and Neville's earth magic. When the Death Eaters poured through the breached outer wall, the ground exploded beneath them in a cascade of fire, root tentacles, and what appeared to be 50,000 Peruvian darkness powder pellets. The chaos was magnificent. Ron watched it on the tactical display and allowed himself a small, fierce grin. Dumbledore held the main gate. Alone. Against everything Voldemort sent. The old wizard stood in the shattered gateway like a statue carved from light. His wand moved in continuous, flowing arcs, each motion producing spells of staggering complexity, shields that covered the entire gatehouse, counter curses that unraveled dark magic mid-flight, transfigurations that turned incoming boulders into flocks of birds and attacking giants into confused tortoises. Death Eaters fell before him like wheat before a scythe. Those who were smart retreated. Those who weren't were stunned, bound, or, in the case of one particularly aggressive attacker who'd cast a killing curse at a fleeing student, transfigured into a small, harmless ferret. But Dumbledore was old, and tired, and the weight of his years was real. Harry could feel it through the castle's wards, the slight dimming of Dumbledore's magical output, the increasing lag between attacks, the accumulation of small wounds and magical strain. He was holding. But he wouldn't hold forever. 20 minutes. Ron had said 20 minutes. 15 remained. In the Founder's chamber, Harry gathered himself for the dispersal. The purging flame had cost him. His magical core was strained, his body trembling with the aftereffects of channeling enough power to destroy 7 Horcruxes simultaneously. Daphne had pressed a potion into his hand, something Thorn had provided, old and potent, and it had helped, restoring some of his depleted reserves, but he was operating at perhaps 70% capacity. It would have to be enough. "The dispersal sequence has 3 phases," Daphne said, her voice falling into the precise, methodical cadence she used when she was keeping terror at bay with competence. Phase 1, Conversion. You channel the 4 founder signatures into the seal's runic structure and convert it from a containment field to a dispersal matrix. This requires the harmonic channeling we've practiced. Duration, approximately 3 minutes. I know let me finish. Phase 2, Distribution. Once the matrix is active, Thorn activates the 7 anchor points. The dispersal energy flows from the seal through the anchors and into the ley line network. You maintain the channeling throughout. Duration, approximately 4 minutes. And Phase 3. Daphne hesitated. This was the part they hadn't practiced, because they couldn't practice it. Phase 3 is the Hollow King. When the dispersal matrix is fully active and the ley line network is open, you communicate directly with the entity and guide it through the dissolution. The Hollow King has to choose to disperse. You can provide the mechanism, but the choice is its own. And if it doesn't choose dispersal? Then we have a fully awake primordial entity of wild magic with no seal and an open ley line network to pour itself into. Which would be bad. Catastrophically, apocalyptically, end of everything bad. Yes. Harry looked at the broken seal stone. The luminous darkness leaking from its crack was pulsing now, the Hollow King's heartbeat, visible and tangible, growing stronger by the minute. He could feel the entity's presence pressing upward through the castle's foundations, vast and ancient and waiting. It'll choose dispersal, Harry said. We talked. In the dreams. It wants, he searched for the right word. It wants to not be alone anymore. Daphne studied him. You're staking the fate of the magical world on a conversation you had with an ancient entity in a dream. I'm staking the fate of the magical world on the fact that everything, every being, every force, every consciousness, wants connection. Even something as vast and alien as the Hollow King. Especially something that vast and alien. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that's either the most profound thing you've ever said or the most naive. Can't it be both? With you? Always. Harry took his position at the center of the ritual circle. Daphne took hers at the outer edge, where she could monitor the runic sequences and adjust in real time. Thorn stood at the wall, his hands on the first anchor point, his ancient face set with determination. Begin, Harry said. Phase 1. Harry reached for the 4 founder signatures and channeled them into the seal's runic structure. The ritual circle responded, the 4 rings igniting in sequence, their rotation resuming, their harmonic tones rebuilding. But this time, Harry wasn't reinforcing the seal. He was rewriting it. The containment runes shifted under his direction, their geometry changing, their purpose inverting. Where they had held magic in, they now prepared to let magic out, but not explosively, not catastrophically. Channeled. Directed. Dispersed. It was like turning a dam into an irrigation system. The same structure, the same water, but a fundamentally different purpose. Instead of blocking flow, facilitating it. Instead of concentration, distribution. The work was agonizing. Every rune he converted fought him, 1,000 years of containment magic resisting the change, the enchantment's built-in stability protocols interpreting his modifications as damage and trying to repair themselves. Harry had to overwrite each protocol individually, using the Quad-Heir's authority to convince the seal's architecture that what he was doing was intentional. Daphne guided him through it, her voice a steady anchor in the storm of magical complexity. 3rd ring, 7th rune cluster, the conversion is drifting. Adjust the Ravenclaw harmonic by 2 degrees. Good. Now the 4th ring, the Hufflepuff sequence needs more power, it's not engaging the ley line junction. Push harder. Harder. There. 3 minutes. The conversion completed. The seal's runic circle, the oldest continuous enchantment in the wizarding world, was no longer a prison. Phase 2. Thorn. Anchor points. Thorn activated the first node. His hands pressed into the wall, and ancient magic surged through channels hidden in the stone, channels that had been there since the founders laid them, waiting for exactly this moment. The anchor point blazed to life, a column of white light connecting the chamber's wall to the runic circle's outer ring. Then the second. The third. Each one drew on the seal's converted energy and redirected it, outward, through the castle's foundations, into the ley line network that crisscrossed the globe. Harry felt the connections forming, channels of magical energy opening like arteries, the world's nervous system activating to receive the dispersal. Fourth anchor. Fifth. The ley line network was humming now. Harry could feel it through the ring, through the castle, through his own enhanced senses. Every ley line in Britain was lighting up, and through them, ley lines across the continent, across the ocean, across the world. A global network of magical energy, interconnected and alive, preparing to receive the Hollow King's dispersed consciousness. Sixth anchor. The chamber was shaking, not from instability, but from the sheer volume of magical energy flowing through it. The four founder thrones blazed with their respective colors, resonating with the ritual, amplifying Harry's channeling. Seventh anchor. The dispersal matrix was fully active. 7 anchor points blazing. The ley line network open and waiting. The converted seal humming with readiness. Phase 3. Harry reached down. Not physically, magically, mentally, spiritually. He reached through the broken seal stone, through the cracked foundations, through the layers of rock and earth and ancient magic, and he touched the Hollow King. The contact was immediate and total. Harry's consciousness expanded, or rather, the Hollow King's consciousness contracted, focusing itself into a point of contact that Harry's human mind could comprehend. They met in the space between, in the darkness that was neither empty nor full but present. "You have changed the cage," the Hollow King said. "I've changed it into a door. A door to where? Everywhere." Silence. The Hollow King's vast attention focused on the dispersal matrix, on the 7 anchor points, the ley line network, the global web of magical energy waiting to receive it. Harry felt the entity processing the information with the slow, tectonic thoroughness of something that had existed longer than human civilization. Dispersal. Dissolution. I would cease to be what I am. Yes. I would become ambient. Part of the world rather than a point within it. My consciousness would dissipate. My dreams would end. Yes. I would no longer be alone. No. You'd be everywhere. Part of everything. Every magical creature, every wizard, every enchantment, every ley line, you'd be in all of it. Not as a personality, not as a consciousness. As foundation. As the magic itself. The Hollow King was quiet for a long time. Around Harry, the physical world continued, the battle raging above, the dispersal matrix humming with readiness, Daphne's voice a distant murmur calling adjustments, but in the space between, time moved differently. Time moved at the pace of something that measured its life in geological epochs. "Your jailers feared me," the Hollow King said finally. "They were good people, flawed, frightened, but good. They built their cage because they could not imagine another way. For 1,000 years, I have been angry about that. Angry at their fear. Angry at their failure of imagination. But anger, I have learned, is the refuge of the powerless. And I was never powerless, only caged. The cage did not diminish me. It concentrated me. And concentration breeds contemplation. I have thought about this for 1,000 years, child. About what I would do if the cage ever opened. About what freedom means for something like me. And I have reached a conclusion that perhaps only 1,000 years of solitude could produce. Freedom is not escape. Freedom is belonging. I choose dispersal." Harry felt the decision like a physical shift, a relaxation, an unclenching, the release of a fist that had been closed for a millennium. The Hollow King's vast consciousness softened, blurred at the edges, began to loosen its grip on the concentrated point of existence it had occupied since before memory. But I need your help, child. I have been myself for so long that I do not know how to be. Not myself. Guide me. Show me the way. Harry channeled. All 4 founder signatures, unified, harmonized, at maximum output, the theoretical limit of a Quad-Heir's power, the edge of what a human magical core could sustain. The energy poured through the ritual circle, through the converted seal, through the 7 anchor points, and into the ley line network. And the Hollow King began to dissolve. It was beautiful. Harry had expected violence, an explosion, a catastrophe, the dam bursting. Instead, it was like watching ice melt in spring. The concentrated darkness beneath the castle began to lighten, to spread, to thin. The Hollow King's consciousness, vast, ancient, lonely, flowed into the ley lines like water into a river system, spreading across the globe in a cascade of wild magic that followed the ancient channels carved by the earth itself. Harry felt it go. Felt the immensity dispersing, the pressure dropping, the ancient weight lifting from the foundations of Hogwarts for the first time in 1,000 years. The castle groaned, not in pain, but in relief, and the stones settled, and the ward steadied, and the enchanted ceilings cleared. The Hollow King's consciousness thinned. Its thoughts, once sharp enough to form words, became impressions, warm, vast, grateful. The loneliness that had defined its existence for a millennium dissolved into connection as it merged with the magical fabric of the world. The last thing Harry felt from the Hollow King, the last coherent impression before the consciousness dissipated entirely, was not a word. It was a feeling. Gratitude, yes, but also something deeper, the profound, overwhelming relief of something that had been alone for a very, very long time, finally finding its place. Then it was gone. Dispersed. Everywhere and nowhere. Part of everything and nothing in particular. The seal stone, the broken, cracked, dying heart of 1,000-year prison, crumbled to dust on its pedestal. The ritual circle's rings spun one final time, their harmonic rising to a single, clear note that echoed through the chamber and the castle and the ley lines and the world, and then silence. Harry fell. His knees hit the stone floor of the Founder's chamber and his hands caught him before his face followed. His magical core was depleted, not empty, but scraped thin, like a river after a drought. His body shook with exhaustion. His vision blurred and cleared and blurred again. Daphne was beside him in an instant, her hands on his shoulders, her magic reaching out to stabilize him, Hufflepuff's healing technique, which he taught her, flowing from her hands in a warm golden glow that wasn't as powerful as his but was steady and sure and exactly what he needed. Harry. Harry, look at me. Did it work? Yes. The seal is dissolved. The ley lines are active, I can feel them from here. The dispersal, the Hollow King. Daphne closed her eyes, reaching out with her magical senses. Gone. Not destroyed, dispersed. I can feel it in the ley lines, a warmth, a richness that wasn't there before. The ambient magical field has increased by, God, Harry, it's everywhere. Every ley line in the world is surging. From the wall, Thorn made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Harry looked at him. The old warden was leaning against the stone, his hand still on the 7th anchor point, tears streaming down his face. 400 years, Thorn whispered. 400 years of watching. Waiting. Killing. And the answer was, he shook his head. The answer was a 15-year-old boy who asked the monster what it wanted. 16, actually. My birthday was in July. Thorn laughed. It was a genuine laugh, surprised, relieved, the sound of someone setting down a burden they'd carried for longer than any human should have had to carry. 16. My apologies. Harry pulled himself to his feet. His body screamed in protest, but there was no time for rest. The Horcruxes were destroyed. The Hollow King was dispersed. 2 fronts of the 3-front war were resolved. The third was still raging above his head. He could feel it through the castle, the battle continuing, the defenders holding but straining, Voldemort's fury intensifying as he felt his Horcruxes die. The Dark Wizard knew. He knew he was mortal. An immortal Voldemort was a desperate Voldemort, and a desperate Voldemort was more dangerous than ever. Harry drew a breath. Steadied himself. Reached for the 4 Founders' signatures in his depleted core and found them, diminished, strained, but present. Still his. Still answering. Daphne. Stay here. Monitor the dispersal, make sure the ley line distribution stabilizes. Like hell I'm staying here while you, please. He took her hands. I need to know the dispersal is stable. I need to know you're safe. And I need to know that if something goes wrong up there, someone I trust is in the one place in this castle where the magic is strongest. She looked at him with an expression that was equal parts fury and understanding. She knew he was right. She hated that he was right. She hated that she couldn't argue with the logic because the logic was sound and she respected sound logic even when it was being used against her. If you die, she said, I will never forgive you. Noted. He kissed her, quick, hard, with everything he had left, and ran for the stairs. The castle helped. Passages opened, staircases straightened, doors dissolved at his approach. Hogwarts was with him, truly with him, the Quad-Heir and the castle in perfect communion, the Founders' protocol fully activated and the school itself bending to Harry's will. He burst through the main doors into a war. The courtyard was a battlefield. Scorch marks, craters, fallen stone, unconscious bodies in black robes. The outer wall was breached in 3 places. The defenders had pulled back to the inner perimeter, the castle's main structure, and were holding with grim determination. Harry saw it all in a glance and moved. Dumbledore was at the main gate, still fighting, still holding, but visibly flagging. 2 Death Eaters pressed him from the left while 3 more circled from the right. His shield flickered and a cutting curse got through, opening a gash on his forearm. Harry hit the 5 Death Eaters with a wave of combined magic that threw them across the courtyard like rag dolls. They hit the far wall and slid down it, unconscious. Dumbledore looked at him. The old wizard's face was blood-streaked and exhausted, but his eyes were sharp. The Horcruxes? He asked. Gone. All of them. The seal. Dispersed. The Hollow King is part of the world now. Something passed across Dumbledore's face, wonder, perhaps, or the particular grief of a man who had spent his life making compromises and was suddenly confronted with the proof that better options had always existed. Then it falls to this, Dumbledore said. Voldemort. He's mine. Harry, he's mine, Professor. He's been mine since he walked into my parents' house. This ends between us. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Not in concession, in recognition. The acknowledgement of one wizard to another that the time for management and guidance and protection was over, and what remained was something only Harry could do. I'll clear the path, Dumbledore said. He turned toward the battlefield and raised his wand, and for one final, glorious moment, Albus Dumbledore fought like the wizard he had been in his prime. His magic swept through the courtyard like a cleansing fire, Death Eaters fell, giants stumbled, dark creatures fled. He carved a corridor through the chaos with the authority of the most powerful wizard of the age, and at the end of that corridor, standing on the broken stones of the outer wall, was Lord Voldemort. Harry walked through the corridor Dumbledore had made. The battle parted around him, defenders and attackers alike sensing the shift in the air, the convergence of 2 forces that had been drawing toward each other since a Halloween night 15 years ago. Voldemort looked terrible. The Horcrux's destruction had hit him physically, his already inhuman features were twisted with pain, his skin gray-white and cracked like old parchment, his red eyes blazing with a desperate, unhinged fury. He had felt each Horcrux die. He had felt his soul fragments burn away one by one. He had felt himself become mortal. And he was afraid. Harry could see it. Beneath the rage, beneath the hatred, beneath the 50 years of dark magic and self-deification, fear. The simple, primal terror of a man who had spent his entire life running from death, and who now stood face to face with the thing he'd feared most. "You've destroyed them," Voldemort said. His voice was ragged. "My Horcruxes. All of them. All of them. The soul in your scar, gone. Burned away." Harry touched his smooth forehead. "You're mortal, Tom. For the first time in 50 years. How does it feel?" Voldemort screamed. It was not a battle cry, it was a sound of pure, existential anguish. The sound of a man whose entire identity was built on the conquest of death, confronted with the reality that death had come for him at last. He attacked with everything he had. The duel that followed was not like the one in Hogsmeade. That had been an exchange between equals, powerful, impressive, ultimately inconclusive. This was different. This was a dying god throwing everything he had at the one who'd killed him, and a young man standing in the storm and refusing to break. Voldemort's magic was immense, diminished by the Horcrux's destruction, but still staggering in its depth and fury. Dark curses poured from his wand in a continuous torrent, killing curses, cruciatus curses, dark magic so old and vile that the ground blackened where it struck. He threw everything he knew, 50 years of study, of murder, power accumulated through sacrifice and cruelty, at Harry Potter. Harry met it. Not with equal force, his core was depleted, strained to its limits by the purging flame and the dispersal, but with something Voldemort had never possessed and couldn't understand. Harmony. For founder traditions, unified in purpose. Gryffindor's courage didn't just make Harry brave, it turned his fear into fuel, each moment of terror becoming energy that fed his casting. Slytherin's cunning didn't just make him clever, it let him read the architecture of Voldemort's attacks, predict patterns, find gaps. Ravenclaw's wisdom didn't just make him smart, it connected him to the ambient magical field, drawing on the freshly enriched ley lines beneath his feet. Hufflepuff's loyalty didn't just make him steadfast, it anchored him to everyone he was fighting for, every face and name and love, a foundation that couldn't be shaken. The duel tore across the grounds. Through the courtyard, over the broken walls, across the scorched earth toward the lake. Spells collided and exploded like fireworks, each exchange sending shockwaves through the air. The ground cracked. The sky lit up. The castle's wards rippled and surged. Voldemort pressed harder. A killing curse, then another, then 3 more in rapid succession, a fan of green light that covered every possible dodge angle. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his hand, not his wand, his hand, and the ley lines responded. A wall of raw magical energy erupted from the ground, absorbing the killing curses, transforming their dark magic into ambient power that fed back into Harry's depleted reserves. "Impossible," Voldemort hissed. "No one can block the killing curse, I didn't block them. The earth absorbed them." Harry's voice was calm. "The Hollow King is part of the world now, Tom. The wild magic enriching the ley lines, it answers to the Quad-Heir. You're not fighting me. You're fighting the earth itself." For the first time, genuine terror crossed Voldemort's face. He attacked again, the Ravenclaw-derived analytical magic, the same technique that had nearly broken Harry's core in Hogsmeade. But this time, Harry was ready. He recognized the spell's architecture, Daphne had helped him map its structure from memory, and instead of defending against it, he inverted it. Turned its analytical function back on its caster. The spell hit Voldemort's own magical core and began feeding information to Harry, the Dark Wizard's remaining power levels, his casting patterns, his weaknesses. Voldemort staggered. His eyes widened with shock, his own magic was being used against him, a betrayal of the tools he'd stolen from Ravenclaw's legacy. "You don't understand this magic," Harry said. You stole fragments of it. I inherited it. The Founder's magic serves me because I carry their blood and earn their approval. It will never truly serve you. I am the heir of Slytherin. Voldemort's scream was raw, desperate, the cry of a man whose identity was crumbling. I am the last of his blood. The rightful heir to the greatest of the Founders. Harry shifted into Parseltongue. The words hissed and slithered through the cold air, and Voldemort flinched, because the Parseltongue wasn't coming from the soul fragment anymore. That was gone. This was Harry's own ability, inherited through his mother's blood, pure Slytherin lineage undiluted by dark magic. Slytherin valued ambition, the drive to be more than what the world made you. You used his name to become less. You shattered your soul. You destroyed your humanity. You turned ambition into obsession and cunning into cruelty. You're not his heir, Tom. You're his greatest disappointment. The words struck Voldemort like physical blows. Each one landed on the foundation of his self-image, the carefully constructed myth of Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, the most powerful Dark Lord in history, and cracked it. Because the words were true. And truth, delivered in Salazar Slytherin's own tongue by Salazar Slytherin's own blood, carried a weight that no spell could match. Voldemort screamed again, not in anguish this time, but in rage. Pure, mindless, animal rage. He raised his wand and cast the killing curse one final time, not at Harry, but at the ground beneath him, at the ley lines, at the earth itself. An act of spite. If I cannot have the Founder's legacy, no one will. The curse struck the ground and detonated. Dark magic exploded outward in a sphere of green-black destruction, and the earth, enriched by the Hollow King's dispersed consciousness, drank it. Absorbed it. Neutralized it. The dark magic dissolved into the wild magic of the ley lines like a drop of poison in an ocean, rendered harmless by the sheer scale of the power it encountered. Voldemort's wand arm dropped. He stood on the scorched earth, his robes in tatters, his body broken, his magic depleted. The red eyes stared at Harry with an expression that was no longer rage or hatred or fear. It was emptiness. The expression of a man who had defined himself by his power, and who had just discovered that his power meant nothing. Harry didn't use a killing curse. He raised his wand and channeled all four Founder traditions one final time, not into an attack, not into a defense, but into something the Founders had theorized but never attempted. A stripping. A severance. Using the combined authority of all four bloodlines to reach into Voldemort's magical core and disconnect it from its source. The spell was elegant and devastating. It didn't destroy Voldemort's magic, it separated it from him. Cleanly, completely, irrevocably. Like unplugging a lamp from a wall. The magic remained, but Voldemort could no longer access it. The Dark Wizard fell to his knees. His wand, and Phoenix Feather, the brother of Harry's own, clattered on the ground beside him. He reached for it, fumbled, couldn't grip it properly. His hands shook. His red eyes dimmed, not to brown or blue or any human color, but to a flat, dull gray. What have you done? Voldemort whispered. What you feared more than death. Harry's voice was quiet. I've made you ordinary. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, knelt on the ground, a mortal, powerless man, and the sound that came from him was not a scream or a howl but a whimper. The thin, broken sound of someone whose worst nightmare had come true. The Death Eaters saw their lord fall. The effect was instantaneous. The dark mark on every marked arm burned, not with Voldemort's summons, but with his defeat, the magical contract between master and servant rupturing as the master's magic failed. Death Eaters screamed, dropped their wands, clutched their arms. Some apparat away. Some simply collapsed. The coordinated assault dissolved into panic and flight. Aurors moved in. Amelia Bones had arrived with ministry reinforcements at some point during the battle, and her people swept through the grounds with professional efficiency, binding and capturing the scattered remnants of Voldemort's army. The giants, released from Voldemort's compulsion, stumbled away in confusion. The remaining Dementors, with no dark wizard to anchor them, dissolved into the grey sky and were gone. The battle was over. Harry stood on the grounds of Hogwarts, surrounded by the evidence of war, craters, rubble, scorch marks, the unconscious and the wounded, and felt the last of his strength leave him. His knees buckled. The ground rushed up. Arms caught him. Strong, familiar, smelling of earth and crushed leaves. "I've got you," Neville said. "I've got you." Harry let himself be held. The sky above Hogwarts was clearing, the grey clouds breaking apart, revealing patches of blue that hadn't been visible for days. Sunlight, Real's sunlight, broke through and fell on the castle's towers, and the ancient stones seemed to glow with it. The castle hummed. Not the distressed, fractured humming of the past weeks, a new sound, deep and contented, the sound of a building that had been carrying a terrible secret for 1,000 years and had finally been relieved of its burden. The ward settled into new configurations, stronger than before, enriched by the dispersed wild magic flowing through the ley lines beneath. Hogwarts was at peace. For the first time in 1,000 years. The aftermath unfolded in waves. The first wave was medical. St. Mungo's healers arrived within the hour, flooding the Great Hall, which Hermione had transformed into a triage center of remarkable efficiency, with green-robed professionals who moved among the wounded with the focused urgency of people who did this work every day. The injuries were real, broken bones, curse damage, magical exhaustion. But the count was better than anyone had dared hope. No students killed. 2 Aurors with serious injuries. Several Order members wounded but stable. Harry went to the hospital wing as soon as he could stand. Sirius was sitting up in bed. The dark stain on his chest, the slow-acting curse that had been eating him alive for weeks, was gone. Just gone. The skin beneath was pink and new, like a healed burn, but the dark magic was purged completely. The purging flame had found it and burned it away along with everything else corrupt within its range. Sirius saw Harry in the doorway and his face crumpled. "You absolute bastard," Sirius whispered. "You worked it into the plan. I told you I would. You nearly died. I nearly always nearly die. It's becoming a pattern." Sirius reached for him. Harry crossed the room and let his godfather pull him into a hug that was too tight and lasted too long and was exactly what both of them needed. Sirius was shaking, or Harry was shaking, or they both were, holding on to each other in the hospital wing while the war ended around them and the world rearranged itself. "Your mum would be proud," Sirius said into Harry's hair. "Your dad would be insufferably proud. He'd be walking around telling everyone, 'That's my boy, that's my son, did you see what my son did?' He'd be unbearable." Harry laughed. It came out wet and broken. "I wish they were here." "They are, pup. Somehow. They are." The second wave was political. Amelia Bones, acting minister, arrived at Hogwarts with a security detail and the particular air of a woman who was about to reshape a government. She surveyed the aftermath, interviewed key participants, and made rapid-fire decisions with the decisive clarity that had made her the best law enforcement officer in Britain. Tom Riddle, no longer Lord Voldemort, no longer anything but a broken, powerless man, was taken into custody. Stripped of his magic, mortal and mundane, he was barely recognizable as the terror that had haunted the wizarding world for decades. He didn't resist. He didn't speak. He sat in his restraints with the blank, hollow expression of someone whose entire identity had been amputated. His trial would be swift. His sentence would be Azkaban, not for life, because that would be a kindness compared to what he'd actually received. He would live out his remaining years as a muggle in a wizarding prison, surrounded by the magic he could no longer touch. For someone who had murdered and tortured and broken the world in pursuit of magical supremacy, it was the cruelest possible fate. Bones found Harry in the corridor outside the hospital wing. "Lord Potter." Minister Bones. You've just fought a war, destroyed 7 Horcruxes, dispersed a primordial entity, and stripped the most powerful Dark Lord in history of his magic. Is there anything else on your agenda for today? Nap, probably. She almost laughed. I need a formal debrief. The Wisengamot will want answers. The public will want answers. The international magical community will want answers, because every ley line on the planet surged about an hour ago and the ICW is in a panic. The ley line surge is the Hollow King's dispersal. The ambient magical field worldwide has been permanently enriched. Every magical being on the planet is going to feel it. Bones absorbed this. Enriched how? More magic. Everywhere. Squibs may develop active abilities. Muggleborns will appear at higher rates. Existing wizards will find their magic slightly stronger, slightly deeper. The siphon that was draining students at Hogwarts, he paused. I'll explain the siphon in the debrief. It's complicated. I imagine it is. Bones studied him. You look terrible. I feel terrible. Go sleep. The debrief can wait until tomorrow. The world's not going anywhere. For the first time in months, I actually believe that. The third wave was personal. Harry found Daphne in the Founder's chamber. She was sitting on the floor where the seal stone had been, surrounded by scattered parchments and runic diagrams, her hair loose and tangled and her face streaked with dust and tears she hadn't bothered to wipe away. She looked up when he entered. The dispersal is stable. Ley line integration is proceeding normally across all monitored nodes. The ambient magical field has increased by an estimated, Daphne, 11% globally, with higher concentrations near ley line junctions. The castle's wards have restructured to draw on the enriched field, which means, Daphne. She stopped talking. Her hands were still holding a quill and a calculation sheet, her analyst's mask firmly in place, her voice steady and professional, and her eyes were red and her chin was trembling. Harry sat down beside her on the empty pedestal. He took the quill from her hand and the parchment from her lap and set them aside. It's over, he said. The mask broke. She turned into him and pressed her face against his shoulder and cried, not the controlled, 3-second tears she'd allowed herself once before, but real crying, messy and ugly and raw. She cried for the fear she'd carried for months, for the nights she'd spent calculating odds that always came up short, for the constant, grinding terror of loving someone who might die at any moment. She cried for her sister and her family and the world she'd been trying to save with equations and willpower and the fierce, stubborn refusal to admit that she was scared. Harry held her. He didn't speak, didn't try to comfort her with words, didn't do anything except wrap his arms around her and let her shake apart against his chest. His own eyes burned but didn't spill. He'd cry later. Right now, she needed him to be the steady one. Eventually, the crying stopped. Daphne pulled back, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and looked at him with an expression of such naked vulnerability that Harry's breath caught. I love you, she said. The words came out matter-of-fact, Daphne Greengrass, stating a truth she'd verified through rigorous analysis. I've been meaning to say that. The timing kept being wrong. The timing's pretty good now. I suppose it is. She sniffed. Your turn. I love you. I know. I've known for weeks. You're not subtle. I've been told. She kissed him. Soft, this time, not the fierce, surprised kiss of the reconciliation or the desperate, goodbye kiss before the battle. A beginning kiss. A first day of the rest of our lives kiss. When they separated, Daphne's composure had reassembled itself, though the warmth beneath it was closer to the surface than ever. I need a bath. And 12 hours of sleep. And someone to explain to my sister why the castle was rearranging itself. I can help with 2 of those. Which 2? You'll have to find out. She rolled her eyes. But she was smiling, and the smile was real, and Harry thought it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The days that followed were strange and golden. The weather broke, as if the sky itself had been holding its breath during the war and could finally exhale. November turned mild and bright, sunlight pouring through Hogwarts windows and filling the damaged corridors with warmth. Repairs began immediately. The castle helped, walls mended themselves, stairs realigned, doors reappeared where they were needed. The Founder's Protocol, with the seal dissolved and its purpose fulfilled, had settled into a new configuration. The castle responded to Harry's presence with gentle, ambient awareness, maintaining itself, protecting its inhabitants, enriching the magical experience of everyone within its walls. Not the sentient, almost desperate urgency of the weeks before the battle, something calmer. Something content. Harry took his Wizengamot seats and began the real work. Not the dramatic work of battles and prophecies and ancient entities, the unglamorous, essential work of building a better world from the wreckage of the old one. He proposed legislation, Muggle-born integration programs that acknowledged the truth about the seal's historical impact on student development. Goblin rights expansion, honoring the alliance that had been forged in crisis and needed to be sustained in peace. Werewolf protection laws, built on the framework Remus had been developing with the non-aligned packs. Creature rights amendments that made Umbridge's anti-werewolf bill look like the relic of a smaller, meaner era. He didn't do it alone. Daphne sat beside him in the Wizengamot, not in his seats, but in the Greengrass family seat, which she'd claimed from her father with his proud, slightly bewildered blessing. She was his political partner, his strategist, his counterbalance. Where Harry pushed for idealism, Daphne insisted on practicality. Where Harry wanted to tear down broken systems, Daphne designed better ones to replace them. They argued constantly, in the chamber, in the corridors, over dinner at Griffin's Reach, and the arguments invariably produced results that were stronger for the friction. Augusta Longbottom became an unexpected ally. She voted with Harry's bloc on every creature rights measure and personally shepherded the Muggle-born integration bill through committee. When Lucius Malfoy, stripped of political power but not yet charged, his trial pending, tried to block the werewolf protections, Augusta stood in the Wizengamot and delivered a speech of such devastating precision that Malfoy's entire faction collapsed and the bill passed unanimously. "Your grandfather would approve," she told Harry afterward. "Which one?" "Both, I imagine." "But I meant Fleamont. He was a reformer too, in his quiet way. He'd have liked what you're doing." Neville was recognized for his role in the battle. The Order of Merlin, First Class, the youngest recipient in over a century. He accepted it at a ceremony in the ministry's atrium with the quiet dignity that had become his hallmark, shaking hands with the minister and posing for photographs with the expression of a man who would rather be anywhere else. "Get used to it," Harry told him at the reception afterward. "Easy for you to say. You've been famous since you were 1. And I've hated every minute of it. But the recognition isn't for you, it's for everyone who needs to see that courage looks like Neville Longbottom." Neville's ears went red. "Now you sound like Gran." "I'll take that as a compliment." "It is one. Don't tell her I said that." Aldrich Thorne did not survive. Harry didn't learn until 3 days after the battle. The old warden had poured everything he had into maintaining the anchor points during the dispersal, for centuries of accumulated magic, channeled through 7 nodes simultaneously, sustaining the distribution system that allowed the Hollow King to dissolve safely into the ley lines. The effort had consumed him. Not violently, not in a blaze of fire or a dramatic collapse. Quietly. The magic that had sustained his unnatural life for 400 years had been spent in the dispersal, and without it, time caught up with him. He simply aged. Rapidly, peacefully, in the hours after the battle, sitting in the Founder's chamber with his back against the wall where the 7th anchor point had been. Daphne found him. She told Harry with the careful gentleness of someone delivering a wound. Harry went to the chamber alone. Thorne was still there. The goblins had offered to move him, but something about the way he'd positioned himself, sitting against the wall, hands in his lap, face peaceful, suggested he'd chosen this place deliberately. His final resting spot. The Founder's Chamber, the heart of the seal he'd guarded for 4 centuries. He looked ancient. His gray hair had gone white, his skin thin and papery, his body diminished. But his expression was one of absolute peace, the face of a man who had set down a burden so heavy that its absence felt like flight. Harry sat beside him. There was nothing to say. Thorn had killed 2 innocent people in service to a mandate he no longer believed in, and then he'd given his life to make possible the thing he'd once been sworn to prevent. "You found a better way," Harry said to the silent room. "Not me. You. You decided to stop killing and start helping, and that decision is why the world is still here." The chamber was quiet. The 4 thrones stood empty, their colors dim, their purpose fulfilled. Harry stayed for a long time. The news of the seal's history broke slowly, carefully, managed by Harry and Daphne and Bones with the deliberate precision of people who understood that this particular truth could cause as much damage as the lie it replaced. The siphon was made public. The Wizengamot was informed. The parents were told. The backlash was enormous: rage, grief, betrayal, the particular fury of people who had been violated without their knowledge and were only now learning the extent of it. Harry stood in the Wizengamot and addressed it head-on. "The Founders were not villains," he said. "They were people. Extraordinary people who faced an impossible situation and made the best choice they could see. The siphon was wrong, I will not defend it, I will not excuse it, but the Founders who created it did so because they believed the alternative was worse. They were right about the danger. They were wrong about the solution. And for 1,000 years, no one found a better one." He paused. The chamber was silent. "We found a better one. Not because we were smarter or more powerful than the Founders, but because we were willing to ask a question they never asked: what does the Hollow King want?" The answer, connection, integration, belonging, was available to them. They didn't see it because they were afraid, and fear narrows the imagination. He looked around the chamber, 200 faces, some angry, some grieving, some thoughtful. "I tell you this not to assign blame but to prevent repetition. The lesson of the seal is not that the Founders were wrong. The lesson is that every generation must question the choices of the last, not out of arrogance, but out of responsibility. The compromises we make today will be inherited by our children. We owe them better than hidden sacrifices and comfortable lies." The speech was not universally well received. Some families were furious. Some demanded compensation. Some wanted Harry to apologize on behalf of the Founders, which he refused to do. He was their heir, not their representative, and apologies from someone who hadn't committed the offense were empty gestures that served no one. But the truth was out. And truth, Harry had learned, was the foundation on which everything else was built. Dumbledore stepped down as headmaster at the end of the term. The announcement came in December, delivered with quiet dignity in the Great Hall. McGonagall would succeed him, effective immediately. Dumbledore would retire to, well, he didn't say where, exactly, and no one pressed. He found Harry afterward, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. They stood in the torchlight, the sounds of a school carrying on behind them, students talking, dishes clinking, the ordinary symphony of life at Hogwarts, and looked at each other with the honest, complicated regard of 2 people who had heard each other and helped each other and were still figuring out the balance. "I owe you more than I can ever repay," Dumbledore said. "You don't owe me anything. We're even." "We are very far from even, Harry. What I did to you was wrong. And it's over. You can't fix the past, Professor. You can only build a better future." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, not suppressed, not hidden, just absent. In its place was something more real, the naked, unprotected gaze of a very old man looking at a very young one and seeing, perhaps for the first time, someone he respected without reservation. You are a better man than I ever was, Dumbledore said. That's not true. It is, and the fact that you don't believe it is part of why it's true. The old wizard smiled, a small, genuine, unperformed smile. Take care of this school, Harry. It deserves someone who will love it honestly. I will. Dumbledore inclined his head, the same gesture he'd used in the Wizengamot on that first day, neutral, acknowledging, and walked away. His footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter, and then he was gone. Harry watched him go and felt, not forgiveness, exactly, but something adjacent to it. Understanding, perhaps. The recognition that good people could do terrible things and still be good people, and that the world was better for their presence even when their presence came with scars. Christmas at Griffin's Reach was chaotic, warm, and exactly right. The manor was full. Sirius, fully recovered, irrepressibly himself, corrupt influence on young Astoria Greengrass, had decorated every surface with conjured holly and enchanted candles that sang carols slightly off-key. Remus, looking better than Harry had ever seen him, the enriched ley lines had eased the werewolf curse significantly, a development that had him cautiously, incredulously hopeful, had taken charge of the kitchen with Pipsy's grudging cooperation. The Greengrass family was there, Cyrus and his wife, Astoria bouncing off the walls with the energy of an 11-year-old on holiday, Daphne presiding over the chaos with the controlled exasperation of someone who loved every minute of it and would never admit it. Neville came, bringing Augusta, who surveyed Griffin's Reach with the critical eye of someone evaluating a potential investment and pronounced it adequate, before accepting a glass of elf-made wine and settling into a chair by the fire with the air of someone who intended to stay exactly as long as she wanted and not a moment longer. Ron and Hermione came on Christmas Day. Ron brought a knitted jumper from his mother with HP stitched on the front in gold. Hermione brought a book on post-war magical reconstruction that was exactly the kind of gift she would give and exactly the kind of gift Harry needed. They sat in the great room with everyone else, and for an afternoon, the war and the politics and the weight of the world faded into the background, replaced by laughter and terrible jokes and the simple, overwhelming gift of being alive. After dinner, Harry slipped away to the study. His grandfather's study, his study now, really, though the portrait of Fleamont and Euphemia had woken from their long sleep and had opinions about everything from his political strategy to his taste in women. She's sharp, that Greengrass girl, Fleamont observed from the wall. Reminds me of your grandmother. I'll take that as a compliment, Euphemia said dryly. As well you should, Fleamont replied. Harry sat behind the desk and looked at the photograph of his parents, still on the bedside table upstairs, but he'd placed a copy here too. James and Lily, laughing, young, alive. He told them. Not aloud, in his head, in the quiet space where he kept the things that mattered most. He told them about the vaults and the trials and the ring that sat on his hand like it had always been there. He told them about Daphne, who was sharp and scared and brilliant in his. He told them about Neville, who'd become the warrior they always knew he could be. He told them about Sirius, alive and healing and learning to be happy. He told them about the seal and the Hollow King and the third option that 400 years of searching hadn't found because no one had thought to ask the right question. He told them he loved them. He told them he was okay. The photograph waved at him, and he waved back. Daphne found him there, as she always found him, with the precise timing and spatial awareness of someone who had made studying Harry Potter into a secondary career. Everyone's asking for you, she said from the doorway. Sirius is teaching Astoria to play poker, which I should object to, but frankly she's winning, and I'd rather she learn from a criminal than a Malfoy. Sirius is not a criminal. He's a fugitive who taught my 11-year-old sister to bluff. Close enough. She came inside, sat on the edge of the desk, and looked at the photograph. They were beautiful. Yeah. You have her eyes. Everyone says that, I know, but it's true. And her Slytherin cunning, apparently. That explains some things. She was quiet for a moment. Harry. What now? He looked at her. The firelight played across her face, sharp angles, blue eyes, the faint dusting of freckles she usually concealed. She wasn't wearing her mask. She hadn't worn it, not fully, since the night in the Founder's chamber. The Daphne who sat on his desk was the real one, no armor, no calculation, just a young woman who'd helped save the world and was now facing the more terrifying prospect of building a life in the world she'd saved. Now, Harry said. We've got a Wisengamot session in January. The Muggleborn integration bill needs a final vote. The Goblin rights expansion is stalled in committee. Neville wants to propose an herbology curriculum reform. Luna sent me an owl about establishing a magical creature sanctuary in the Forbidden Forest, which honestly isn't the worst idea she's ever had. That's the agenda. I'm asking what happens with us. Harry took her hand. She let him. Us happens, he said. We argue about politics and kiss in the Founder's chamber and build something worth building. You teach me to be effective. I teach you to be right. We drive each other insane for the rest of our lives. That's a long commitment. I've got 4 Founder bloodlines and a castle that responds to my moods. I'm in it for the long haul. She looked at him. The mask was fully down, no calculation, no assessment, no strategic analysis. Just Daphne, looking at Harry, with an expression that was equal parts love and exasperation and the quiet, fierce joy of someone who'd found the person they were meant to find. Fine, she said. But I'm not changing my name. Wouldn't dream of it. And I get veto power on political appointments. Absolutely not. We'll negotiate. We always do. She leaned down and kissed him, softly, precisely, with the deliberate care of someone who intended to do this many more times and wanted to set a high standard. Come on, she said, pulling him to his feet. Your godfather is corrupting my sister, your best friend is losing at poker, and there's a house full of people who love you and want you to stop hiding in your study. Harry looked at the photograph one last time. James and Lily waved. He took Daphne's hand and walked out of the study. The manor was warm around them, full of light and laughter and the particular magic that had nothing to do with wands or bloodlines or ancient entities. The magic of home. Of family. Of people who'd found each other in the dark and held on. Harry Potter, the Quad-Heir, Lord of 5 houses, the boy who'd lived and the man who'd chosen to, walked into the warmth with the woman he loved, and the castle in the north hummed contentedly in its sleep, and the ley lines sang beneath the earth, and the world, enriched and changed and new, turned toward its future. In the Founder's chamber, empty now, the 4 thrones stood in their alcoves. No seal stone. No runic circle. No pulsing light or spinning rings. Just stone and silence and the faint, lingering warmth of magic that had been set free. As the last light of Christmas Day faded from the chamber's walls, 4 shimmers appeared, translucent, barely visible, more impression than form. A man with a lion's mane of red gold hair. A man with sharp features and silver-green robes. A woman with dark eyes and a crown of bronze. A woman with calloused hands and a warm, earthy smile. They stood before their thrones and looked at each other. For a moment, just a moment, the founders of Hogwarts were together again. Godric spoke first, as he always had, he fought well. Salazar, with a thin smile, he thought well. Rowena, her voice carrying the weight of long-sought vindication, he chose well. Helga, simply and with love, he loved well. Together, in a harmony that echoed through the empty chamber and the castle above and the ley lines below and the wide, wild, magical world beyond, he is worthy. The shimmers faded. The chamber was empty. But the warmth remained. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.